Many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, no.
That's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Well, silent night for the Mets in Philly as Ranger Suarez allowed just 1 hit over 6 scoreless innings, struck out 12 as the Phillies ripped the Mets 9-3.
Yeah, I thought the fastball was probably the best we've seen in the past couple of years. You know, the life, the movement, he used it front hip to finish hitters, you know, and froze a few of them there for strike 3.
Harrison Bader continues to torture the Mets. He went deep again, part of a 3-hit night. Kyle Schwarber is 50th of the year as Sean Manaea roughed up again. 4 runs in 5 innings. His ERA is pushing 6. Mets now 9 back in the division. Keeping a close eye on the West Coast games. Reds and Padres are tied at 2. They're headed to the 6th inning in San Diego. Cincinnati comes into the game 3 games back of the Mets. Diamondbacks finally on the board. Giants, though, still a 4-1 lead on the D-backs, top of the 5th inning. Giants come in 2 games back. Meanwhile, Fernando Cruz, Mark Leiter Jr. imploded in the 7th, allowed 9 runs between the two of them. Tigers punished the Yankees 12-2. Bombers had a chance in the 5th, 2 on, nobody out, but Anthony Volpe popped up a bunt attempt, and the Bombers came up empty.
We don't get the bunt down, and then, and then a punch. Grish has a good at bat, just misses the 3-0. So, yeah, I mean, that's our chance to kind of grab the lead there and hopefully run with it. Just weren't able to get it done.
Will Warren was great, gave up 2 runs over 6. Offense, though, consisted of just solo shots from Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger. Blue Jays won, so the Bombers now 3 games back. And the Giants got the news from Micah McFadden. Needs foot surgery. He's going to miss significant time. Is expected, though, to return at some point this season. 65 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Catch all the play-by-play with Susan Waldman and Dave Sims. The home of Yankees radio. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. It's KM to AM on WFAN.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM. The Fan. WFAN.
Here, let's do it again. 3 hours tonight. I got a bonus hour. Another KM to AM on the Fan in New York. Them fall allergies are hitting. A little congested. It is what it is. I'm not sick.
sick of some of these decisions, starting pitching, with the bullpen, with the lack of urgency, not having a quick hook, acting like we got a lot of time. Is it me? Is it us? It's getting late early. Oh, no, it actually is late. There's like a handful of games left. It's September 9th. There's not a lot of time left. But we got plenty of time tonight to unpack what was. Let's start with the Mets. Can't win that series now. Decisions. For weeks, I've been sitting here talking about Sean Manaea, the loose bodies in his elbow. Sean Manaea, what he was last year versus this year. They paid him. He's back. But, I just heard the postgame as I'm sitting in here, and Carlos Mendoza says, this is a guy we're counting on. He was huge for us last year. Last year is over. And I know this is one of the only pieces you decided to bring back from the OMG Mets. But, oh, my God, watching Sean Manaea pitch, you can't win those games. It's insanity. Doing the same thing, expecting different results. Shut him down. You act like you have more. Listen, let's just get right to it, because this is a conversation that you heard from me last night. You heard all day on the fan. This Mets team has to make the postseason. I don't care what anyone's thoughts are on percentages, because it's unknown. This team, with Juan Soto, who stole his 30th base. Yay, Juan Soto. He's going to go 40 for 30 and miss the postseason. No. You don't sign Juan Soto to not get his postseason prowess in year one. 888, you know the number to dial. They're playing with fire here. You called up the kids. Cool. You have the kids here now. Great. Why can't you go Peterson, Holmes, Tong, Sproat, McLean the rest of the way? Why are you still pitching Sean Manaea? Now, I commend them for sending Senga down. It was the same song and dance with Kodai Senga. He's cooked. You can't win with him on the mound. Frankie Montas is getting Tommy John surgery. He obviously was a waste of time. They moved on from him. Why not go to the 5-man rotation or have a bullpen game? You can't win these Sean Manaea games. And tonight, you knew that was over as soon as it started. You knew that game was over. He gave up 2 in the first, and it was he got 2 quick outs. And then a single, a hit by pitch, double, it's 2-0. And then in the second inning, he gives up 2 again, where it's a single and then an Otto Kemp homer. And then Harrison Bader. Stay tuned for the big shot of the night. Native New Yorker Harrison Bader, he's looking for revenge. Back-to-back nights. Harrison Bader killing it. Once the Mets go down 4-0, in my mind, I stopped listening to the game. I'm like, they're not going to win that game. Not with Manaea on the mound. I don't care how long he goes. I don't care if Mendoza called him into the tunnel. Manaea ends up going 5 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, gave up 2 homers. It just puts you in a hole. After last night, the whole world is replaying Francisco Alvarez terrible at bat. After last night, the whole world is saying, hey, Ronnie Mauricio to pinch run. Oh, here's Jose Siri. Jose Siri's back a day late and a dollar short. Could have used him 2 nights ago. And now you're starting to look at your manager, who I've been looking at this whole year. I know where he came from. He came from the Aaron Boone School of Managing. Now you're starting to look at this manager and some of his in-game decisions, and you're stuck asking, why? 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 You're stuck questioning, why? Why are we doing certain things? Why are we not doing other things? What are guys' roles on this team? And then go above him to who hired him. And it's funny because last night I was talking about the Giants and how I think it's crazy that Shane and Dable have survived all of this and it's still the same whatever. And I'm talking about how this is New York and blah, blah, blah. And I was thinking today, I was like, who else, got kicked to the curb? Buck Showalter. They ended Buck Showalter's managing career because David Stearns rode in on his horse from Milwaukee, and he hired Carlos Mendoza to do his bidding. And now I'm looking at David Stearns and a lot of his moves. Like, you didn't do enough. This is crazy. Steve Cohen signed Juan Soto. You might have helped with the contract, masterful contract. But you didn't do enough to shore up this team, right? Steve Cohen, I also believe, got you Pete Alonso back. You didn't do enough. Griffin Canning for $4-5 million, great. You got the value while it lasted. It was short-lived. Hopefully he's recovering and doing well. Clay Holmes, actually, for what you paid him, got more out of Clay Holmes. Still need more out of Clay Holmes. Surprised he hasn't completely hit a wall and shut down, but you don't know what you're going to get out of Clay Holmes. Frankie Montas, you lit that money on fire. $34 million. Sean Manaya's money, I don't know. I would shut him down. If he needs surgery, go ahead and start it now. Tyler McGill just had a setback. He can't come back to help. Like, calling the kids up, Nolan Ryan McClain, Tom Seaver comparisons, DeGrom comparisons, whatever. Like, he's been great, but even that wore off yesterday as we saw him not get run support like DeGrom got for years. Like, Jonah Tong, Brandon Sproat, they've been good. But this high-priced lineup with Lindor, even with Swaggy V, how about Swaggy V? Pissed off, chucking his bat. He does come back to homer. But, like, there's too much missing. And even with the moves you made at the deadline, Cedric Mullins didn't even need him. And with this bullpen, some of these guys that you got in this bullpen didn't need him either. So here I am looking at the man from Milwaukee, David Stearns, and the Mets, and I'm saying when they come up short, because it's looking like they're going to come up short, folks. I don't want to wish it on them. I'm not. It is better in October if we have both the Mets and the Yankees playing. But I brought a question to you last night. I put it on my Twitter as well. Look at this upcoming schedule. And I think I heard Hoff earlier today on BT and South saying he had the eureka moment. They have to win these series. Well, this Phillies series you can't win. And that's a team you dominated. That's a team that you own. That's a team that's supposed to be shook of you. Can't win that series now. The Texas Rangers are rolling. Let me go and check the scores right now. Because the Texas Rangers, when I last looked, were beating the Milwaukee Brewers. They're fighting because they are a game and a half back. They're looking at the wild card and potentially making a run on their division. Final score, 5-4. The Rangers beat the Brewers. That's who you have next when you come home to Citi Field. Not a guarantee that you survive that 3-game set. Then you got the Padres for 3. The Nationals are going to delight in just playing spoiler, knocking you off again. Right? Remember when Sean Manaea pitched against them? Then you got to go to the north side of Chicago, face the Cubs, and then end in Miami against the Marlins, who would love nothing more than for you to be on the cusp of the wild card and out of the wild card, a game and a half, and they have the power in their hands with those young guys. Like, that is going to be their World Series. 888-808-1019. It is scary times for this Mets season. These Mets fans who have showed up this year, packed that ballpark, who have bought tickets, bought merchandise, who believed in the vision of, no, we don't need Candelita, Jose Iglesias back. We don't need Harrison Bader, who's killing them now. Could have got him back. Even David Robertson. You know, we don't need to bring Luis Severino back. Jose Quintana back. We'll be fine. Well, it's going to get to the deadline where you might not be fine, and that's not acceptable. That is completely unacceptable. They're talking about 2007. And it is crazy because historically, the Mets don't make the postseason back-to-back years, but this $340 million club has to. They have to get right. I swear it's like they took 2 steps forward to take 3 steps back. Coming out of Atlanta, beating the Braves, sweeping the Phillies. And then what has happened since September, really August 28th? I can't even say September 1st. They lost to the Marlins. And then they go to Detroit and beat the Tigers. And that's going to be my segue here, folks. And then you can't lose to the Reds who are trailing you. And then I'll be damned if the story is written. Because I said this. I remember when the Tyler Rogers, the Tyler Rogers deal got done. And I was thinking about the return for him. And what you gave up with Jose Butto and Drew Gilbert. And I'm like, how do you give that up to a team that I think at the time was like 6 games behind you? But I'm like, how do you help them out? How do you pay that much for a rental? That could come back and bite you. It literally might be in the cards. The baseball gods are cruel. And if the Giants end up walking down the Mets with Drew Gilbert, if the Giants, who sold off pieces, they sent Duvall to the Yankees, if that team ends up getting that last wild card spot over you'll never live it down. You'll always remember it. It'll be a part of the Mets lore. It'll be a part of LOL Mets lore. And I'm not trolling. I'm concerned. 888-808-1019. This should not happen. This is a team that was in first place. This is a team that had a lead. This is a team that was talking about a dynasty. This was a team talking about winning World Series, winning championships. You don't go out and get Juan Soto and have a whole parade for that, make a whole movie about it, to miss the postseason in Juan Soto's first year. One of the years he's in his prime, where he actually is about to have a better season than he had last year. And, the Mets beat the Tigers in their building. And then the Tigers lost to the White Sox in their building. And if you heard me last night, I said the Yankees should sweep the Tigers. They're not playing good baseball right now. The Yankees can't lose the series to the Tigers at home after what they just did against the Toronto Blue Jays. After, this final exam here, this gauntlet, as everyone's calling it. I've been calling it the final exam. I do my own thing. I call my own stuff. I make up my own things. I need 8 out of 12. So that means now you got to win the next 2. And the way that you lost tonight completely threw up all over yourself. Maybe you were hungover from the off day, off night. Everybody had their black tie on for the Carlos Rodon event. And I don't know, did anybody go to CeCe's event? I was thinking about that. I was like, CeCe had an event. Carlos Rodon had an event. There was a picture of a lot of the Yankees at Rodon's event. Some of them were missing. I'm like, did those guys go to CeCe's event? You know what else I thought about? I was like, this is an omen, because the Yankees, remember years ago now, I think it was 2019, they had the off night and they went to some type of gala. I think it might have been CeCe's thing back then. And Domingo Germán got into the incident. He put hands on his significant other. I remember that season how he got suspended and that whole thing unraveled. And I think the Yankees lost the next day after that off day. This is always a tricky spot here. When we get to September, when we get to this, there's only 2 Monday off days, right? And I know they plan on these things to happen on those off days. Well, off day, off night. And it didn't have to be. I really am not mad too much about the loss. I'm mad about, that's a terrible inning. Big Mac is in here. Shout out to Big Mac. I'm like, oh, that's a tough Yankee game to go to. I'll be at the game tomorrow. Hopefully they bounce back. But the will to Warren. Will Warren had retired 11 in a row. Will Warren was pitching well enough. Gleyber Torres returned. Big Mac's got the Mark Teixeira 25 World Series jersey on. I said, nice touch. For Gleyber Torres' return, he gets the tribute video. Gleyber Torres returns with a beard, braids, a fade, and a rat tail. Yeah, you may have heard of Hoodie Gleyber. Have you ever heard of Rat Tail Gleyber? He's got a long braid. Got some hang time. But anyway, Will Warren was going right. And, of course, you get Aaron Judge, historic home run. Aaron Judge still making his case for MVP. Aaron Judge now taking his spot above the Yankee great Yogi Berra. Aaron Judge making his case with Cal Raleigh out there that, hey, Cal Raleigh, I know Cal Raleigh, I think he plays tonight. I got to look for that. Cal Raleigh is 1 away from tying Mickey Mantle's 54 home runs for a switch hitter. But, Judge gets to 44 homers. Can Judge get to 50? If Judge can get to 50 by the end of the year, and this guy doesn't get to 62, there's obviously going to be a real case that Judge should be the MVP again. He's back out there in right field. Obviously not right all the way out there in right field, but Judge gets the Yankees started. Belly comes through with a belly bomb. And you're looking at one of the better arms for the Tigers and Casey Mize giving it up. They're not going to see Tarek Skubal. And so I'm like, all right, cool. Will Warren is doing his thing. But there's always this quick hook on Will Warren, I guess because he's young. I don't know why we're not challenging him a little bit more. It is what it is. Will Warren, I felt like, obviously, in hindsight is 2020. Will Warren throws 91 pitches. He goes 6 innings, only gives up 2 hits, 2 runs, and they're ready to get to the bullpen. We're coming off an off day. Everybody's rested. But hindsight, again, is 2020, where you're like, hey, maybe push him for another inning. Maybe get him over 100 pitches. But that magic number, once these guys get to triple-digit pitches, their arm falls off. They don't do that, but whatever. I mean, and it was a tie game. I don't know. Fernando Cruz has been good, so you give him a pass, right? Fernando Cruz control, that splitter, that fire, that the faces he makes, the banging on the dugout. You kind of give him a pass. But you know who I don't give a pass? Anthony Volpe. I'm just kidding. You know who I don't give a pass? Aaron Boone. We'll get to Volpe. I know you guys can't wait to do that. I'm kind of over it. I'm done piling on. Like, what do you expect? Same way, what do you guys expect from Sean Manaea? What do you expect from Anthony Volpe? It's like cruel and unusual punishment at this point. Don't do it. I'm going to the game tomorrow. Start Caballero. But, yeah, I don't give Boone a pass. Because if you are going to Fernando Cruz there, and I know Cruz has been good. Well, let me scroll back to my notes. Cruz comes in, and I feel like I've said this before, but it's 2 walks for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you come out of the bullpen and you walk 2 guys, I got to at least have a mound visit. I got to at least send Blake out there. I got to, or at least hey, hold on. Are you good? You all right? You got it tonight or no? We had the off day yesterday. I don't know. So, I mean, right away, Cruz's first pitch gets hit, double. Then he walks Spencer Torkelson. Then he walks the next batter. Right there, timeout. Timeout. He's faced 3 pitchers, or he's faced 3 hitters, the relief pitcher minimum. Timeout. I got to check on you, boss. I got to check on you. You know why? Because at that time, if you're looking at the out-of-town scoreboard, the Blue Jays are losing. Right? We're thinking the Houston Astros are going to do us a solid. We're thinking, hey, if we win this game, we can gain some ground. Well, spoiler alert, and that's why, again, I'm not really too upset about it. It wasn't a wasted opportunity. The Blue Jays rally. They win in extra innings. And the Yankees have the worst inning of the season, a 9-run inning. Like 14 guys came to the plate. And all I can say is you got to stop the bleeding. And Aaron Boone and this bullpen, okay, I know you guys want to go to the pen because that's the lane, right? Warren for 6, 2, tie game, new game. Okay, new game, bullpen will get us the rest of the way. But if that's the case, and I know Cruz has been back now, from the IL, but I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's Devin Williams. I don't care if it's Luke Weaver. Like, you're coming in to get outs. If you walk 2 guys, specifically 2 guys back-to-back, I got to come talk to you. I got to see what's up. I can't just leave you out there to die. So here comes Parker Meadows again. And now they take the lead. And then he lets him walk Dylan Dingler. And I'm like, how do you allow these 3 walks to happen? I don't know. I just think like there needs to be a little bit of urgency at this point of the season where we're literally fighting for the division without a lot of time left, where you say it's right in front of us. And then tonight Aaron Boone said it got away from us. Well, don't let it get away. Affect the game. That's what I've been screaming about Boone. You can affect the game. You can affect the game. You have to affect the game. That is being the manager. 888-808-1019. You guys know what happened after that. Mark took a lighter junior to the game, lit the rest of the game on fire. I don't have to rehash that inning after that. I was like, all right, I'm about to get in the shower, about to go to the station. This game is over. And they just kept going and going and going. 7, 8, 10. And the Yankee fans are just waiting for an out. And then when the Yankees do get an out, sarcastic-ass New Yorkers were just like clapping it up. Like, yeah, we're cooked. But it's tough, like I said, because the Detroit Tigers just lost to the White Sox and the Mets in their building. They come into our building tonight, and you do have some home runs early. and you do have a chance to potentially stop the bleeding, you let that inning completely get away from you. And now, you use Cruz today. Cruz threw 20 pitches. Leiter Jr. threw 16. Tim Hill threw 20. We'll see what the bullpen budget looks like the rest of the way here, these next 2 games. But now, to me, it's must win, right? Out of the 12, I need 8. I need you to get these next 2 to make it 6. I need you to have the right momentum going into Fenway. I need you to win back-to-back games here to defeat the Detroit Tigers, so we're not worried about them. And I think that's possible. But, yeah, this game, unfortunately, got away from them in the 7th inning with a 9-run inning that I just feel like, it didn't have to happen. I felt like you could have stopped the bleeding if you went to check on Fernando Cruz. But he gets a pass because he's been pretty good. And, for the most part, people like him. But, yeah, he started the bleeding, and Mark Leiter Jr. gashed the game open. And then, yeah, that's all she wrote for the Yankees. Anthony Volpe, why? Pre-game questions about it. I'm thinking about Glaber. I'm like, Glaber is back, and he's looking at Volpe with a side eye. Like, man, I never got that type of treatment. I was much better than him. They couldn't wait to get me up out of here. I had moments on top of moments, and like
the tribute video for Glaber tonight, and a great reception from the fans, by the way.
Glaber is a fan favorite still. Like, we have postseason moments, walk-offs. Like,
drove you crazy, but he's a Yank. But Yankee fans like that part of him, right?
Yeah, but like when we're like what we're in right now, bro. Like, I remember I was there in 2021 when Glaber was playing shortstop. Like, where we're at right now with Volpe as the shortstop, where they're gonna die on this hill. I don't get it anymore. I don't understand it anymore. You have Caballero. I know he's not much better of an option, but you almost like all right.
Caballero is Derek Jeter compared to Anthony Volpe right now. And I would say in the 5th inning, when you have first and second, nobody out, and Volpe can't put down a bunt.
That's where I was going to next. And I just was talking to Big Mac about it.
Right, and then Grisham. And listen, we love Grisham, and Grisham has been incredible, but it's 3-0 and you have Aaron Judge on deck.
I said to Big Mac, I said, what happened when Peraza was here a couple months ago and couldn't lay down a bunt? We ripped into him. You're the worst hitter on the team. You're only in the lineup because they moved on from DJ LeMahieu. We need you to lay a bunt down. You can't lay a bunt down. Bro, that's it, man. If Volpe can't lay a bunt down, his at-bats are miserable. He doesn't stand a chance. Nobody's afraid of him. They all challenge him. He needs a reset and not a couple days off. Like, his fundamentals are broken. He's like leading the American League in errors. Like, this has gone way too far, and I don't understand it. I heard Susan tonight say this is supposed to be a meritocracy. Like, what are we doing at this point?
He's afraid of himself right now, which is the worst thing. As any
Help
athlete,
the kid
he's
from
legitimately
himself.
afraid of himself, which is crazy.
I don't
he's
get it,
afraid
bro.
of himself.
I don't get the he's our shortstop. Like, no, he needs help. He's not gonna just magically snap into whatever you think is gonna happen. And that's the story here. Judge is back and right. I think I saw BT put out a stat that his average throw velocity is 90 miles an hour from right field. But today he had like a throw that was around 80, 81. Whatever. It is what it is, because we need to have Judge in right field and Stanton at DH. And some guys had rough nights. Like, Stanton was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Ryan McMahon batting behind Volpe, 0 for 3 with 3 Ks. But that game was lost in the 7th inning. And the biggest talking points are going to be Aaron Boone's bullpen management, and then when does it end with Anthony Volpe? Are they actually going to keep this going into the rest of the season while we're fighting for the division? And going into October, it doesn't make any sense anymore. And now it's got to a point where I'm not piling on. Like, I'm actually concerned for the kid, where I'm like, he is so out of it. Like, save him from himself. They are booing his ass as soon as his name is announced, as soon as he's walking up to the plate, and as soon as he strikes out after. Today, the bunt was the last one for me. I don't understand what the motive is. What good is coming from this? Nothing good is coming from this. 888-808-1019. We're open to talk Mets. We're open to talk Yankees. I told you last night was more of a football night, but now that we have both the Yankees and Mets losing, we're going to talk about that. When we come back, we'll do the big shot of the night, and we'll get right to your calls. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I will be right back.
After a tough Week 1 loss to the Commanders, Big Blue is hungry, desperate, and ready to respond.
So we got to pick up, move on.
The offense is determined to strike back, and the defense is prepared to hold the line.
We bleed together, we ride together.
This week, the stage is bigger. The stakes are higher. Giants, Cowboys, one of the NFL's greatest rivalries. And this time, it's all about redemption.
We got to get ready to play Dallas and beat them.
Kickoff is 1 p.m. Sunday. The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest inventory of name brand tires at discount prices, including Michelin tires, which give you the perfect match. A relaxing driving experience from your vehicle, along with all-season design for superior performance that stands out from the crowd. And Town Fair stands out from other dealers with a guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires and gives you more free services for life than anywhere. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Every NFL touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WFAN. That's code WFAN to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. 21 and over. New York only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only and auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Ugh, my phone takes such bad pics.
Girl, you gotta update that phone.
I can't afford a new one.
My hot tip, go to Metro. The iPhone 13 is on them.
Wait, Metro's got it covered?
Yeah, and iPhone 13 has a dual camera system. So bye-bye bad pics.
Ooh, my profile pics are about to be on point.
Get iPhone 13 on us when you join. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
With virtual MasterCard after third month, bring your number and ID to a $50 plan with AutoPay. $55 first month.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. And Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Lowe's knows that free makes everything better. That's why our rewards members get free standard shipping on the things they need and want, starting at Silver Key status every day. Savings for rewards members add up fast, so why wait? Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
The big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights in the big city. You know we got a bunch of big shots. And usually when we lose, I don't like to give them out to either one of the New York teams. We got to give this one out to a native New Yorker, Harrison Bader. Yeah, he's balling out of control. Wouldn't you like to have had him at the deadline? Wouldn't you have liked to have him in the offseason? Like, former Met, former Yankee, and we know him well. We know how he hit for both teams, definitely the Yankees in the postseason. And, man, he has been a plus for the Phillies now, just like going crazy with that team as of late. I had it in my notes last night that he had 3 hits and is 12 for 21 against the Mets this season. He adds another 3 hits, 2 RBIs, and a homer tonight. And, you know, he's just throwing up his little 2 fingers in the air. That guy still got it. I think he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder against the New York Mets. It seems, he's turning up against the Mets. He's playing well against his former team. 888-808-1019. I mean, for the Mets and last year's team, you get to the NLCS, you're this close to going to the World Series, and then the offseason you add Juan Soto. The thought is that Juan Soto is the next piece, right? You lose Harrison Bader out of your outfield, so what? You're adding the generational Juan Soto. Juan Soto is having a great year, but it'll be a terrible year if he misses out on the postseason. Let's go to Richie in Queens first on the Fan. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, man, I am just, I'm a big San Francisco Giants fan. I kind of kicked the bucket a while ago. They had the worst numbers for like 46 games that I can imagine in the 60 years I was watching them. And now to turn it on, and obviously they're getting help because the Mets have been bad. You mentioned that trade. We got Gilbert, we got Budo, and we also got Tidwell. And you know what? We're going to get Rodgers back because he's going to sign with them. just a prediction. So right now, that seems like a one-sided deal. The kid's been really, really good for us. You mentioned the Mets. When you've got to bring in 3 new pitchers at this point, and hopefully, when you send Sanger down and Manaea's not what he was, there was no real foundation at this point. I still think that we're probably 2 games short. We gave up so many games, but if we win this, and the tiebreak is an issue, but yeah, they're playing horrible, horrible baseball. And I thought to play with Vientos at third, can't have that. Did you touch on that at all? Where you can't style in that, but you've got to make the play.
Yeah.
To let the guy beat the ball out at this point. So I still think that they do have the advantage, but they're making it really interesting. So that's why you play 162 games, So it's if they do somehow blow this, that would be a monumental. Evan said it'd be worse than 2006, 2007. But it would be pretty bad, and he will take hits for the Monto Steele and just not what's his name, Mullins has been a real big disappointment for them. So I'm just enjoying the game again, and if they win tonight, they're up 5-3. They're two games back.
Thanks for the call, Richie. Yeah, like Vientos clearly frustrated. If you go back to the beginning of the year, Vientos not running the first, Vientos being sent back down. What happened to Vientos? We need Vientos to be the player that he was last year in the postseason. He found a little bit of that. I laughed at him chucking the bat, but, fundamentals and being dialed in and, having that opportunity to play third base, you can't be a liability there. You have Brett Beatty that could play there. And you have Acuna that can play second base, McNeil that can play second. Like, he doesn't have to be there. He's got to play both sides of the ball. He's got to be a complete player. And I don't know. I'm looking at the Mets, and I'm wondering about leadership. I'm wondering about the focus. I'm wondering about, I'm looking into these guys' eyes, and I think that right now they're searching a bit. I don't know exactly what it takes. Like, maybe you need some type of thing. You start at the top with Lindor, right? Lindor goes 0 for 5 tonight. Lindor is supposed to be the captain of the team. Juan Soto will tell you it's Starling Marte. But, yeah, they need to get right, man. They need to get fired up. But I see frustration more than, like, fire that they can turn into producing and playing better. And there is no time left. They have to play their best baseball right now. They have to round into form, into shape right now. Because I think I said last night, they're in the postseason right now. If you continue to lose series, if you continue to lose games, like, you don't have that much of a cushion. And all you have to do is hope that, watching the scoreboard, the teams behind you can't make a run. But, like, that's no way to go about it. You don't want to limp into the postseason. You want to be playing your right bit. You want to be right. You want to be playing your best baseball, hitting and pitching. And I just think now with the pitching, like, they seem committed to Sean Manaea. Why? Go 5-man rotation, go bullpen game. I wouldn't be committed to Sean Manaea. He's committed to losing. He's committed to failing. He can't get right. He's not the same guy at all. When you go look up his stuff, man, it's not good. In his last 7 games, he's got a 7.71 ERA. He's given up 41 hits, 28 earned runs. Why would you just keep running him out there and expecting something else? And I think these guys obviously know that too. Like, I talked about there being a vibe depending on whose day it is on the mound. The game is over before it starts. 888-808-1019. Robbie and Lennox is on the fan again. What's up, Robbie?
Oh, man, Keith, I am so infuriated. I've got a bet. I need your opinion on some things. Let's start. Okay. This is why. This is like, I call this a time capsule, all right? This is another microcosm of why Aaron Boone will never lead the New York Yankees to a championship. Because this is the reason that the Yankees have issues. Put this game in a time capsule. Let's start with the 5th inning, okay? If Anthony Volpe is going to bunt the 97-mile-an-hour fastball, I'm the next president of the United States, okay, Keith? First of all, he doesn't know how to bounce. And if you're so concerned, okay, and boy, Volpe's going to bunt. Guess who's behind him? 219, Ryan McMahon, who can't catch up to a fastball, who struck out 2 times already. Way to go, Aaron Boone. So here's my next point, okay, in that inning, right? Why can't you put up Caballero, as you just said, a guy who probably makes contact and is fast, right? So that's, first of all, why are you bunting in the 5th inning? That makes me shake my head, too, okay? So now let's get to the 7th inning. Let's get to Will Warren, who how many hits did he give up, Keith? 2, right?
Yeah, and it was a tie game.
Right? And one... Right. To me, the walk was worse than the home run. I was so ticked when he gave up the walk, right? That happens, right? But no, we can't bring him back in the 7th inning. Why? Because we scripted it tonight.
Yep.
It says we're going to go 6 innings, right? So here's this garbage, right? So that's what he does. He brings him in, and then he brings Cruz in. Then Cruz screws up, right? So who does he bring in to mop him up? Mr. 4.83 ERA. I almost call him Al Leiter Jr. Mark Leiter Jr., who was stung so bad. Why do you bring this guy in? Why? To get soft contact? No. At that point, you want a guy who strike out. I wouldn't have, you know what? Even if he would have brought friggin' anybody else but Leiter in. It was ridiculous. He managed that game so poorly, and then all of a sudden, everything gets out of control. And then before you know it, there's 9 runs. Aaron Boone is responsible for the stupidity of this game, and this is why baseball stinks now, Keith, because the guy can't go. Will Warren, 2 stinking hits. Why can't he come back in?
91 pitches. Thanks for the call, Robbie. They're not going to get him up to 100 pitches. You're done. They have analytics and numbers, and I said that 3-digit number is the magic number. No, we're not bringing him out because the first batter he faces, he could get over 100 pitches, and his arm is going to fall off and roll into the dugout, and he'll be a one-arm guy. And I don't know. It's hindsight. But no, again, where I'm at with it is that game went from, okay, this is bad, but then it immediately got worse, and they made it worse. You can affect the game. Do not leave Fernando Cruz out there when he clearly doesn't have it to die. He doesn't have his stuff tonight. Okay, recognize that. You've seen him pitch. Recognize that. Go talk to him. Hey, how you feel? Like, there was none of that. I'm sitting on my couch when they do finally go get him at their 3rd walk. I'm like, go get him now. And I tweet out, go get him now. And as soon as I looked up, Boone was going to get him. But then it's like, okay, Mark Leiter Jr. Yeah, what did I say? Mark Leiter. Yeah, he brought a fire to it. He brought his lighter. He lit the game on fire. Good grief. It just was like, oh, well, this is over. And it didn't have to go that way. You know, it behooves you to win the first game of the series to try and win the series. But, like, that was ugly. They couldn't even get an out. Everybody was coming up. Walks, wild pitches, little singles, hit by pitch, walk, wild pitch. Like, bro. And it's crazy because it's like we think this is a good team for a couple days. You know, we buy in for a couple days, and then you're reminded, like, hey, they could blow up like this. They could implode like this in their building against a team that just lost back-to-back series in their building. Like, you didn't even give us a shot. A 9-run inning in the 7th? You didn't even give us a chance. Like, we would have had an opportunity. If that game goes 3-2, 4-2, even 5-2, we've seen them overcome that. You can't give up 9 runs in the inning. You got to stop the bleeding. And you got to recognize that, hey, like, this is getting out of hand. But whatever. It is what it is. It's one game. Got to bounce back, win the next 2 games. And like I said, as well, with the Blue Jays losing, I'm not really, like, if the Blue Jays would have lost, I would have been like, hey, that's a missed opportunity right there. You got to get that game. Tom is in Colts Neck, New Jersey on the Fan in New York. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's going on, Keith? Love the show. I just want to talk about one quick thing. I know right now with the way the Mets and the Yankees are playing, obviously it's not good. But I've been following baseball for a long time, and I want to see if you could see this comparison as well. These Mets and Yankees team, they kind of remind me of that 2006, I know this is crazy to say, that 2006 St. Louis Cardinals team. Both teams have a very talented roster like the Cardinals did with a young Pujols, a young Molina, a young Wainwright, Scott Rowland, and they finished the season at 83 and 79. And like I said, I see a lot of comparisons. I think it's just a matter of time. I mean, I know it's late in the season, but I think it's just like they're going to put it together. I still believe that both of these teams are going to put it together at the right time. And we've seen in previous years with the Diamondbacks and with the Rangers that one year, all these teams put it together at the right time, and they went on a run, and they, one went to the World Series, one won a World Series. So, again, I see a lot of comparisons with that 2006 Cardinals World Series team. And I just wanted to see if you kind of think the same thing and kind of see their future.
Thanks for the call, Tom. No, I don't. Not at all. I don't. I don't believe. All season I've been on record saying I don't believe the Mets or Yankees are getting to the World Series, winning it. I do think they both should be postseason teams, but I can't compare them to, Pujols and Yachty and future Hall of Famers. Even though both teams have future Hall of Famers, I don't see it, man. And the game is so different now. I don't think we realize how much the game has changed. I don't think we realize how different baseball is. Just the pitch clock stuff this year. We don't talk about that enough. Just the whole cat and mouse game between, you got to make eye contact. Are you engaged? Are you violation. Take your base. Batters playing their games, pitchers playing their games. Just the pitch clock alone. Wait till they put this automatic balls and strike system in. It's different, right? We've got a Manfred's man on second for extra inning games. I didn't see how the Blue Jays won today, but I'm sure they were aided by that. The bigger bases, even the fact that right now, right, if you're a Mets fan and we're looking at this postseason race, we live in a time right now with these extra wild card teams where it's okay, the St. Louis Cardinals, the Arizona Diamondbacks, the Cincinnati Reds, the San Francisco Giants, all those teams think that they have a shot with 18 games left to make it to the dance. And they shouldn't. Even with the thought about, win the division and have, the best two records in the league so you can get a bye. A bye? Yeah, a bye. So you can rest for a week versus have to play a 3-game wild card set. It used to be a 1-game do or die sudden death game. It's just different now, man. I don't trust it. I look at these teams, specifically their front offices and their managers and how they do things day by day and how cavalier they are about it. That's why I started the show tonight. Is it me? Is it us? Frank the Tank is losing his mind, but Frank is right a lot. There's some Yankee fans that hate the team, but if you listen to what they're saying, some of these people were way ahead on Volpe. Some of these people were way ahead on guys like Mark Leiter Jr. or Devin Williams or whatever, Aaron Boone. I don't know, man. And I just think that you are who you are, and when the time comes in October, they're going to be that again, and that's going to be their downfall. Bullpen mismanagement or sticking with a player or, even, I think Robbie and Lennox mentioned Volpe bunting. And I felt like that was Boone trying to help him. Hey, kid, go up there and lay down a bunt.
Anyone can get down a bunt. If you're in the major leagues, you should be able to
go up there and make it out.
Yes.
And this is an acceptable out. And you couldn't even do that. And so, Ryan McMahon behind him, not for nothing, Ryan McMahon had played well. But, I don't know, man.
And then on top of that, and again, nobody wants to get on Trent Grisham, who's been incredible this year. But I'm sorry, it's 3-0, and you have Aaron Judge on deck. Take a pitch, dude. I'm sorry.
Someone asked me on Twitter, why is he not taking that pitch? I said he's got 30 homers.
I don't. Who do you want up in that in a big spot?
No, you get Judge up.
Oh, that's the point, right?
You pass the baton.
Again,
you take a look at that.
Yeah, I think you have to, and he makes a great catch earlier in the game. Grisham has been incredible this season. The dude's going to get paid a lot of money, but it's 3-0 and you have Aaron Judge on deck.
Who already homered tonight.
What are we doing?
Yeah, no. I mean, you look at a pitch, and maybe you look at another pitch till the count is full. But like I said, this is Trent Grisham. He's a different guy now. He's got 30 homers. He's like, I'm about to boom this one. No, I'm not. Well, next guy's up. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Carlos in Clifton next.
Hey, Keith, what's up?
Talking through the things. Took a L.
I don't know how a lot of people think that bunting is such an easy thing, especially with somebody that's going through it. You have to be precise. You have to get that. There's more. By having him bunt in that situation, you're putting more pressure on the kid. He's broken already.
I just got to stop you, Carlos. I know it's not easy. None of this is easy.
Right.
But, Volpe is an automatic strikeout. I was listening to Dave and Susan. I think they said he struck out 31 times in his last 85 at-bats. I felt like that was Boone almost throwing him a bone, like, hey, come on, here, do this. Like, he's got to be able to do that. I just talked about Peraza, and when Peraza couldn't do it, we killed that guy. Like, you're not a power hitter. You got to be able to lay down a bunt for us, man.
But, Keith, honestly, have you watched him bunt? This is not the first time Boone's had him bunt. Have you watched? I think he got one bunt down that I watched, and the Yankee bench went crazy. I mean, this is playoff baseball technically now.
Yeah.
This is not the regular season. We're in playoff baseball. So was Goldsmith on the bench? Do you bring him in that situation? Let him hit? And then put cover in for defense. He has to do something. They can't be putting this kid. It's almost like, and I'm going to let you go after I say this. It's almost like this kid has pictures of Boone and Cashman on Epstein Island. It's incredible.
Thanks for the call. I knew you were going to say that. That's what everybody's saying. What dirt does he have on the organization? Because we've never seen this. I'm even talking to Big Mac out there. And Big Mac, I know you can hear me. I'm like, Chris Carter, Joey Gallo, Aaron Hicks, Josh Donaldson, they weren't this bad. But when have we ever seen it? It's compounded because of the position he plays. Shout out to my guy Joe's McFly. He got a lot of flack for comparing the treatment of Jason Dominguez to Anthony Volpe. And that conversation ends with just, he's an outfielder. They have other options in the outfield. Plenty of other options in the outfield, actually. They put Stanton out there. They can run Belly in left field, Grish in center, Stanton in right. Now Judge is back. They don't have to play Jason Dominguez. He's not going to get the run that Volpe's gotten. But from the time that Volpe won the job and they passed on all of these shortstops and they wanted him to be the drafted, homegrown, developed, local kid that plays shortstop for the New York Yankees, it was just I told you guys, bro, ShopRite in Hoboken. When you come out of ShopRite in Hoboken, there's a big buy Yankees tickets marquee. It's one of those big, it lights and it changes. And I with my wife and I'm like, wow. I'm like, they decided to put Volpe in the middle, with Max Fried on his left and Judge on his right. Judge should be front and center. But it just shows you the marketing side of it, the thought behind it. They didn't even have a backup plan for Anthony Volpe failing. They still don't. Caballero exists, but they don't really want to play him. They want Volpe to get right, and I feel like he can't get right on his own. You can't send him down, Phantom IL him. I don't know, but this is bad. It's not helping anybody. It's not helping him. It's not helping the team. It's not helping the fans. Are you really going to do this in October? That's insane. 888-808-1019. It's about to be midnight. KM to AM returns right after this.
Hey, Yankees fans, come out to Yankee Stadium on Wednesday, September 10th, when the Yankees host the Detroit Tigers, and get ready to receive a very special giveaway. It's Yankees New York or Nowhere Knit Hat Night. The first 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees New York or Nowhere knit hat presented by Benjamin Moore. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com/tickets. That's the Yankees and Tigers on Yankees New York or Nowhere Knit Hat Night, September 10th. Visit Yankees.com/tickets today.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
For all station contest rules, go to WFAN.com/rules.
If you're in the market for Michelin tires, get to Town Fair Tire and get them at the guaranteed lowest price. With Michelin's innovative technologies designed for durability and performance, you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires over all the toughest of road conditions. Plus, at Town Fair, you get free services for life. So if you're looking for the best deal on Michelin tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. This NFL season has finally arrived. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Evan. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel.com/Evan. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
At Dick's Sporting Goods, we have always believed sport has the power to change lives. Community happens here. Change happens here. Sport happens here. Introducing the all-new Dick's House of Sport, bringing new experiences, new services, and unrivaled selection from the top brands to a new place Jersey City can call home. Featuring a rock wall, a HitTrax multi-sport cage, and 3 golf hitting bays. Dick's House of Sport at Newport Center. Grand opening celebration September 19th through September 21st.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Wake up with Boomer and Gio. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 12 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by PoliceOfficersRightToSue.com. Struggles for Sean Manaea continue. Smacked around for 4 runs in 5 innings as the Phillies dispose of the Mets 9-3.
This is a guy that we're counting on. He was huge for us last year. I know this has been a struggle for him, and obviously he's frustrated too. But we're gonna need this guy. We brought this guy in here to make an impact, and our job is to continue to help them.
Mets had no answers for Ranger Suarez. Mustered just one hit over 6 scoreless while striking out a career-high 12 batters. Kyle Schwarber is 50th Jack of the Year as the Phillies now own a commanding 9-game lead in the division. As for the wild card for the Mets, the Reds have now jumped in front of the Padres 4-2. They head to the bottom of the ninth at San Diego, while the Giants continue to lead the D-backs 5-3 in the bottom of the eighth. If those scores hold, the Giants would be 2 games back. The Reds would be 3 back. Tigers put up a 9 spot in the 7th, pulled away from the Yankees 12-2. Will Warren, 6 innings, a 2-run ball, but Fernando Cruz, Mark Leiter Jr. combined to allow 9 runs, 4 hits, and 4 walks.
Look, we just got away from us. 5 ends up being 5 with the hit batter, free passes. We managed contact. It's not like we got hit a lot all over the yard and some balls finding holes, but just too many free passes.
Aaron Judge, Cody Bellinger each went deep. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays scored twice in the 9th, again in the 10th. They outlast the Astros, so Yankees now 3 games back. And the Giants got to have to make do without Micah McFadden for a significant amount of time. Needs foot surgery. Is expected, though, to return at some point this season. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and
we're streaming live on YouTube, the Odyssey app, iHeart app, TuneIn app, WFAN.com, 101.9 FM, 660 AM. We got a full rack of calls. We're talking about the Mets. We're talking about the Yankees. The Mets lose 4 in a row. Juan Soto and Pete Alonso combined for 4 strikeouts each back-to-back nights. That's not going to cut it, big money guys. Not down the stretch here against your nemesis, against a team that, I don't know, man. Doesn't matter. They can't win the series now against the Phillies. They can't win the division now. Now, as a Met fan, you got to sweat it out. As a Met fan, every game, you got to live and die with every game. Every pitch, every out, really. Your season is on the line. And it didn't have to be this way. As I talk about the big money spent on that lineup, Lindor didn't cut it either. So from Lindor, Soto, Alonso, that's millions spent on those guys to not come through. And the pitching is in there. I wouldn't throw Sean Manaea. I would not give him another start. But that's just me. I'm going Peterson, Holmes, Tong, Sproat, McClain, bullpen game. The rest of the way. And let the chips fall where they may. It's a lock that Manaea is not going to have it. It's a lock that he's going to give up homers. Like, even his start before, I remember being on talking about, he gave up a first pitch homer to Jahmai Jones. He's cooked. Former Yankee legend, Jahmai Jones. Speaking of Yankee legends, I really don't know the last time we've seen Joey Gallo, Chris Carter, Aaron Hicks. I can't think of the last time we saw an everyday starter, excuse me, an everyday starter be this miserable at the plate and just the organization just say, yeah, we're confident in him. Yeah, he's the guy. Yeah, and just keep going. It's insane. It's crazy. Aaron Boone today. Aaron Boone said he considered starting Caballero at shortstop tonight or last night. I bet you he's starting tonight because it's just like you got to shield him from the Boo Birds. You got to shield him from these Yankee fans. They are against him because they think it's insane. They want to be heard. They want to be felt out there because they're like, what are you doing? But he said, I feel like Volpe went through a tough stretch there for a few weeks, a month, and then I feel like on the road trip he started to swing the bat well, again, several in a row. And then he's had a few games here where he struggled. Just finding that consistency has been a challenge for him, so it's something I consider. But I also believe and hope that his best days are here for us down the stretch and hopefully on to October. We saw that last year from him, how good he was for us in October, so we know he's capable, but we have to get there and just find more consistency. That's been a challenge. So that is their plan. They're telling you. Caballero is not going to Wally Pip Anthony Volpe as the Yankee shortstop. They are hoping that he can find it here and then turn it on in October based off of what he did last year. But last year he got a little bit of a rest. And he was bad last year. I remember Chris Kirshner, he's been on it, pulling the numbers like, yo, he's one of the worst hitters all time for the Yankees. But they're just going to ride this till the wheels fall off. What do the Yankees do? They die hard on their own trades, their own contracts, and roster decisions. Because nobody's smarter than the New York Yankees. You guys just wait. You guys just wait and see. They might not be right today. They're going to be right at some point. And I don't know. I'm waiting for it. I don't see it. I think it's sacrilegious. I think it's blasphemous to run a player out there that looks this lost over and over again. I think the more that you let him play broken, the more broken he is. He needs repair, and not in the spotlight, not in Yankee Stadium as we're chasing the division and the postseason. 888-808-1019. Ray is in Brooklyn. Ray, you're on the Fan.
Yo, Keith, my boy, what it is?
Hanging out, talking about it.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. I love how you and C-Mac represent our team, man. And speaking of C-Mac, right, I'm going to cut a little bit from the call for C-Mac where, I'm not completely sold on the Yankees, but I am as, I would say, optimistic on the Yankees as I am any other team in the league, because the league is just not, the Dodgers aren't the Dodgers. Detroit's not really all that good. They just lost to a JV squad that's on the other side of town. And let me just say this, Keith,
anything can happen.
That's what I'm saying. So the Yankees can win the World Series this year. I wouldn't put money on it, but I also wouldn't bet against them. But as far as I'm taking so much joy in what's going on the other side of town by that junkyard over in Flushing, because Keith, all we heard, you, me, C-Mac, and every other Yankee fan and Yankee host has heard is you guys have a Devin Williams problem. You guys have a Max Fried problem.
Yeah, Pete Alonso broke him, and Clay Holmes is going to be better than Max Fried. I'm waiting. I got a ton of receipts. I'm waiting.
I'm going to cash some of mine in right now, Keith. What about the Senga problem? What about the Peterson problem? What about the Manaea problem? What about the Helsley problem? Why don't we hear any of that from the little brother who wanted to continue to berate, just a couple guys on our team? And by the way, Max Fried has turned it around, which gives me confidence. The only thing, Keith, that I would say doesn't, takes a little bit away from my confidence is what's going on with Aaron Judge. It's clearly, whatever's going on with his arm is affecting him at the plate. He's not as effective, and he's not preventing runs in the outfield like he normally does, too, because people are taking extra bases. The scouting report now says, rather than don't run on Judge, it says run on Judge all day. And I saw how 2 runs scored against Max Fried in that inning that he gave up 3. If Judge were healthy and nobody's talking about it, Judge prevents those runs because people are not taking those extra bases. So that's a
but that's the Yankee arrogance, too. The Yankees throwing him out there, telling him not to throw. We'll live with it. It's crazy. It is what it is, though.
Yeah. That is nuts. And Keith, look, I want to address something here, and it has nothing to do with you and your show, but myself and some people, some of my friends, family, they listen to the station, and there's some clown the other day that called the station that I didn't even know who the hell he was. He made a veiled threat at me. His name is Justin in Floral Park, or should we call him Justina? Because for no reason, he's got his panties wet for me. And Keith, you know what I smell.
I gotta let you go, Ray. I don't know where we're going with that. Appreciate you, bro. I did not hear that call from Justin in Floral Park. Justin is probably listening because he's called my show a bunch of times. I know what you smell. We're gonna move on. I think there are problems in Metland. There's a Francisco Alvarez problem for sure. But, Terrence is on the IL now. So you're stuck with him. It is what it is. Cedric Mullins is a problem. But now you got Jose Siri back, so I guess that's but Tyrone Taylor's on the IL. There's a pitching problem. There's been. And, these kids are now about to be heavily relied upon to carry the franchise these next 3 weeks. And I don't see it, man. If you are paying attention, and we're going to go through this if you are paying attention to baseball right now and what teams are hot and how teams are playing, there is not one series left for the Mets that you can say that's a gimme. They'll win that one. You can't. They just at least split this series against the Phillies. They got to win the next 2 games, but they'll most likely lose this series to the Phillies. The Texas Rangers are hot right now. They're believing that they can do something this year. The Padres obviously are fighting for their division. They're going to come to Citi Field and try and take all 3 of those games. The Nationals are playing spoiler. The Cubs are a postseason team. The Marlins are a team that has played better baseball from June on, and they're trying to literally end your season. The Marlins would love, that would be their World Series. They would throw a parade if the Mets are a game and a half, 2 games on the fringe of making or not making the dance, and the Marlins can control that. The Marlins will be trying to sweep the Mets. So it's like, don't let it get to that. Take matters into your own hands. Every time you throw Manaea, that is a scheduled loss. I don't know, man. Ross is in Bergen County on the Fan. What you thinking, Ross?
Man, I love this station, bro. Some of these calls you've gotten loopy, bro. How you doing, man?
Yeah, it's the part of the fabric of what this is. People don't get tired of it. People are always calling, talking, going at each other.
That's what I say, man. That's the fans' family. My buddies laugh at me, but I say the fans' family. It's legit, bro. This Met team drives me nuts, bro. And legitimately, 2023 drove me nuts. 2025 is making my skin crawl, bro. And I didn't get to call you. If you just name dropped him, Alvarez, I didn't get to call you post that at bat to end that game, bro. I'm done. The whole Colin Coward thing. You could go, Alvarez. We're good. You could stay if you want to, but we don't need you anymore. I could take Luis Torrens. You could bring Wilson Ramos out of retirement, bro. I don't give a damn. Anybody, you, me, Paulie behind the glass, anybody would be better behind the plate, bro. I'm thinking when he went on paternity leave, bro, why can't we just send him back on paternity leave? The kid could see her father more, and we don't have to see him as much, bro. Everybody wins.
That's not how it works, bro.
The kid gets to see him more, and we don't have to see him at all.
He's fighting. I will say, this has been a rocky season for him. Injuries, all these different things, working on his swing, working on his mechanics behind the plate.
Bro,
he's fighting to be there for the Mets. He's fighting to be there. You might not want him there, but he's trying to be in the lineup.
Bro, I remember it was 2023. He went a whole month, and this is keep in mind when he got called up, the fielding wasn't. You were almost saying to yourself, the fielding's going to be a con, but the bat makes up for it. And if anything, it's been the complete opposite up until this year, where he can't even catch a damn pitch. How many wild pitches he's given up? But even that's second fiddle now. And you're talking about a guy a couple of years ago. The whole thing with a guy can't even slide. By the way, that's why he's always hurt, because he can't slide.
Yeah.
And he's always breaking his thumb. So it's self-inflicting. It's not even bad luck. It's self-inflicting. The guy can't even do the fundamentals right. And I remember it was August of 2023, I'm pretty sure. He went the entire month without a homer as a bona fide power hitter. People were talking about some injury, and it just kept prolonging and prolonging. So he's either injury-prone, he blows, or it's both. And it's obviously choice C now. And let me say one more thing, bro. I got 2 people right now who are probably the happiest people in the world. And I said that same sentence a couple weeks ago. I said it's Eric Chavez and Jeremy Barnes. That's not the case no more. You remember Eric Chavez? This is such a what have you done for me lately team. Eric Chavez on his high horse, posting on the Instagram story, the noise, where'd all the noise go?
Yeah.
They just lost the game 1-0. You don't hear jack from him no more. I'll give you 2 more names out. Alec Boehm. Right, the whole psychedelic, Panasonic, panoramic, whatever the hell you're calling microphones.
Again.
Well, no. But those microphones, we were going to turn that into the next Grimace, all that. People were showing up to the stadiums with the microphones, with the shirts. You don't see that no more. I'll give you one more name that's jumping with Troy right now. Spike Eskin. You remember that clip talking about look at the Mets record at home versus away? We swept their ass at Citi Field in 3 games. They're going to sweep our ass in 4 games down at their ballpark. So I don't know if there's some Panasonic microphones out in center at Citizens Bank Park, but hey, all of a sudden, Spike Eskin, kudos to you.
Thanks for the call, Ross. Yeah, Spike might have been on to something. But even the home field advantage at Citi Field has started to dissipate. The fans have been there. The fans have shown up. Those tickets are sold. I was there. I was there for Blippy Day, remember? Brought my son to meet his idol. Not his idol, he's 2. Which is his favorite YouTube watch. And I remember sitting there, and as soon as Kodai Senga gave that home run up to Agustin Ramirez, people in my section were like, it's over. Like that Stewie gif. You know the Stewie gif? Where he's at the Met game, the game starts, he takes his hat, and he throws it because the game, as soon as it starts, it's over. That's what it feels like. So you got Clay Holmes on the mound tomorrow against Christopher Sanchez. That's probably an L. Unless they can somehow get to Sanchez. And what version of Clay Holmes are you about to get against this lineup? That's probably a series L. And for the Yankees, I actually feel good about Rodon on the mound after a loss. Rodon on the mound versus Jack Flaherty. He doesn't scare me any. I feel good about that. I honestly feel good about a series against the Tigers if it happens next month. Tonight was the night for the Yankees. They could have won the game. Fernando Cruz didn't have it. You know, Big Mac's going to come on and he's going to tell you the guy didn't get it done. Let's start there. Fernando Cruz didn't have it. He didn't get it done. But if I'm managing the team, I'm recognizing that. And I'm saying, hey, I'm managing for my life right now. But Boone is obviously not managing for his life. But I'm managing like these are postseason series right now. I can affect the game. Timeout, mound visit. Matt Blake, go talk to him. Or I'm like, I don't know. I'm not letting Fernando Cruz come into the game and walk 3 batters. And then let Mark put a lighter to the game and then it's game over. Bob is in Los Angeles on the west side. It's earlier on the Fan. You got it, Bob.
Hey, Keith. You know, watching that game, to quote Joe B., what a disgrace. I'm talking about the Yankees. You know, Boone.
What a disaster.
Is Boone after the game talking about Grish popping out the 3-0 pitch. Quote, Grish has a good at-bat, just misses a 3-0. What?
Yeah, no, we gotta be thinking more there. You are in the moment. I think I joked too, and I already said it on the Fan. He's got 30 homers, but we gotta be thinking. You're the leadoff hitter. Get on in front of Judge. Look at least 2 more pitches till the count is full, but Boone's gonna take up for him. That's what Boone's job is. That's Boone's number 1 job. Take up for all those guys.
The problem is even Judge. I mean, even Judge at this point. I love Judge, but he's Mr. Nice Guy. He's getting the Boone. We're comfy. We're going to go for it. If I'm in my prime, I'm the guy who's going to be a legend or be the legend that never won one. I'm showing some fight. I'm showing some guts. I'm getting angry.
Gentle giant,
I'm not just doing the Boone.
No, he's a gentle giant. He's not like that. He's not like that at all, actually. Thanks for the call, Bob. He doesn't yell. He doesn't get mad. I remember when Judge got ejected for the first time, I was like, what? I can't see Judge. Like, Judge, he just doesn't have that way about him. He's a monster, but he's not a monster. Like, he's a huge person, but he does not have that in him. Like, I think Stanton might have a little bit more of the toughness to him. He doesn't yell either. I don't know who the guy that yells on the team is. Maybe Rodon. Maybe Wells, as I heard Kaster say, Wells has been demonstrative. I don't know who yells, who's the rah-rah guy. You need one. Boone's not yelling at anybody. I don't know, man. It gives me pause, and it kind of just, like, I don't fear it because, like, I don't think they're winning anything this year. I would love to go back to the World Series. I would love for them to win the World Series. Selfishly, like, the Yankees win the World Series, my life would change a ton. In the positive, like, if we actually go back to the World Series back-to-back years, win it, I'm gonna be hosting parties at Billy's. I'm probably get interviews with all types of, when you're in this Yankee universe as a radio host and a content creator, all that. So, like, don't get it twisted. Like, I want to win the World Series as bad as anyone else. Like, this is what I do, and I'll be there. But I don't feel it, man. I don't feel it. I don't see it. And I think that too many days go by where we tell ourselves, well, yeah, anything could happen. Or, oh, see, they're playing. And then you get a game like tonight and you realize, like, they're okay with that. They're not embarrassed by that. They're cool with an ugly loss like that. They just chalk that up to that's baseball, Susan. But that's not Susan's brand of baseball. Leo is in East Brunswick next on the Fan. What's up, Leo?
Hey, what's up, man? On the same wavelength. Like, come on, man. You can't go up in a series. You have to come from behind every series.
Yeah. Drop that first
You go
game.
down 0-1, you go down 0-2, then you got to salvage the third. Come on, man. I mean, like, Judge has to, like, at some point step up and, like, lead the way, like, win a series, get ahead, like, I love the guy drinking beers with Rizzo at the Rangers games, but, like, come on, bro, No,
I feel you.
He hasn't won anything. Yeah,
he's in the pantheon of greats. I just saw
State. Yeah, Fresno State, whatever. He hasn't won a championship. Like, come
California
on, bring
cool.
the championship. Yeah, California, cool, which is good. It's all chill, but like, come on, man, bring it. It's New York, you know. We need a guy.
No, you're right. He's got to do it. He is the captain. He is the leader. He's the face of the franchise. Thanks for the call, Leo. You know, to speak on Judge. Andy Martino just tweeted 33 minutes ago why Judge is already a top 5 all-time Yankee. Wait a minute. For homers? You got to win. And if I'm Judge in my prime, and stay with me here, you know what I'm mad about with Judge? And it ain't even Judge. It just naturally happens. I'm mad that the people that say Judge is injury prone, they get to point at Judge again and be like, see, look. I'm mad at the people that say, Judge signed a 9-year contract. He's 33. He's breaking down. He's a big body guy. He's got to play first base or he's going to DH. He's not going to see the end of that contract. I'm mad about that because I'm like, they're right again. Judge has to, like, have some urgency that I think everybody would pick up on. Because it's like, Judge has to be the one to be like, yo, they're putting me in the Pantheon. I'm not in the Pantheon. I haven't won. We need to win it this year, guys. Again, look at the road. Last year we got there through the AL Central. This year we'll probably have to go through our own division, but we shouldn't be afraid of our own division. We just beat the Blue Jays. We just beat the Astros. They can win these next 2 games and beat the Detroit Tigers. And then go to Fenway, and they should avenge the losses of this entire season. Go take 2 out of 3 in Fenway and feel good about, hey, when we get to the dance next month, we can rock with whoever. But there's got to be more fire. Who's got the dog in them? I want to see who's got the dog in them. Because you're not going to win. You're not going to win being soft. You're not going to be nice guys finish last. Yankees are too nice. And you know they're too nice because they're like what world are we in? This is the participation trophy era Yankees. What world are we in where the shortstop of the New York Yankees, which is like a marquee position in sports, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys, the point guard of the Los Angeles Lakers, the shortstop of the New York Yankees, the shortstop of the New York Yankees can go out there over the course of 3 years and put up some of the worst numbers in baseball, some of the worst numbers in team history. And the Yankees say, yeah, we're cool with that. We're all right with that. Bob is in Chatham. You got it, Bob. You're on.
How's it going there, Keith McPherson?
It's going.
Yeah, just you're talking about numbers. So Evan Roberts broke down. This was a while back, and the numbers have only gotten worse. He broke down Volpe's numbers versus IKF when he was playing shortstop for the Yankees. And if everyone remembers, they benched him for the postseason. It was a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
and then
for
just
Peraza,
let Volpe keep going.
Yeah,
for Peraza.
It's not right.
How did he turn out?
It's not right.
The thing that it's not, and the thing that kills me with is just knowing this team is I can just about guarantee you who's going to be handed the job of shortstop again next year. It's going to be like Gary Sanchez. We all knew he couldn't play, and they let him keep going and keep going.
Unless Volpe wins the MVP of the World Series, no way. No way. The fans
want to bet. I'll pinky bet you. I mean,
they can't just say he's the starting shortstop next year. They got to bring in competition.
No.
The fans are going to be at spring training booing him.
Yeah, I mean, they're booing him when he announce his name now. I mean, I'm surprised the bleacher creatures aren't booing him instead of calling his name at roll call.
If you sit in 203 like I have, we do the roll call and we do Volpe.
Yeah.
And there are a few people in between that go, sucks, Volpe, sucks, Volpe, sucks.
They should.
Every day, every game. And you know what? I watch because I'm there. Volpe is so quick to do his pinching hands, his Italian Tommy DeVito thing.
He wants to end it.
Exactly, to get the roll call to stop. A lot of those guys bask in it. Like a lot of those guys, hey, I want you to be louder, keep it going, chant my family name. Volpe, 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 it's done.
Yep.
He's in a bad one.
Yeah, but
thanks for the call, Bob. He's in a bad one. And like, I'm not mad at him. I'm not piling on him. I'm way beyond that. I'm way beyond he's the whipping boy. He's got to get out of it. He's got to be better. He's got to stop committing errors. He's got to stick to his phone. Like, it's on the Yankees now. It's Yankee arrogance. Hope week continues. They just hope that he wakes up one day and snaps out of it. There is nothing. For them to be so analytically driven to have all of these numbers. There is nothing on paper that anyone can put together to tell us why. Same way the Met fans are sitting there asking, why? Sean Manaea, why? Anthony Volpe, why? This is professional sports. It is not fair. It is not right. Like, that's why I said, is it us? It is us. Like, we're watching a product where we say the best should play. Play the people that give us the best opportunity to win. That's it. There's no other reason. There should be no other rhyme or reason that someone gets to play that much. And like, you get opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to fail. What job do you get to keep and do that? If I came in here every night and I said, biddy, 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 I would not have this job. If I came in here every night and I was like, I don't know what happened in the game. Oh, the Yankees played. Who did they play? Oh, they played the Tigers. Who's on the Tigers? Where were the Mets? The Mets were in Milwaukee? No, they weren't in Milwaukee. If I got on the microphone and didn't know what I was talking about, or if I got in here for 3 hours and didn't take a call, like, I would get a text right now. Someone would be texting me right now. Hey, bro, what's going on? You all right? What you doing? Like, where else do you get to fail at your job over and over again and cost the company, and the company backs you and says, yeah, you still good. You still good. Dave is in Rockland on the Fan. Next, you got it, Dave.
Yeah, I just want to say to Boo/Cash, whoever's behind it, you literally got a shortstop by the trade deadline. Use him. Volpe sucks. He does not deserve to be even on the bench. Maybe bench him. But you literally got Caballero. Why don't you use him?
Because they, like, you know what?
Why do you trade for him?
And I'll say this about Caballero. So let's start with, like, Cashman went and got him. And kudos to Cashman for recognizing the problem. And even with, like, Devin Williams, right? I'm like, he fixed the Devin Williams problem. Devin Williams can't be the closer. Luke Weaver also can't be the closer. He went and got David Bednar. You know, he got Caballero literally in game, traded for a guy in game that could play the position. And the first thought that I had was that was to challenge Volpe. Because when Volpe won the job, he was challenged. He had to compete to win it. So I feel like iron sharpens iron. Competition brings out the best in us. And there was a little bit of that with Volpe, right? They went to Miami next. Volpe hit then. He did have a little bit of success, but the errors kept coming. And now he is back to being broken. And with Caballero, he is annoying AF. Like, he's a liability. In that game that he got thrown out of in Houston, the first game of that series in the fourth inning, it's like, come on, bro. We're facing Framber Valdez. We need you in the lineup. You're arguing with the umpire because you feel like you didn't swing on a hit by pitch or whatever. You get tossed out of the game. That's detrimental. He also got tossed out of a game in Tampa where I think it forced us to put Stanton into the outfield. And it's like, so he's a liability. They don't trust him either.
Right. But I don't understand. You could get rid of Josh Donaldson. You get rid of Joey Gallo. Why don't you do this to Volpe?
Yeah, because it's deeper, Dave, and I know it. And I don't care anymore because I am a Yankee fan. I was a Yankee fan before Anthony Volpe was born. I root for the laundry. I root for the team. That is hilarious. Well played. Shout out to Dave. One of our bosses here literally just sent the text like, hey, bro, you all right? What's going on? What are you doing? That's what I'm saying. You think there aren't people at WFAN listening every hour to make sure we're doing our jobs and doing what we're supposed to do? There is no job in the world that you can go out there and just strike out, throw the ball in the dirt, let the ball bounce off you. I knew he wasn't making that play. That ball that dropped in center field, I've seen him make plays like that. I've seen him make plays like that in the outfield, but I just knew he's in a bad one. He's not getting to that ball. He was there. He couldn't get his glove to the ball. But we're just going to keep it going because this is the Yankees. They're smarter than us, right? And I mean, I don't know. I hope. This is my last hope week continues. My last hope here is that they're right because there is no other plan. They can play Caballero here and there, but like I just gave you the examples of why they don't trust him. This guy got thrown out at second base in that 2-game set in Tampa, just being a hothead. He got thrown out in the fourth inning in Houston in games that matter. They don't trust him either. He's a liability. Even though, like, he's going to have better at-bats, he's going to steal bases, whatever. My last hope is that Volpe does just kind of break out of it. I had hoped him pulling up with that blonde chick, what's her name? El Joet. I mean, she's famous now. She wasn't famous before. I had hoped that, like, maybe that gave him a little bump. The world's seeing, like, hey, off the field, I'm Derek Jeter. I learned from you, Jeets. I thought that tonight he was going to come out there off of that. Hey, everybody sees my girlfriend. And it didn't help. 888-808-1019. My last hope is that he does break out of it and has a good postseason. And then we forget about all this, right? That is the only way. Just like as the last caller or two callers ago was like, yeah, he's going to be the starting shortstop next year. No, he didn't put together that kind of year. They're going to say goodbye to a bunch of these guys. Paul Goldschmidt, gone. Luke Weaver, gone. Trent Grisham, qualifying offer, but potentially gone. Guys that actually hit and produced and helped. You can't tell me that Anthony Volpe is locked in as a starting shortstop because I don't think you're serious. And next year, you got Garrett Cole coming back. No, we got to take a break. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see Mike Tyson. Return of the Mike Tour coming to Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Atlantic City on January 23rd. From our friends at the Hard Rock Hotel Atlantic City. Tickets go on sale Friday 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from the Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always go the extra mile when you're hurt in a car accident. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sal Licata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife, which, as you know, isn't easy. If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
New York sports is more than a game. It's a lifestyle. WFAN is the only place where Yankees, Mets, Giants, and Jets fans come together and sound off. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Yo, 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 yo. I love this beat right here. I might have to use this. I don't know if I used this last year for the NFL raps. I know I had a regular rap. So I came in, I was like, wrote a rap today. Figured I should snap today. It's a freestyle Friday, no Apple Pay. Just download the free Odyssey app today. Something like that. Just download the free Odyssey app today. KM to AM on the mic till it's Saturday. That was the bar. I missed it, but you know, you get the point. I'll rap a little bit. I spit some every once in a while. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Hello. Thanks for holding. Thanks for waiting. Did you give me a sunshine, give me a dew during the break or something? I don't know. I stepped out. My allergies are killing me. I know if they're seeing me on YouTube, I'm ducking my head to sneeze, to blow my nose. I think I accidentally burped on the mic. I'm going through it, man. I'm going through it. It happens. I should be asleep. But I work nights because I like to be here with all the fans that stay up and talk about the games. I'm watching this Mets game right now, and you knew the Phillies were going to get some get back as Kyle Schwarber has 50 bombs. You knew the Phillies, even without Trey Turner, without Alec Boehm, without Zach Wheeler, like the Phillies, they're on their way. They are in a championship window. This is a team that gave up a lot to go get Harrison Bader, Joan Duran, and they think they can win the World Series this year. And the crazy part is, like, if they got into a series with the Mets, I don't care who pitches for the Mets. I don't care how you set up the lineup. I'm taking the Mets in that series. Like, isn't that maddening for Met fans to be like this team could, if the Phillies go on to win the World Series this year and the Mets somehow miss the postseason, you'll forever remember this season like, yo, we dominated them. We owned them at some points. The Mets got to get right here, and I'm done pitching Manaea. I'm telling you, the rest of the way here, 17 games, whatever it is, you have Clay Holmes. Why not go Clay Holmes, Peterson, Tong, Sproat, McLean, and if you have to throw a bullpen game, they were throwing bullpen games in July. Calling up any random guy. David Stearns was doing that. From Zach Pop to Hagenman to Davinsky to all these random-ass guys coming out of the bullpen. Dickie Love, lady. Do that instead of throwing Minaya. But I can tell because Mendoza went to the same school of managing as Aaron Boone, and it must be coming down from the top. I can tell that they're going to keep pitching Minaya the rest of the way. He's healthy, but he's not. He doesn't look right. He does not look like the guy. They keep talking about last year. He does not look like the guy from last year. The Mets have to make the postseason. They can't afford to lose more games. They've lost 7 out of their last 10. It's a 4-game losing streak. And you can't be in a position where you're hoping that the San Francisco Giants have a tough schedule the rest of the way and they just lose. Maybe they won't. Oh, they've got the Dodgers. Maybe they beat the Dodgers. Or the Reds, right? The Reds own the tiebreaker over you. So the Cincinnati Reds, you're looking at who they've got the rest of the way. They've got the Cubs and the Brewers. They've got a tough, I don't know. The Mets have a tough go at it. With the way that the lineup or the way that the schedule is lined up for the Mets, there is not one series. Maybe you can say the Nationals. Maybe the Nationals in your building, you're a lock to take 2 out of 3, maybe sweep. But just with the math, with how many games you need to win to shore up that postseason spot, you have to win series. And there are not many series left that I can look at and say, yeah, they're going to win that series. 888-808-1019. Dave is out on Staten Island on the Fan next. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Keith. How are you, man?
Hanging in there.
Good, good. So first of all, I just got to say, you bring a lot of great insight into the, the sports world. So thank you so much for all the hard work you do.
Yeah, I got to do the job. Like I said, I can't show up here and just not know what I'm talking about, not talk about it, not entertain. Like some people have millions of dollars to do their jobs and not do their jobs, like Volpe's doing right now.
Facts.
Or Sean Minaya.
That's a whole other story. I can relate more to that one. Where do you see this going? In other words, let's say worst case scenario, the Mets don't make the postseason. Can you see both Mendoza and Stearns going, or would it just be one of the two?
They're not, and that's the crazy part. Steve Cohen has done more for the team, right? Like Steve Cohen got you both Juan Soto and Pete Alonso with his pockets, but these guys are safe. It's year 2, and I'm starting to feel like they, in the back of their mind, were always like, "Hey, it's year 2. We're still kind of feeling things out. Hey, it's year 2. We were ahead of schedule last year. We need to find out about this, the system. We need to find out about these young arms. We need to find out about Beatty and Vientos and Acuna and Ronnie Mauricio this year. You go get Juan Soto and everybody's thinking World Series because Juan Soto already has a ring and he played in the last one. But really, this is an evaluation year for us. I think those guys are safe.
Wow. I tell you, I guess it was, over the top of, what they played last year at the playoffs and catching the hot hand. And I get all that. But I always had the mentality after coming off a year like that, I would have preferred you go in all in completely. I mean, if you got that close, how could you not go all in? So it's very hard for me to swallow, and I understand what you're saying, but it's very hard for me to swallow this is an evaluation year when, to me, it should have been an all-in year completely.
You shouldn't. As a Met fan, and thanks for the call, Dave, and Mets fans, you shouldn't take this lightly because the owner called you out and said, he expected you at the ballpark. Hey, we expected to be competing for first place. We expected to be competing for the National League pennant. We expected to actually get to the World Series this year, and, confidence is fading. You didn't do enough. You didn't do enough. You didn't sign strong enough pitchers. You didn't sign enough pitchers. You got to have 10 different guys to get through a season as far as starters go. You didn't have enough reinforcements. Juan Soto is great, but Juan Soto can't pitch. For all the money that you put in Juan Soto, and now you raise ticket prices next year, the Met fans want to go to October. I said it, and there's actually a drop. Listen to Keith McPherson at night. Where I do believe the Mets are going to make the postseason. But, these shows are nightly. And in my drop, I'm like, you don't do all that stuff to enhance the ballpark experience, add the LED lights and the mascot race and have Blippi come through and add a dance crew and do all this other stuff to miss out on the revenue that you'll gain in October, to miss out on making memories again. Mets fans were dancing in the streets out there with the run that they made last year. You're going to come up short of the postseason and not getting, I just don't see it happening. It can't happen. So when do they turn it on? I would assume it's now with Clay Holmes on the mound against Christopher Sanchez to split this series against Philly. Then you come home and you got to take the series from the Rangers. But I don't believe that. I'm just saying that. I'll be here the next few nights and we'll be talking about it. You got to see it though. Like there's issues here, and it isn't just the pitching. It's not like they scored a bunch of runs today. They scored 3 runs today off of Vientos homer. Juan Soto drove in a run. But still, like 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position, left 7 on base. I just feel like the momentum and the vibe is crushed when you're down 4-0 in the second inning and it's Sean Manaea on the mound and he doesn't have it. Surprise. Rico out on the west side, Los Angeles, on the Fan in New York.
Hey, nice to listen to you. Very frustrating as a Mets fan because, there's 3 points I wanted to make. That game, the Mets are basically always 1 hit away, 1 out away from games they could have won. About 12 games this year, they're like 1 hit away, 1 out away. And the difference is these last, the game Sunday and the game Monday are like tapping them out at what the team does wrong. Sunday night game, you had Acuna, a pinch runner who didn't run.
Mm-hmm.
We somehow didn't find a way to get to second base. So that hit that Nimmo gets doesn't tie the game. It just gets him to third base. We get to sit. We get him to second base, not even third base. We get to sit there and when there's a game-winning double play. And last night the night before the same thing. I guess the second and third, 1 out. But we got Mauricio as a pinch runner for Alonso, who somehow can't score on a double all the way in the corner in the farthest part of the ballpark. I mean, they're just not doing that extra thing. And whose fault is it? The runner's fault? Is it the manager's fault? Now, that's the thing. The second thing is...
Yeah, same thing happened against Milwaukee with Starling Marte. Same thing happened in your building when they didn't send Tyrone Taylor. I forget who the Mets were playing against. But Tyrone Taylor was putting on the brakes, and it's like, you got to send him. You could have walked that game off.
That's right. That's on the manager. And the other thing, this whole pitch tipping thing, the catchers are tipping the pitches. Do the calculations. When the guys are on one knee versus the left knee versus the right knee, they're tipping the breaking balls. It's like when Ramos was catching Diaz and he had his worst year ever because Ramos, his knees were bad. He stepped back on his knees as opposed to up on his hinges, and he would give away the breaking ball. The catchers were giving away Helsley's pitches and Springer's pitches, and these guys are suddenly just waiting and taking these balls out of the strike zone. I mean, there are obvious things the fans are watching, and it's not happening. And you called it earlier. They really didn't get enough pitching for this. And now our pitching is exposed. And whether this is like, hey, let's see how the kids do, these young guys develop, we don't have enough pitching. And we may very well miss the playoffs and take a major step backwards. The question is it the manager's fault? Who's supposed to make these corrections?
They're all at fault. They're all in the sinking ship together. Thanks for the call, Rico. If they do miss the postseason, they're all at fault, but they're not going to fire anybody. I mean, it's the Mets. They're not going to look at it like that. They're not. Steve Cohen, who is still a new owner, even though he talked World Series, I think we could win 2 World Series in the next 10 years. Honestly, this is the 5-year window. They're supposed to win the World Series this year to hit that first mark. But it's the second year of David Stearns, not Billy Epler. It's the second year of Carlos Mendoza, not Buck Showalter. They're going to say, it's the second year on the job. Mendoza's contract is 3 years. They're going to look at it like that. Next year. But as fans, we don't feel that way. There ain't no next year, bro. If anything, we're going off of last year. We're in next year. We're like, yo, you were facing the Dodgers in the NLCS. You were 2 wins away from going to the World Series. You got Juan Soto. We're in next year now. And it feels like we've gone on this long journey and we're running out of gas. It feels like this expensive car that, you bought us, this Centurion Ferrari, as I used to call Juan Soto. Yeah, that's cool and all, but as we get to the end of this long path, 162 games, this car is running out of gas. And you're fueling it up with young guys like Brandon Sproat and Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong. And it's like, yeah, that was a quick pop for a little while. But, like, even, like, how do you expect them to perform in October when the pressure's on? When it's the only game on TV, when the ballpark is sold out. These kids are going to be sweating. It's going to be a little different than, facing the Marlins. Like, that's unacceptable. And the fans should be vocal and loud, right? They do Amazing Day. They do the Mets house. They do all these things. Like, I get a lot of flack for the things that I've said on air, but I've kept my own receipts. If the Mets do come up short, I'm going to go right back to where I was in the beginning of the season. Right? I had a video that took off where I was like, none of that equates to winning. You can miss me with all that extra rinky-dink stuff. Bring some pitchers in. You can miss me with all of that. Have some reinforcements here. Have some actual backups here in the outfield. Have some actual backups here in the infield, behind the dish. Stack the deck, as I tell the Yankees to do. All that other stuff is marketing, and all that other stuff is cool to get to, generate buzz. But you know how you generate buzz? You win. The Mets had that buzz in the beginning of the season when they had a 5.5 game lead in first place, when they were the best record in the National League. That has evaporated fast. Gregory in Atlanta, back on the Fan in New York.
Hey, Keith, what's going on, brother? I had to call in today, but hey, all your takes are spot on. But hey, I just got a few things to say real quick, but it's going to kind of encompass everything you said and some of these callers. We are currently living in the New York baseball multiverse. But here's the plot twist, my friend. When, just like in the Marvel movie, when Doc Strange opened up the portal for the guys to go through,
yeah,
the Yankees will go through, the Mets won't. And I'm a Mets fan, but I'm a realist. I'm going to get a champagne bottle, but I'm going to tell you why I'm getting a champagne bottle. If we get through there, I'll crack the champagne bottle. If we don't, I'll still crack the champagne bottle because somebody's head is going to fall. It's not going to be Mendoza. It's going to be those hitting coaches, which I've been preaching from the get-go.
No, you're right about that.
You have no idea. I want them gone, brother. They got to go.
No, you're right about that. As I said, Mendoza, it's the second year of Mendoza, second year of Stearns. Those will be your sacrificial lambs. Eric Chavez and I forget the other guy's name. They'll just get rid of them and hire some new guys.
Yeah, but here's my.
Didn't Mendoza inherit Eric Chavez? Wasn't Chavez there before Mendoza? Yeah. So that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, I didn't realize they.
It's not his guy. That's exactly what's going to happen. This is not my guy. I don't know this guy. This guy was here when I started working here. You're gone. You're fired.
Oh, here's the other thing, real quick, regarding. I like Buck Showalter. A lot of people was giving him grief because he didn't play Vientos. That wasn't the case. We had Vogelback. Sorry, I called him Crackleback as a nickname.
Daniel Vogelback.
And you know who's forcing it down Buck's throat? Billy Epler.
Yeah.
Thank you, exactly.
I remember those lineups coming out, and every time the lineup came out and Vogelback was in it, the Met fans being like, why are we doing this? He sucks. He can't hit.
Yeah. Hey, but Keith, I just got one more last thing, and then thank you. But it's so funny that you say what the issues are going on with the Yankees, and then the issues go to Mets and I'm being a parallel. But like I said, at the end of the day, Mendoza is Aaron Boone. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Aaron Boone Light. He came out of the Booney school managing. They're eerily similar in the post game, even in game. Wait, why'd you pinch hit this guy here? Now you don't have this guy available. Wait, what are we doing? What, you going to Ryan Helsley again? Devin Williams. Yeah. You're pitching Sean Manaea again? Like, that's what they were doing. I'm like, Sean Manaea reminds me right now of Luis Severino, not Luis Severino last year with the Mets, 2 years ago with the Yankees, where we knew every Luis Severino start was a scheduled loss. He's batting practice. Sean Manaea is batting practice right now. But they just keep saying, oh, this guy has been this for us. I don't care about the past. What have you done for me lately? I'm going off of right now.
True that. Hey, Keith, always a joy. Thank you for taking my call and let me vent a little bit. But I'm being a realist. I'm going to get that champagne bottle, by the way.
Thanks for the call, Greg. 888-808-1019. It is, I cannot think of the game. I'm trying to go back. I think it might have been the Guardians game. I'm like, my computer is freezing right now. But that game where Tyrone Taylor the fastest guy on the team is coming around third, and they held him up, and they would have walked it off. I remember that night being like, what the? At least, yes, it was the Guardians, because I remember it was Carlos Santana who had to make the throw, and I remember coming on saying, Carlos Santana doesn't have the arm to make that throw, and he bobbled the ball. What are you doing? What are you doing? Send him. At least make them make the play. That's a game. If you end up missing the postseason by a game, remember that game. And all these other little games, Marte in Great American Ballpark, in Miller Park, in American Family Field, or whatever they call Wisconsin, Milwaukee now. That Milwaukee game could have pinch ran for him. Even last night, Mauricio is your pinch runner, bro. Didn't he have a knee operation? Make it make sense. And then Jose Siri's available today. He couldn't have been available the day before. And then even the Reds game, Hunter Green, 12 Ks. And that game, they lose 3-2. It's like, you can't. It's baseball. You can't lose these games that you can win. Like they're precious, especially late in the season. You got to do anything to get that run across. And when that doesn't happen, I look at the manager. And I know the players, man, but the manager's got to be thinking. The manager's got to be heads up. Speed on the bags. We're sending guys. What's the worst thing that can happen? You get thrown out at the plate. What's the best thing that can happen? You take the lead. You win the game. 888-808-1019. It did come back to me. It was that Guardians game. That ball that was hit the right field. I forget who hit it. And Carlos Santana, who they ended up releasing, there is no way in my mind that he was going to throw out Tyrone Taylor at the plate. The Mets should have walked that off. What happened after? They lose that first game. They go on to get swept. In the last game of that series, Gavin Williams no-hit them for majority of the game until Juan Soto had his Mets moment. Keep McPherson on the Fan. One more hour to go. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
Remember, for years, we were evaluating him on a quarterback that they could sit there and say, well, this wasn't our guy. He was forced on us. Well, that guy went out and had a spectacular week one elsewhere.
Look good.
And your guy that you brought in was awful. So is it Daniel Jones or is it Brian Dable?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone knows when Sunday comes around for kickoff and tailgates, you gotta come ready. And who's the MVP of my game day spread? Mike's Amazing Mustard. This stuff just isn't a condiment, it's the first round pick. Put it on your hot dog, your sausage, or your favorite hero, and it's an instant touchdown. It's bold, it's got that perfect bit of spice, and it always delivers in the clutch. So this season, when it's 4th and goal at the grill, don't pass the ketchup, pass the mustard. Mike's Amazing Mustard. Find it this season at ShopRite.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hey
Hey, New York! Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios Home Internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right, just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers. Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Talk sports with Evan and Tiki. Afternoons from 2 to 7. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 1 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Kyle Schwarber blasted his 50th homer. Harrison Bader went deep again against his former club. A three-hit night, while Ranger Suarez suffocated the Mets. 6 scoreless innings, a one-hit ball with 12 Ks as the Phillies dismantled the Mets 9-3. Mets now 9 games back in the division while clinging to a 2-game lead on the Giants, and the Reds just 3 back in that wild card.
We will. We're good. You know, we got to play better. You know, we got to fight. You know, we're in the middle of it. You know, like there's no time to feel sorry or. We got to fight, you know. What was in the past is in the past, you know, and we got to continue to take it one day at a time.
Sean Manaea continues to struggle. 4 runs, 5 innings, now sporting an ERA of 5.76. A 2-2 game in the 7th got away from the Yankees. Fernando Cruz, Mark Leiter Jr. combined to give up 9 runs while walking 4 in the inning as the Tigers pound the Yankees 12-2.
Obviously the hit batter, another walk. So just, you know, a rough inning for us and getting in the strike zone, and they were disciplined enough. But, you know, obviously that's the story there in that inning.
Aaron Judge, a solo shot. He passed Yogi Berra for 5th place on the Yankees all-time list. Blue Jays won an extra, so the Yankees now 3 games back, tied with the Red Sox. And Giants linebacker Micah McFadden needs foot surgery. He's going to miss significant time, but is expected to return before the end of the season. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Put WFAN in your contact list. 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
inside the 1 a.m. hour on the Fan in New York. I'm in the live chat talking to everybody. And Pedro says, hey, Keith, I was at the Yankee game tonight, and everyone booed Volpe when he was striking out and bunted and popped up with runners on. Leiter and Cruz stunk up the joint really bad. Have a good show. And I'm scrolling back further, and Shazan David Elkins Halevi says June 13th is affecting the Yankees the same way it's affecting the Mets. Not quite. I remember that was the date. That was Freaky Friday, right? That was the date that I think Evan and Tommy got on air and talked about Subway Series World Series and who was better than who, and both teams went. And the Mets had Pride Night, and you guys know what happened at Citi Field. I don't have to tell you. The Tampa Bay Rays were in town, and yeah. So I'm on ChatGPT, and I said, ChatGPT, what's the New York Mets record since June 13th? The New York Mets have posted a 31-44 record since June 13th. Here we are approaching September 13th this weekend. And speaking of that, come check out the Savannah Bananas. Yo, all right, a couple things with the Savannah Bananas. I'm going to try and get their DJ MC, his name's Sharky. I'm going to try and get him on my show, I think either Friday night. I think Friday night makes the most sense into Saturday. He's from Vineland, New Jersey, a little further south of where I'm from. You know, we grew up playing football against Vineland. I remember they had some big country farm boys. And, now the Savannah Bananas are coming to Yankee Stadium. If you're paying attention to the tour that they've been on, like I saw them go to Clemson, but I also saw them go to Raymond James Stadium across the street from George M. Steinbrenner Field in Tampa. Like they've done college stadiums, they've done football stadiums, and now they have done Petco Park, Fenway, and they're coming to Yankee Stadium this upcoming weekend. The Yankees will be in Fenway, but the Bananas will be in our building in the Bronx. The greatest stage is going to be lit Saturday night and Sunday. Saturday night is going to be more of the party vibe for the 21 and up that like to sip a little bit. And then Sunday will be at 3:30, more of the vibe for the kids. And shout out to the Bananas. I got credentials to go on the field and get some content and interview them. And honestly, that would be my first time doing that. This is my fourth year on WFAN. I've had credentials to go into the clubhouse, interview the Yankees, go on field. I've never done that once. I don't know. I don't feel like that's my territory. Like, I don't work for the New York Post. I don't work for the Daily News. I don't work for NJ.com. Like, I'm a radio host. There's nothing that, in my opinion, I'm really going to gain by going in there and being like, hey, Volpe, huh? But I'll definitely go talk to some of the Bananas players and some of the people. I think they're amazing. I first became aware of them when I was working at John Boy Media in 2021. And Jimmy and Jake went down there, and like the pandemic was upon us. Like nothing was really going on. But they went down there to Savannah, Georgia to check out the Savannah Bananas, who have their own ballpark, their own place where they created their own rules and their own vibe. And back then I had no idea they would become the juggernaut they've become. Go look at the prices of the tickets. The tickets are priced like a Yankee game. You can't get in there Saturday for less than $80. They're more expensive. You can go to the Tigers game tonight or tomorrow for less than what it would cost to go to Savannah Bananas game. And for the high rollers out there, for the people that do have some coin, check out my Twitter, check out my Instagram. David Cohn's Foundation actually is selling seats in the Perfect Suite. A friend of mine, Andrew Levy, owns the suite, and it came available as all of these tickets are sold out. Like all of the tickets in the regular seats, in the bleachers, in the 100, 200, 300, 400 level of Yankee Stadium are sold out for this event. They are on the resale market marked up. That's the thing about the Bananas, too. They don't do that. Like when the tickets went on sale, they were at a reasonable price, and now people are marking them up, reselling them. But if you're interested and you want to have a nice vibe, a nice Saturday night, food, drinks included in the suite, Yankee Stadium, and also make a donation to the David Cohn Foundation, check out my Instagram, my Twitter, at Keith_McPherson on Twitter, at Keith McPherson on Instagram. I put the flyer out. I put the picture of me on MLB Network wearing my Savannah Bananas Roosevelt shirt from years ago. And I'll be in the suite Saturday, and look there for the information to hit them up and, place your bid on a seat. And the way that I see it, as we get closer to the date, even talking to the Bananas, because I was talking to them about, plans and details for what I'm going to do as credential media on the field. I started with them first about tickets, and they're like, tickets are sold out. Like, this event has been sold out. It's week of. Good luck if you're on the resale market. But like I said, if you got a couple $100 or so, a little more than a couple $100 or so, and you want to vibe out in the suite with us, make a donation to the David Cohen Foundation. Saturday and Sunday, there are seats available, and I'll be there Saturday, and I'm looking forward to it. I just know it's lit. It's like Harlem Globetrotters baseball meets the circus meets, I don't know, just baseball on steroids. So that's my little spiel about the Savannah Bananas. 888-808-1019. Also in the chat, going back, talking about Volpe. I'm also on Twitter, and I got this tweet on Twitter about Volpe bunting, and I disagree with it. But like, I don't disagree with the, shout out to Anthony at Amper0627, where he says, he's like, Volpe has probably never had to bunt in his life. I disagree with that. He says, think about it from Del Barton all the way to AAA. He can't do that job either right now. He needs a reset. Send him down. I disagree with multiple parts on this. I said I'll speak on it. One, the part about he's never had to bunt in his life. Of course he's had to bunt in his life. He's an undersized guy. He came into the league like stealing bases, and his speed was his MO. Of course he's had to bunt before. He should know how to bunt. Now, I know that's a pressure-filled spot right there with runners on and to lay down a bunt, where, you're saying he can't do that job either right now. He's got to do that job. And I felt like Boone was putting the bunt on for him, basically saying, you're an automatic out. Go get a productive out. You're an automatic out. At least if you move the runners here, they might not boo you. And he found a way for them to boo him. So as far as him needing a reset, I'd put him on the IO, Phantom IO. Say it's something. Remember earlier in the year, we thought it was that, right? Volpe, like, he had the shoulder. He, like, dove into, like to make a play. He had a hit by pitch in the Red Sox series. We thought there might have been something up with him physically. No, he's healthy. And they always talk about his bounce back and how, like, durable he is, and that's why he plays, but I don't know. I won't even say I feel for him. I don't feel for him anymore. I feel for us as the fans having to watch it at this point. It is September 10th. What are they doing with this? He is broken. He needs to be fixed, and he's not going to fix himself on the main stage, Yankee Stadium, all these eyes on him as we're in a race for the division. 888-808-1019. Chris is in Monroe on the Fan next. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, Keith?
Talking to people.
All right, man. So I'm a Yankee fan, as I know you are. My issue here with Volpe, and I don't want to jump on the blame Volpe train, but after 3 seasons, can we all come to terms with this man does not deserve the starting position?
Yeah.
On the New York Yankees.
Yeah, no disagreement there.
No disagreement. Well, allow me to elaborate just slightly on it, right? Just for the people that are disagreeing. This is someone who, for lack of better terms, he shit the bed.
Yeah. You're good. Bring it right back in. Just gotta
21 home runs was his pinnacle. His rookie year, nobody knew him.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah. Go on.
From there, his numbers have significantly dropped every year to the point where he is a career 220 batting average.
Lower.
I mean, I'm sorry, maybe my numbers weren't right.
Yeah, no, it's lower than that. Yeah.
It's lower than 220, and he's the starting shortstop for the New York Yankees. When does it stop? I heard you before say something about phantom injury, just throw him on the list. When do we start really pushing for Bo Bichette next year? I know he's got the little knee injury right
he's
now,
hurt right now.
10-day IL. He's going to be fine. This is a kid. He's 27 years old, coming into the prime of his career. This is someone the Yankees should be looking at to make a push for a World Series because it's obviously not Anthony Volpe. I apologize for using profanity before, but I think it's
understandable.
It's something to watch.
Understandable.
I mean, this is a professional athlete who popped out with a bunt.
Yeah, but it's not even that. It's that on top of leading the American League in errors and being an automatic out, striking out, looking non-competitive, no pitcher, whether it's a starter or bullpen guy, fears him. They go right at him. They strike him out in 3 pitches. Like in the National Series, I was at the game. I could not believe it. He made 2 outs in the inning when we batted around. Like it's so bad. I just like it's like I can't believe that the Yankees can turn a blind eye to it. Thanks for the call, Chris. Like that's where I'm at. I can't believe that the New York Yankees, who said they want to be the Mecca of baseball, the New York Yankees that are supposed to be so famous, their players are so great that they don't need names on the back of their jerseys. This is what you're running out there every day? But it's because he's one of us. That is evaporated, bro. That is gone. I'm from Jersey. When Volpe came up, nobody was rooting harder for Volpening Day, for Volpe to be the guy. I'm trying to win the damn World Series. I'm trying to go to another World Series. I love October, this time we're getting to. I want to have the best opportunity to win. He's an issue in the lineup. He's an issue in the field. You shouldn't be holding your breath every time the ball is hit to shortstop. There should be automatic outs there. Ben Rice shouldn't be over there trying to stretch and scoop and pressure on him. Hit him in the chest. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just one thing after another. Like, we're adding this pop-up bunt tonight. I'm going back to the National Series where I'm like, everybody is getting some. Ryan McMahon homered that day. Austin Wells homered that day. The Yankees had an inning that day where they put up, I don't know how many even runs. I was there. And what stayed with me from that inning was like, yo, Volpe made 2 out of the 3 outs. Like he couldn't even get some in a game where they put up 11 runs and 9 of them were in that third. They scored 9 runs in that third inning. It took 41 minutes. And Volpe made 2 of the outs. What else do you need to see? What else do you need? Like late in that game, they had somebody that strikes Volpe out. That it was like their last guy. It was like the Paul Blackburn of their bullpen. And I saw somebody saying, "Why is Paul Blackburn here for exactly tonight?" That's exactly why he's here for what he did tonight. I don't know. And it doesn't kind of grind your gears and make you so upset as a fan that like you can't boo loud enough for them to hear you? Doesn't it make you upset because like you love the Yankees and you want to win and you go to these games and they can just do whatever they want? They can just like that goes back to my saying, piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Like that's what they're doing. They're running a guy out there that is young, right? That too. He's 24. Is one thing if it's like a player that had been around and done something for the organization for years, and you're like, yeah, his best days are behind him, but I remember when. We don't remember when. It is stubborn. It is arrogant to, put this young guy out there, and you could potentially break him beyond repair. You know what I'm saying? Like this could mentally damage him. Like his mechanics and how far he's gone, he might not be able to get back. Like you're letting him go out there and do these things the wrong way, where like that is the player he's becoming. And I think that's negligent. It's irresponsible. I think the organization has got to be better. You have Caballero playing, and I expect him to be in the lineup tonight. 888-808-1019. Nobody is above the team. I had a tweet and a video take off where I was like, this team's going to be remembered for having so much talent. And even having some things happen this year like Ben Rice, Trent Grisham, Will Warren, Cam Schlittler, that we were not expecting at all. Like even Cody Bellinger. Cody Bellinger's about to have 30 bombs. Cody Bellinger has played a plus right field, center field, left field. We didn't know when Stanton would be back, but he's been back and he's been great. There's been so many little bright spots. Another thing, Jazz Chisholm this year. Let me not leave out Jazz. Jazz had a career year and he missed a month. This team is going to be remembered, though, for 2 whipping boys that cost us games, cost us outs. Devin Williams and Anthony Volpe. And Devin Williams will forever be the poster child for the beard policy change. And Volpe, they look at Volpe like he's Boone's son. Like, they say he's the coach's son. That's the treatment he gets. But, I mean, even the coach's son can't be this bad. And I feel for him because I know it. His family, they're great people. I know his dad. I know his mom. I've seen his grandfather. I'm a Yankee Stadium goer. I've been going to the stadium for 10 years. I met Volpe's dad and his family before Volpe stepped on the field. Speaking of the suite, I met Volpe in the same suite during the ALCS in 2022. I know. But as I know that they are diehard Yankee fans, as I know that they came up going to the old stadium and then the new stadium and they love the Yankees and they watch every Yankee game, like he's struggling right now and they want him to do better, but they also want the Yankees to win. And they see that he's pressing and they see that he's not the same player right now. And it's rough for them. Whether you saw the viral video of Volpe's dad going at it with a Met fan where we obviously didn't see how that all started in Citi Field. His mom, I ran into his mom recently. I gave her a hug, and it's tough. But like that personal stuff, like that has to be put to the side. It does not matter. Winning is the only thing that matters. Producing is the only thing that matters. It doesn't matter who you're related to. It doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't. There can't be any other agenda besides putting the best product out on the field and trying to win the next championship. It's been 16 years. You got embarrassed in the World Series last year. The whole focus of this year was supposed to be the defense. Are you going to die on the hill of putting Anthony Volpe out there in the postseason and letting him commit more errors? It doesn't make sense. Call a spade, admit fault. I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell y'all. JR out on Staten Island. Talk. You got it.
My man, first off, love listening to you. One of the best around, hands down.
Thank you.
Now, on the other hand, Volpe, this guy, he can't figure anything out. You just nailed it. He's pressing too much. But people don't realize this guy, there was a fake gold glove. He had about 25 days from August to September last year where he played very good defense. But if you remember him coming up, he was not known for his glove. It was always Peraza was going to be the shortstop.
Right,
Volpe
and his
was
arm. They said he did not have the arm strength.
Exactly. He had a real good ending to his rookie year, and with the narrative of
but that was the 82 and 80 year.
Yeah, exactly.
And they moved him all around the lineup that year. Oh, let's make him the leadoff hitter. Remember that fiasco? Back-to-back years.
I think he had a 21-game hitting streak. Was last year?
Yeah.
I want to say it was. Besides that,
he was Mookie Betts to start last year. I remember having those conversations. Wow, they figured it out. They got to him. He was looking like Mookie Betts in the box. He was waiting on his pitch, and when he got his pitch, he was hitting it out. He was working walks. He does none of that now.
He does none of that, and that's the big thing I was about to say next is this guy has one of the worst chase rates in baseball. Listen, I'm not an analytic guy at all. I'm old school. I've been watching the game for 25 years. And this guy, he swings at some of the Javi Baez type pitches.
Yeah.
And look at this. I mean, I don't think he's completely broken yet because he's young, he's raw, the talent's there. But let me tell you, man, I cannot watch this guy go out there and just lose games every single week, man.
Thanks for the call, JR. He's not broken beyond repair. He's 24. But they need to actually do the repairs. They refuse to do the repairs. This is not something that can be repaired overnight. Even tonight. He's going to go home, go to sleep. He's going to come back to the ballpark. He's going to take BP. He's going to take his ground balls. It's not enough time. Like, that's why I said, what do they think? He's just going to sleep it off? And I remember all of this. I've seen all of this. They loved the story. Remember them putting out the video when we knew. We watched spring training. He had some home runs, some doubles in spring training. We all hated IKF. We knew Peraza didn't stand a chance. They put out the video of Boone telling Anthony Volpe that he made the team. Viral. Volpening day, one of us, local kid, Jersey kid, got a picture with Derek Jeter, got a picture as a baby in Yankee Stadium, old Yankee Stadium. They eat that stuff up. That's why I talked about the marketing. I'm coming out of ShopRite, and I'm like, why is Volpe the main guy on this Yankee ad? He's the worst player on the team. But when they put together an ad to put in grocery stores to say, 1-800-BUY Yankees tickets, Volpe's front and center. That doesn't make sense. There's so many other better players. On his side is Judge and Max Fried. He should be in the backdrop. But they tried to force it. They tried to make it happen. You can't force things to happen. He was a top prospect. You always hear about Bobby Witt Jr., Gunnar Henderson. He came up with those guys. He also came up with C.J. Abrams. He came up with Corbin Carroll. And he was right with those guys. I'm tired of hearing about what he was in high school. Del Barton. I balled in high school too. It changes. It changes as you get older. It gets harder. It's tough. A lot of us were great in high school. And that's the whole thing. As you age out, it gets smaller and smaller, the percentage of guys that can compete at that level. You got to do different things. I feel like the Yankees are not helping him, man. And I don't know what it is. I would love to hear the conversations. And I think that there's a disconnect. I think Boone wants to play Caballero. And I'm starting to think that, and I could be completely wrong, but I think about this stuff all day. Cashman traded for Caballero. So clearly Brian Cashman recognized the problem and he provided a fix. Now, Caballero, like I said, is a pain in the ass pest, annoying AF. You can't trust him. He's a liability. You put him at shortstop, he gets tossed out of the game. Volpe's right back in. But I'm like, what's Hal Steinbrenner say about this? Because I vividly remember watching Hal go on Joel Sherman and John Heyman's podcast, The Show, and he talked about very proudly how he told Anthony Volpe, you're the shortstop. We're not sending you down. It's on you the whole season. Congratulations. In a way, thinking that was going to shore him up to be like, oh, great. I have all of these options, and they're not going to use them. I've done it. I am Derek Jeter now. No. Should have never done that. We all need to feel some type of urgency. We all need to feel some type of threat. That's what keeps you going. Why do you get out of bed in the morning? You need to go to work to pay bills so you don't get kicked out of your place, so that you can eat, so that the lights stay on, so that you can keep your phone, so you know what I'm saying? We all need a threat of something like that. They never posed a threat. They never sent him down. They're not sending him down now. And here we are fighting for the American League East. Here we are fighting for games against postseason teams, and he's still striking out. He can't lay down a bunt. He's still skipping the ball off the dirt where it's close. They got to review it or whatever. You need a scoop to get the. It makes it harder than it needs to be. 888-808-1019. But it is what it is. It's the bed that they made the bed. They are going to lie in it, and we're going to lie in it too as Yankee fans. I did not see it getting this far. I really didn't. I didn't think that anybody was bigger than the franchise. Not him. Not Devin Williams. But they are literally telling you that they are hoping that he figures it out and turns it on like he did last year in October. Last year is last year. He is not the same. He needs a break. And that's why also, as we break here, they do need to win the division. They need that week off. That week off is going to help Anthony Volpe the most. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I've got 23 minutes left. Please call me up if you have anything to add to my show. KM to AM returns right after this.
After a tough Week 1 loss to the Commanders, Big Blue is hungry, desperate, and ready to respond.
So we got to pick up, move on.
The offense is determined to strike back, and the defense is prepared to hold the line.
We bleed together, we ride together.
This week, the stage is bigger, the stakes are higher. Giants, Cowboys, one of the NFL's greatest rivalries. And this time, it's all about redemption.
We got to get ready to play Dallas and beat them.
Kickoff is 1 p.m. Sunday. The home of New York Giants football is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Hi, we're Wren Kitchens. In our 50-year history, we've made and installed millions of quality kitchens, and now you can find us at the Home Depot across the tri-state area. With thousands of styles and colors to choose from, we offer a free home measurement service and expert design consultation. All of our kitchens are made in the U.S. and delivered directly to you and installed by our specialist fitters. We cut out the middleman to save you money. And with our flexible financing, you can spread the cost over 7 years. Come down to Wren Kitchens at the Home Depot now. Finance subject to credit approval. Offers may change. See website for more details.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Salicata here, and wow, are we thrilled with the incredible job CertaPro Painters did on our house. So clean, so efficient, they actually listened to us and even satisfied my wife.
Which, as you know, isn't easy.
If you've been putting off painting because of the economy or tariff worries, don't. Painting your house is the easiest and most efficient way to protect and raise your home's value. Do what we did. Call CertaPro Painters today.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Hey, New York. Looking for a great deal to stay connected? Now, for a limited time, Verizon's offering Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99. Yes, that's right. Just $69.99 per month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios for just $19.99 per month with autopay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our 100% fiber optic network and reliable 5G network. Fios. For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, Fios $15 monthly bonus discount applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. Bring your phone. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Keith McPherson on the Fan. The last little bit I got here. Didn't talk any football tonight. You know, the only things I was going to say about, and I said this to Dave and in the chat with Fleegs, like, now that it's been a couple of days, everybody has had time to look at the Jets film and grade out the Jets players, specifically the offense, and I'm blown away at, like, how good Armand Membu's, like, you only get one debut, first game ever. Like, that kid looks like one of the smartest draft picks. I don't know if he's going to continue, but it's like he was the best tackle in the league. Justin Fields is another one. His passer rating, his EPA, I'm like, all that talk about coaching, I see it. They came out prepared. The Jets came out well coached. They will learn to finish games. Xavier Gibson better learn not to cough up the ball. The defense will learn how to, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, yeah, you know, I respect it. I see it. Justin Fields, for all, like, we completely underestimated what this Jets offense was going to be. You know, they had the highest graded offense in the entire NFL on PFF. And all we were talking about is they're not going to be able to score enough points with Aaron Rodgers. They're just going to run the ball. And now we were wrong. And Tanner Engstrand, I am very interested to see, because, like, you know, that's week one. They didn't show you everything. I'm very interested to see how the offense evolves and how they continue to keep calling plays and building off of other plays. And they know people are going to watch film and they're going to key on things, and you need other plays off of stuff. So, you know, good on the Jets. And with the Giants, I hear a lot of people saying it's week one. It's one game. And no, it's not. No, it's not. It's year 4 of this regime. And that one loss feels too eerily similar to other losses that you have seen over the years with the New York Football Giants, the field goal Giants. In my rant yesterday, I incorrectly said Leo Washington. I meant Leonard Williams, former Jet and Giant from USC. I know exactly who he is. I hate when I go on rants and I can't pull players' names. I have too many players' names over the years in my mind. I'm like, that was a good rant minus saying Leo Washington. Who the hell is Leo Washington? Leo Williams, Leonard Williams. As there is now a list of David Gettleman players that were here with the Giants that this new regime came in and showed the door to, as they wanted to do it their own way, right? How many times do you hear me talk about Joe Shane's GM book for dummies and how he's the only one with that book? He's the only dummy with that book. And how Brian Daboll is this guru offensive mind coach. Well, I'm waiting to see it. I'm waiting to see it. I feel like, you know, Dallas is a good spot for them. Dallas does not have the pass rush. They do not have the guys up front. Like Dallas has a first-round pick in Mozzie Smith, who's inactive. That's another thing about how do the Giants have Andrew Thomas and Evan Neal in T-shirts? Unacceptable, man. Unacceptable, man. Abdul Carter, though. Quietly, Abdul Carter, he graded out well. That number 3 overall pick, he is what we thought he was. That's why he didn't get so much conversation. They saw it early on in camp. 25 pass rush snaps, 3 pressures, a half sack, 10 run snaps, 3 run stops, had the block punt, Abdul Carter graded out well. The force is strong with him. But they need to have the biggest jump between weeks 1 and 2, which we see happen all the time with that offense. I went back today, and I'm like, let me watch this over again. And the Giants in the red zone, obviously there were some drops. Theo Johnson, Malik Neighbors in traffic. But the penalty that the Commanders committed, like when they commit a penalty like that and give you a mulligan, you got to score. I thought it was stupid to put Marcus Bowe, a rookie, into the game and throw him the ball. A tackle-eligible play. That's basically screaming out to the world, hey, we're going to run tackle-eligible. And it's like a rookie that's his first entrance into the National Football League. And the Commanders didn't respect it. It's just like, this isn't going to work. Don't go into the bag of tricks with goal to go. Go into the bag of tricks like in midfield or further. Anyway, Scattaboo, they got to get him going. He did have a little bit of a spark running over guys, even, his block run protection or pass protection. But, yeah, they try to run plays to confuse the defense, motion guys across, and it didn't do it. And then, there was that play with the 2 tight ends with Manhurts and Johnson, and they kind of it looked like Johnson didn't know where the play was going, and he tried to have a pick play. Just, I don't know. And there was that play where Slayton was open on the backside, but Russ can't get it to him. Again, and this is the last thing I say before we get back to the Yankee calls, the Volpe calls, the Mets calls at 888-808-1019. Everything is predicated off of that offensive line. And if that offensive line gets no push and they get pushed back, it throws off the timing and rhythm of the whole offense. And Russell Wilson is going to get the brunt of the blame, but he's 36 years old. He is not as fleet of foot. Even though he led them in rushing yards, he's under duress. And every week that he's taking hits, it's going to be harder and harder to get out of bed. I can't imagine. Russ and I are same age. I just turned 37 this summer. We played against each other. Well, not against each other. We played with each other. Pause. We were in the same camp at UVA. That's my Russell Wilson claim to fame story, that I was in the same quarterback group with Russell Wilson back in 2005. We're the same age. I think he came out a year after me. I've got a neck injury. I've got, if I sleep wrong, my neck is messed up. I've got bad ankles, broken foot that I feel. I just was in Bernie Williams' softball game. I hit a homer, had a double. I swung too hard on my last swing, dropped the bat. I'm still feeling my shoulder. I can't imagine getting hit by Daron Payne and Javon Kinlaw and Dorrance Armstrong and Fred Warner. And I can't imagine it. So, the countdown is on until we see Jackson Dart. That hourglass is shrinking. The sand is fizzling out because I just don't know how long he's going to be able to withstand taking the hits. I would, again, throw Jameis in there before throwing Dart in there because, you don't want Dart to get his head taken off. What if you get this kid hurt? You want to at least get Andrew Thomas back. But, yeah, we'll get into more football stuff, I know, Thursday night once the Week 2 kicks off for the NFL. Let's get back to the callers right now. Thanks for holding. Tony's in Montreal on the Fan. Go for it, Tony.
Yeah, hi, Keith. I don't know. I'm kind of overwhelmed by the hatred and the negativity, as if one player is causing all of these losses. Let's put it this way: in the last 10 games, the Yanks are 7-3. They're 4.5 games up on the wild card, and they're 3 back on the division lead. And it's like the world is falling.
But
in New York,
Tony, let me stop you. That is their reasoning for continuing to play Volpe. We're winning.
Yeah,
we're overcoming it.
Saying,
we're not losing because of him, so we'll keep running him out there. Go on.
Yep, but what I'm saying, Keith, if New York Yankees don't want Volpe, I guarantee you a major league team will sign him in a minute. And by the way, the guy in Bo Bichette in Toronto is no defensive wizard by any means. He's a good hitter.
I was going to say he can hit. I know his daddy had him in that cage. He can definitely hit.
He can hit, but he can't field like Jeter, that's for sure. And you're not going to find a Jeter tomorrow morning. That's a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. You know that, Keith.
I know. Most of these guys that lead the league in errors are shortstops.
Yeah, guess what? Trey was in Philadelphia. They were bombing him, right? and all of a sudden, you come up with a guy hitting 50 home runs, and everyone forgets about their shortstop problems.
Yeah,
So,
and I hate the Trey Turner conversation because he's a $300 million man. He's an all-star, and that is why they were on him, because they're like, you just signed the contract. Volpe makes $879,000. It's not about the contract. It's about the performance. Thanks for the call, Tony. I just got to move it along. And I have to make this point. The sky is not falling. I think most Yankee fans are happy. I even came on tonight and I said I'm not mad. Shout out to my boy Will, who already clipped me up. And the first thing I say in this video was, too much about the loss. I'm mad about. That's a terrible inning. I really am not mad too much about the loss. I'm mad about. I said I'm not mad about the loss. But like, we're talking through these things. Here is again Anthony Volpe on display where we're like, enough. Pull the plug. Enough. He needs help. But since they're winning, they lost tonight. Since they're winning, they're going to continue to put him out there. We're just having the conversation of how did we get here? How do we get here with our young shortstop? How do we get to the point where he's being talked about as one of the worst players in the league? It isn't negativity. It is facts. So that's another thing, too. I get tired of hearing people say, oh, everybody's harping on Volpe. I was there months ago. At this point now, everybody's gripes and harps are merited. Walt is in Oceanport on the Fan. What's up, Walt?
Hey, Keith. How you doing, brother?
Good.
Good to hear. You want to talk about the Yankees? You want to talk about the Giants?
Both, honestly.
Okay. Can I start off with the Yankees?
Yes, sir.
Volpe has been, what he is getting, okay, is better than Derek Jeter, okay?
Sure.
You got Caballero and you got Rosario, okay, who can both replace him, okay? And Derek Jeter never, ever got that, okay?
Derek Jeter was never told as a young guy, hey, you got the job. We're not sending you down. Don't worry about it. And he was never granted that security. They even brought A-Rod in here, and it was a thing like, hey, wait a minute. I'm not moving off my spot.
No, and 15 minutes ago, okay, when you brought up, like, no, everybody needs a little pressure to pay the electric bill, the lighting bill, and all that stuff. I mean, you're absolutely 1,000% correct about that. Derek Jeter never had that, like, and then Cashman, okay, he nickel and dimed him on his last contract. Now, I'm not, Derek Jeter's made $1 gazillion, okay, whatever, okay.
But he wanted Hanley Ramirez. Cashman wanted Amram. And he made Jeter go out there and, see what you're worth, test the market, come back to us, even after having all those rings and having all those accolades.
Okay, so you were a tremendous athlete, okay, in Monmouth County, New Jersey, okay?
Yes, sir. I was decent.
Okay? You played ball at JMU. You played ball at Monmouth University.
Yeah.
You were a big star. He comes out of Del Barton, which is a small little private school in New Jersey, okay? And how he's given, because you got Caballero and you got Rosario, and those guys are great ball players. Why did you trade for him? You traded for him 7 weeks ago, okay? And you brought him in, and you're not playing him. I mean, like, it's ridiculous. And
he traded for him because he knows, like, you need to have an insurance plan. That is your job as a general manager. You need to have an insurance plan in case Volpe goes 0 for 20, which I think he has.
Well, I think you're right. These are all playoff games at the moment, okay, with Detroit, and then, because now the Yankees going to have to win the next 2 games, okay, and then they go off to Boston, okay? But these are all playoff games right now. This is very, very, very tight.
Yeah. Yeah, they matter. These are the top teams in the American League jockeying for position before we do head into October, and it's postseason level intensity. That's why I was even saying with Boone, I'm like, bro, I don't know how you sit there and watch Fernando Cruz not have it and just let him walk guys, whatever. Like, you should be managing like you're warming up for the postseason, but whatever. What's your Giants point before we?
Thank you. Because I know that's your specialty. I got to be honest with you. The Giants win 3, preseason games, and I know that's just, but mother of goodness, I don't think the Giants are going to win more than 4 games this year. And I'm sorry. I mean, and Russell Wilson, no joke, okay? I mean, he looked like Danny Dimes, okay, in like his first year. Actually, he looked like Danny Dimes against the Cowboys in that Waterford game.
I was there.
You know, like when they got blown out, like
40-0. Rained a bit on us in MetLife 2 years ago.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I was at the game. Yep.
But you know, I mean, I'll let you go. And but it was nice talking to you. I mean, like you know, but I don't think that they're that great.
They're not. They haven't been. And that's why I kind of was taking aim at Joe Shane and Brian Dable, that they've come into this Giants organization and done anything and everything they've wanted. What has worked? It's crazy. Joey Clams out in Brooklyn on the Fan before we get out of here. You're on.
Hey, how you doing, my friend? It's a pleasure. It's mind-boggling that a $10 billion organization don't teach, correct, or preach fundamentals and coach fundamentals. That was a playoff situation with second and third. You have to get the bunt down. They never get the bunt down. And you know what? And the way he was holding the bat, his hands were holding it like he was holding a hero. You got this. I'd rather have a guy out there who's going to make the least amount of mistakes. Not who's going to be the better player. Who's going to make the least amount of mistakes? This is on the coaching staff too, and this is on the player. You should be bunting every day in practice before the game. Put a bucket 30 feet down the line, 5 feet off the line on both sides, and bunt.
Yeah.
Bunt 50 to each side.
Yeah, I don't want to hear the excuse. Thanks for the call, Joey. I don't want to hear the excuse. He hasn't had the bunt since Del Barton. I've seen Juan Soto lay down bunts. One of the best hitters we've ever seen. And when you're struggling, you should practice that bunt. You should have that bunt in your back pocket when you're struggling. But do you think you're above bunting? And then I look at Boone too. I don't know, man. Like Boone puts the bunt on. Did that catch him by surprise? It's just like, it's laughable. Right, $10 billion organization carrying on like this with a 24-year-old player that, you know, makes under $900,000. Like that bunt, to pop that bunt up like that and just walk off to boos, like it's embarrassing for all of us. You know, even the Blue Jays are mocking the New York Yankees. Maybe I just seen Fleegs tweet out the tweet. Maybe they'll play it during C-Mac's show. But like the Blue Jays announcers were mocking the Yankees. One bad inning. It is what it is. We'll get them tonight. I'll see y'all at the Yankee game. That's all I've got. Chris McMonigle coming up next. Everybody be good. Thanks for everybody watching in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you guys keeping the conversation going. Send a link to some friends for Big Mac Show. Let's see if we can get the chat a little bigger. I know we were up to like 140. I think we're at 128 in the chat live right now. So send the link to your friends that are up still talking sports. I'm out of here. See ya. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
Brian Dable waited too long to pull the plug on Daniel Jones.
Agreed with that, yeah.
He allowed it to just fester.
Yep.
He allowed the frustration to not only build in the fan base, but who cares about us? It was building internally, and who cares about the team? It was building with him.
Listen to Evan and Kiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's York's largest upscale gentlemen's club and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Hey! My dad is bringing home the best birthday cake ever!
It was my 5th birthday, and my dad was bringing home the cake.
Should have been here a half hour ago.
The cake never made it, and neither did my dad.
911, what's your emergency?
That was the day a drunk driver killed my dad.
Daddy?
Impaired drivers take lives. Think.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee. Aired in cooperation with the New York State Broadcasters Association.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Cash App is built for this city. You got built-in security that's rock solid. Face ID, scam warnings, 24/7 chat support. It's like having a bodyguard for your money. You work too hard to let anything slip through the cracks. Download the Cash App today. Use code WFAN10. Send $5 to a friend within 14 days, and Cash App drops $10 right back into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. Cash App is a financial services platform, not a bank. Banking services provided by Cash App's bank partners. Prepaid debit cards issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC. Overdraft coverage provided by Cash App. A Block Inc. brand. Visit cash.app/legal/podcast.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 2 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti. Ranger Suarez put forth a dominant effort, 6 scoreless innings, a 1-hit ball with a career-high 12 Ks as the Phillies erased the Mets 9-3. Kyle Schwarber, his 50th homer of the year. Harrison Bader continues to be a Mets killer. 3 more hits, including a homer. While the struggles continued for Sean Manaea. 4 runs, 5 innings, all coming in the first couple of innings, as he seems to think he found something after that, thanks to a talk with Carlos Mendoza.
Mendy, believes in me. So why can't I believe in myself? And it was just kind of a message, just go out there and we're gonna do this thing. And it's nice to hear from the Reds team.
So the Mets now 9 back of Philly, 2 up on the Giants, 3 on the Reds. Tigers erupted for 9 runs in the 7th, turned a tie game into a laugher as they disposed of the Yankees 12-2. Will Warren gave up 2 runs over 6th, and the bullpen imploded. Fernando Cruz, Mark Leiter Jr. combined to give up 9 in the 7th.
It's just one of those nights that we have to just come tomorrow and try to execute again. Like sometimes just don't gonna go your way.
That's Cruz. Meanwhile, Aaron Judge, a solo shot past Yogi Berra, 5th place on the Yankees all-time list. Blue Jays and Red Sox won, so the Bombers now tied with Boston, 3 games back. And Giants linebacker Micah McFadden needs foot surgery. He's going to miss significant time, but is expected to return before the end of the season. 65 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Real sports talk for real fans with real opinions. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
It's going to be one of those mornings.
Sports Radio 101.9 FM, The Fan, WFAN.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 202 on The Fan. McMonigle here with you. I got you for 3 hours. We take you to the warm-up show at 5 a.m. Fleeg's on the other side. And we're taking your calls at 888-808-1019 on this Wednesday morning. We've been bashing the football teams, specifically the New York Giants, for a couple of days. Let's bash our baseball teams as we come barreling down the stretch of another baseball season. As both teams are competing, well, at least the Yankees are somewhat competing for the division. The Mets are competing for a playoff spot, and both teams have ugly, disgusting losses with one thing in common: belief in people who don't deserve belief. Because I heard you with Keith. I'm as fed up as anybody else about Anthony Volpe. And we got to watch Sean Manaea yet again for the New York Mets. I just heard the clip there. Oh, he found something. Well, there's belief. Mendoza talked to him in the walkway. If he can believe in me, then I can believe in me. If you can change, then I can change. And we can change. I'm not so sure either one of these two can change. As we'll focus on the Mets, because right now, I mean, it's 4 in a row. They're getting absolutely manhandled by a Philadelphia team that they have put the screws to all year long, including sweeping them the last time we saw them. 4 in a row, the last 2 against the Reds, these 2 to open up this series. The bats that were so dominant in August, the bats that had turned around their season, the bats that now, were unstoppable with runners in scoring position, have been absolutely atrocious. And I know that Manaea didn't give him much of a chance. It's 4 runs. It's 4 runs early on. 4. And I know that feeling of he's throwing those high fastballs that had zip on them last year and have nothing on them this year. And they fall behind yet again, and it just feels over. And you got Mendoza at the end of the game telling you he's going to make another start. Why? Why? At this point, why? You've got the 3 kids up. You've got Holmes. You got Peterson. You don't need to throw another start of this batting practice that is Sean Manaea. Why do they continue this? Like, it's getting to the point where he goes out there and there is nothing. There is this crossfire mechanics, all the stuff we talked about last year. None of it exists. None of it exists. He's getting pounded as they're fighting for their lives. You can't continue. It is down to 2 games in the San Francisco Giants. 2. Now, I know they have the tiebreaker, and quite honestly, I don't believe they're going to miss the playoffs. I just don't. I don't know what it is. There's something deep down inside me that refuses to believe this Met team could actually pull off this ridiculous, I guess you call it a collapse, but it's been a collapse since the middle of June. But there's still something inside me says, no way. No way. They can't let the San Francisco Giants, who sold off, who traded their best reliever to you, and their closer to the Yankees. There's no way this San Francisco Giants team, as hot as they are, there's no way this team with this roster is going to catch the New York Mets. There's no way the Cincinnati Reds, although led by a great manager in Terry Francona, there is no way that lousy Reds team, and they are lousy, they're just not good. There is no way they catch the New York Mets. And every day I say that, and now every day this offense goes out there and does nothing. They're the only team in baseball yet to win a game after trailing by after the 8th inning. They fall behind, it's over. And the miserable at-bats in this game, Suarez goes right through them. Pete Alonso caught looking. I mean, the Lindor to end the game with the breaking ball in the dirt, just the at-bats over the last couple of games have been atrocious. Even Soto, congratulations to Soto on a 30-30 season. You got to give it to him. I'm not even being sarcastic. Like, good for him. He's added that element to his game. That's the kind of player he is. He decides he wants to do something this season. He decides he's going to have a point of stealing bases. He's capable of stealing 30. That's who Juan Soto is. But right now, he's part of an offense that just isn't good enough. And right now, with the way the offense is swinging and the way everything is going and the way these young kids have pitched, you cannot throw a pitcher that's non-competitive like Sean Manaea is. You just can't. And I don't think I'm not saying he found anything. I'm not believing in that, because he managed to turn he gave up 4 through 2 and then found a way to, throw 3 shutout innings, go 10 out of 11. Great. But to me, it's still, like, as much as I talk about that, and we'll get to Volpe and the Yankee stubbornness, yes, he shouldn't throw anymore. I completely agree. Sean Manaea should not be starting. You want to piggyback him, you want to do whatever you want to do with him, put him in the bullpen. I don't care what you do with him. He cannot start. But it's still this offense that's hitting under 200 as a team over the last 4 games. That's gone completely ice cold. Let's be honest, they're on the borderline of losing 5 straight. If it wasn't for the unbelievable performance from Diaz with bases loaded and nobody out, they're losing 5 straight games with their season on the line. It is hard to fathom what has happened to this offense after that month of August where they were a dominant force. And they have done this on a regular basis where they play well for a bit and then they go into these deep dive slides, and it's the entire team when they do it. The entire team. Alonso had miserable at-bats tonight. Soto striking out, swinging on outside fastballs, swinging outside the zone on a check swing. We're seeing him go through that lineup like a hot knife through butter. Bader, who's just killing them, continues to get big hits. Schwarber, after Vientos can't make a play and allows a runner on, Schwarber hits his 50th home run of the season. They're 9 games up. They're celebrating. Their division is pretty much locked up. Their final number, or their magic number, is down to 9. Philly's winning this division, even after the news they got about Wheeler. They came out here and just have absolutely kicked the crap out of the Mets for the first 2 games. And if I'm the Mets, I just don't understand. There's no reason to throw Manaea. And then you get to the Yankees last night, and look, you know me, we'll get into it. I don't put, and I know we're dying to blame Boone for everything. I don't blame Boone for the 7th inning. Cruz came in and threw gasoline and blew up the game. That's it. You want to know the story of the game? The story of the game, the reliever came in and blew it. You want to be mad at Boone? Here's what we should be mad at the New York Yankees for. Last night, a bullpen, and particularly a bullpen arm in Cruz, who we've been praising for a week, who saved their ass against the Astros time and time again, who's been brilliant since coming back, who leads the team in strikeout rate, leads damn near all of Major League Baseball bullpen arms in strikeout rate. The dude's been unbelievable. He came in last night, crapped the bed. It happens. It sucks. The inning is ugly. I understand we're fed up by it, and it turns into 12 runs or whatever it was. It's an ugly inning. I was there in the ballpark. It was miserable. It was miserable watching it happen. Leiter comes in, he's bouncing balls all over the place. He hasn't pitched in a while. It's an ugly inning. It cost them a game. It feels embarrassing, all that. It's so overblown and dumb. It's just a bad inning. What's the difference if they lose 5-2 or 12-2? It doesn't matter. It's an ugly inning. What we should be pissed about is the continuation of throwing Anthony Volpe out there, giving you miserable at-bats over and over again to go along with the errors. Now, last night, if you want to get mad at him for not catching that pop-up in that inning after he's playing in and trying to go back, you want to get mad at him, fine. I'm mad at him enough for a million different things. We could throw that to it. But the point is, right now, he's unsure defensively, and he is feeble at the plate. And there is just no more reason to throw him out there. It's killing the team. It's killing him. And last night, this game felt like it was over in the bottom of the sixth when they get the first two guys on with back-to-back singles from Jazz and Wells, and Anthony Volpe cannot get a bunt down. So let's go over all the things Anthony Volpe cannot do. He cannot hit. He cannot field. He cannot get a bunt down. What else is there offensively? What else is there? He can run the bases. He just can't steal first. Like, there is literally nothing Anthony Volpe does right now that is helping the New York Yankees. Not a damn thing. And I understand the thought process on some level. The thought process is, and you can tell when Boone talked to John Boy Media, here's the thought process. Caballero isn't very good offensively. And again, I'm playing devil's advocate. I'm with you. He should have his ass benched. But let's just go over the thought process just for a second. The thought process is Caballero, and I said this like a week ago, Caballero isn't a very good offensive player. Caballero, his OPS for his career is virtually the same as Anthony Volpe. And let's just be fair. I know we all want him now. He's the backup quarterback. Everybody loves the backup quarterback. He can't be worse, which I totally agree with. But he's not a very good offensive player. He just isn't. And it's not like he's somebody you want to give a lead up to, a run up to. Oh, if he's going to play in the playoffs, let's give him a week. Doesn't matter. He's a plug-and-play guy. He's been a bench guy his whole life. Like, they can go to him at any moment, and they will in the postseason. They better in the postseason. But he's not someone, it's not like Stanton where you want to get him hot. Like, no one cares. Once you put him in, you can put him in. That's how they believe it. The minute they make that change, they can make the change. And they are hoping that Anthony Volpe can get into a hot streak like he's done several times in his career, that he's done several times this season, and that he actually did in the postseason last year. And they're hoping they can get him hot because they believe a hot Anthony Volpe is their best chance. And they're going to keep running it out, hoping Anthony Volpe can turn it around over the next 3 weeks. And if not, then they'll just play Caballero in the postseason. But it's killing them right now. And right now you saw the Jays win the game last night, and we'll get into the Jays and we'll get into the broadcast. Because they had some things to say that I have a problem with. And real quick before we get to it, you should have a problem with it. If you're a Yankee fan, you should have a problem with the Toronto Blue Jays and Buck Martinez had to say in the broadcast. You should. Sick and tired. You want to be pissed at your team. You want to hate this team. You want to hate Anthony Volpe. You want to hate Aaron Boone. Fine. But when others say too many freaking Yankee fans are out there chiming in saying he's right. Can't argue. Yes, you can. Since when do Yankee fans allow other teams to talk crap about them? How much could you possibly hate this team? They've got the best record over the last 25 games, and we're dancing along with the Blue Jays broadcast on how bad the Yankees are? Shame on all of you. But shame on them for continuing to throw out Anthony Volpe. Because I'm sorry, he does nothing. And you can't just play for some hot streak that you're hoping comes. You can't do it because, as I got sidetracked there yelling about this, the Toronto broadcast, they won last night. And it's funny, too, because everyone seems to complain, oh, my God, they're blowing an opportunity. They're losing to the Astros. Can you believe this? The Yankees, oh, what a brutal loss because they blew an opportunity to gain a game. Well, now they came back. Do you feel better? Do you feel better the Yankees didn't blow an opportunity and that the Blue Jays actually won the game and now you're a further game behind? Now you're 3 games behind, really 4 because of the tiebreaker? The Yankees need to go on you want to win this division, you got to win almost every game. You got to win almost every freaking game. And Anthony Volpe is unable to get a bunt down. And what's frustrating about it is you could tell he's wearing it. You could tell how much he's lost his confidence. You can see how much of a mind game it is. And he's getting booed at Yankee Stadium. That was an easy freaking win for Anthony Volpe. Get down a bunt. Move the runners over. The entire crowd would cheer you. Yeah, it'd probably be a little bit sarcastic, but the entire crowd would cheer you if you just got a bunt down. That's all you had to do. You didn't need a hit. You didn't need an RBI. You didn't need a walk. You didn't need anything. Put the bunt down, and you just had a good moment, Anthony Volpe, and instead he pops it up to the third baseman, ruins the whole damn inning to go along with a boneheaded decision from just an absolute boneheaded decision from the center fielder to swing at a 3-0 pitch. For Senior Sleep to swing at a 3-0 pitch with runners at first and second and Judge on deck. How could Grisham swing at a 3-0 pitch in that inning? The minute they didn't score there, you felt like the game was in trouble. And then Cruz comes in and can't throw a strike. Can't throw a strike. And now I'll say this. If we're going to get into that inning, and I'm going to tell you it's not Boone's fault, I got to tell you, I have no problem with what Boone did. I don't. It's a tie game in the 7th inning. The bottom of the order is what killed Warren. Sweeney damn near hits a home run that was taken away by Grisham. The catcher got on base, I think, twice earlier in the game, and Meadows hits the big 2-run home run that ties the game. I don't need to see him out there in the 7th to face the bottom of the order that had him all night. I have no problem going to Cruz. Cruz, Weaver, Bednar. Tie game, score a run somewhere along there. You got your 3 best relievers. That's the game. Cruz comes in. He puts the walk, single, or whatever it was, bases loaded, nobody out. You need strikeouts at that moment. You need strikeouts. And I know it's easy to just say, oh, he's proven he's got nothing. It's 3 guys on, take him out. He's proven it. The dude has the most swing and miss pitch possibly in all of baseball. If he could just find a way to lock in and throw strikes, he's your best option to get out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. He just is. So he gave him 2 extra batters, a walk and a base hit, and then who's he going to go to once they're down? Do you want to pitch? The only 3 guys in this entire bullpen I trust is Cruz, Weaver, and Bednar. That's really it, and maybe Hill. Not against right-handed batters, which the Detroit Tigers are kind of a platoon team and have a bunch of right-handed hitters where if you go to him, you're going to face Hill against right-handed hitters, which he's giving up an OPS above 800 against right-handed batters. To go against what Leiter has done against left-handed batters with his soft stuff, he's been actually a reverse splits guy. But I'm not pitching Weaver and Cruz in a loss. Not doing it. I know these games are important. I know. They're about to take on the Boston Red Sox. They got Rodon on the mound to now today to try and help win this series. I can't pitch 2 of the only 3 guys I trust in a loss. I can't use my bullets like that. I can't pitch Cruz, Weaver, and Bednar every single night to save games, to keep games close. You can't do it every night. Leiter's got to come in and get outs. Cruz got to come in and not blow up an inning. It's just got to be that way. It's not Game 7 of the World Series, as important as these games are. They're not Game 7 of the World Series, and I can't go to the same 3 guys in every situation. If it's a 1 or 2 run game, I can't go to them. If it's a 1 or 2 run game deficit, a 1 or 2 run game lead, I can't just go to the same guys over and over again. And I'm not pitching Cruz and Weaver in the middle of this run when I got the Red Sox coming up next. I'm not pitching them both in a loss. Not doing it. And then the question is, do you bring in Leiter against left-handed hitters, or do you bring in Hill against right-handed hitters? He went Leiter against left-handed hitters, trying to get a ground ball with his breaking stuff and his split finger. It didn't work. He came in and was throwing balls all over the place. It's an ugly inning. Don't get me wrong. It was disgusting. But that's not what I'm mad about the Yankees for. Crap happens. It's an ugly inning. They lost the game to the Tigers. They got 2 more chances to win this series. They did it last series against the Blue Jays. Hopefully with Rodon on the mound, they'll do it this time. But they can't continue to be stubborn. The Mets can't continue to be stubborn and throw out Manaea, and the Yankees can't continue to be stubborn and throw out Anthony Volpe. Both of them right now, for teams who need wins down the stretch, they are useless to these teams. Useless. And they don't have a 6-7 game lead. They can't afford to play players who are useless. Ugly loss, ugly inning, tough one, heartbreak, all that. That's baseball over 162. But you can't do it to yourself. And you can't play useless players. Manaea was great for them last year. Great. He's useless. Anthony Volpe was their top prospect. Over the course of the last 3 years, they haven't had a bunch of good options to replace him. Everyone's like, oh, Dominguez doesn't get this treatment. Well, Dominguez, Trent Grisham, Aaron Judge, and Cody Bellinger are the 3 guys taking time from him. It's not the same thing. But at this point, I don't care who it is. I can't have my heart in my throat every time a ground ball's hit the short for a player who can't run, can't hit, can't bunt. Get it together. There's 18 games left of the season. The Mets are 2 games out of missing the playoffs, and the Yankees' divisional hopes are on life support, and you can't continue to play useless players. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. We'll take your baseball calls. I got you till 5 o'clock. And the warm-up show comes your way then. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. Let's get into it. An ugly night of baseball. An ugly, ugly night of baseball. I was at the Yankee game. I was with my buddy Mitch. Front row. Got to see Aaron Judge throw the baseball. We'll talk about that. Didn't make it the whole way. Had to go. I hate doing it. I like to stay to the end. But I could tell Mitch was ready to go, but he didn't want to leave until I left. So I was like, I'll go. Who wants to stick around and watch them get their ass kicked? And we'll get to the Blue Jays and the broadcast. And honestly, ask yourself this, and I'm not trying to scold anybody, and maybe it's just a handful of people on social media. I get it. We're going to play the sound from the broadcast. If you find yourself nodding along as a Yankee fan and have no issue with what's said, rethink what kind of fan you want to be. I know you hate the team. Nobody. We could say what we want to say. Nobody talks about the New York Yankees outside of us. Like that. And especially when the information's incorrect. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you. We'll get to that as well. But first, we start with the stubbornness of both of our baseball teams. 888-808-1019. We'll be right back.
Swing on a drive deep to left. Got a chance. Giddy up, baby.
The Yankees meet up with the Tigers. 7:05 tonight. Driven by Jeep.
And it is gone. That was an extraordinary play.
Susan Waldman and Dave Sims call all the play-by-play on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan. 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Connecticut's best values at Town Fair Tire. They honor all manufacturer and valid competitor rebates, offer the most free services for life, plus give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is Alex Shulman. And this is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you when you're injured at work. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. We'll always go the extra mile for you. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentlemen's club and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens. Just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Looking for the perfect place to catch the game on Long Island? Check out Tap Room, now with 9 locations, including their newest at Station Yards in Ronkonkoma. Great food, rotating craft beer, and TVs everywhere. Plus Sunday game day drink specials, wing night Thursdays, and kids eat free Tuesdays. It's the best place for sports, food, and friends. Visit taproomofny.com to find your spot.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In the U.S., it is estimated that more than 1 in 5 adults live with mental illness. Help is available. Call 988 to start on your road to mental health care. We can survive together. From your friends at Town Fair Tire.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
It was all a dream. At least we'd like to think so. But no, it happened. I was there. 888-808-1019. So, look, tough losses. The Yankees, look, that's a tough loss for the division. Then to have them come back and beat the Astros, it's a tough loss in the division. But I'm not overly, that upset about the loss. They're playing good teams. They've won both of these series to start. It's a game tied in the 7th. They absolutely should win it. A reliever came in and didn't get the job done. That's what happens. Got Rodon on the mound today, win tomorrow, forget all about it. That's it. It's going to be tough to win this division. There's no doubt about it. But got Rodon, one of your best pitchers, one of your 2 best pitchers on the mound today. Need a big win and another big start from Carlos Rodon. We'll see how it goes. The Mets, here's the thing with the Mets, though. And I get it. I still think they're 2 games up out of being out of this damn thing. The Yankees are still a game up in the loss column over the Red Sox as the top. Season ends today. Yankees are playing a home game in the wild card. Mets are on the road. And this offense and this team really, if you look at it, unfortunately, Like someone in the chat said they haven't made back-to-back playoffs in their history. That is incorrect. They have. It's, a handful of times. It's 15, 16. It's, 99, 2000. It's a handful of times. But unfortunately, with this group, with the core of Alonso and Nimmo and even Lindor, like last year was the fluke. Last year was the fluke. Now, I know a couple years ago they had that really great regular season. Scherzer was great. They ended up, kind of blowing the division at the end of the year to the Braves and then losing to the Padres in the wild card. But they won 101 games that year with Buck Showalter as the manager, and then it fell apart the next year. Like, last year is the exception. With this team, this is what we see, an offense that underachieves. An offense that underachieves. And yeah, listen, the Yankees are stubborn with Volpe. They don't have a great option in Caballero, and plus I like Caballero on the bench, all things being equal, where I can deploy him to steal bases and, do other things, especially, if you're looking at having to play Stanton in the outfield, depending on where Judge is, like you need someone who could play infield and outfield on the bench, and like I think that would be the best version of the Yankees. Volpe's not making that a plausible outcome anymore with how bad he's been. But I do think I can understand the thought process a little. The thing with Minaya is that it just feels like he's not healthy. It's not just that he's struggling. It's not just that, hey, we got to find the player that was last year. He's got loose bodies in his elbow, and it just feels like he can't pitch through it. They brought him back hoping it could work, gave him a long runway here, and he just can't pitch this way. And, me and Fleegs are talking about it. I don't know if you can, you're heading to the postseason, or at least trying to. You're playing important games now into the postseason, and it's tough to just say, all right, we're going to shut down Minaya, but it feels like the best thing for him, shut him down, have surgery to remove all these loose bodies, give him as much time as possible, and have him part of this rotation next year. You're going to rely on a couple of veterans. You're going to have, obviously, 3 kids in the rotation next year. You're going to have Sang in the rotation next year. Shut him down, and hopefully he can get back to what he was last year, next year. It's just not working. And to have the manager come out and say he's going to make another start, for what? For what reason? And I'll tell you this again, and I'm also in the chat. If you go to YouTube, you can obviously stream the show live now on YouTube. If you're, listening to the app or doing whatever, and you have the opportunity to get to a computer, you could actually watch me in my Yankee tent, as Boomer Esiason refers to it, as I was at the Yankee game last night. But, someone in the chat was like, oh, you're blaming Volpe for the bullpen. I'm not blaming Volpe for anything. I'm just telling you, he's useless. I don't think Fernando Cruz is useless. He had a bad night. I don't even think Leiter is useless. He had a miserable night. Anthony Volpe's just useless. You can't play useless people. I don't care what. And I've been defending him. I know, people have been on me. Oh, where were you 3 weeks ago when I was telling you this? Well, I didn't think he was useless 3 weeks ago. He wasn't useless halfway through the year when he had an OPS in the 730 range. He wasn't. He's become useless. He has struck out 30 times out of his last 60 at-bats. It's 50-50 on whether or not he puts the ball in play. Now he's useless. And now they're playing the most important games of the year. So, look, they went to a reliever who we've been praising for a week. Blew the game. That happens. Playing guys who don't give you any benefit, that can happen. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Mike in Brooklyn. What's up, Mike?
Hey, C-Mac. What's going on, brother?
What's up, buddy? How are you? Yeah, everything's good, man. You?
Good. Good. Everything's good. Listen, 2 points. First, the Yankees. Listen,
yes.
I listen to Keith. I listen to Tony in Montreal with the chicken palm, which is fine. He evaluates hockey. Dude, my brother-in-law coaches BC hockey, right? Mm-hmm. So, what does that mean to baseball? It means absolutely nothing. Volpe stinks, right? I watch Yankees, I watch Mets, I watch a ton of baseball. He stinks. He shouldn't be playing. Number one. That's first. Second, Mets. Okay, you and I spoke about this multiple times. I told you this. I said the Mets will not make the playoffs. The Mets are 2 games out. I said this to Al this week, right? The strength of schedule for the Giants like is nothing. They're playing fantastic, right? And the Mets, they have nothing. There's nothing that is consistent or good. They've been playing. You know what? I don't know why people don't see this. Since May 1st, they're 55 and 58.
No,
three games under.
Yeah, since June 13th, they're like 12 or 13 or 14 games under 500.
Yeah, no, I'm just going from May. From May, they're
I
three
get
games
it.
under. That means how they padded their stats in April. They're not a good team.
Mm-hmm.
Their starting pitching stinks. Their bullpen stinks, right? I don't understand. You have Diaz. Okay, great. But what? Okay, Soto. Yeah, he pads his stats too. He's another guy. He doesn't get anything with runs scoring position.
Well,
yeah,
he had the month of August. He had the month of August along with almost everyone else on the team. But you're right. Over the course of the season, despite having a very good year, when you look at his numbers, he's now a 30 for 30 player, 30 stolen bases. The impact on winning has been less than you would think for a player with his numbers. That's just fair. It's just fair. As great as the season is having. The one thing I will push back on is that the San Francisco Giants, I wouldn't call it, easy right now. They're playing the Diamondbacks, and they've been winning. They're hot. They have 7 more games with the Dodgers. Now, I know the Dodgers aren't the Dodgers as what we thought they were. They're still a pretty damn good team. They have over the next 10, they have on the road 3 against Arizona and 7, 3 at home and 4 on the road against the Dodgers. That's not an easy. It's not like the strength of schedule is very easy there. They're playing a Diamondback team that's been playing better, and they have 4 against the Dodgers who need the wins.
I'm just talking about what Tankathon was. And look, you still have Mets still have 2 games versus Phillies, 3 versus Texas, who's been hot as hell lately, and 3 versus the Padres that own the Mets, and then you end the season with the Marlins.
I know you do not want to head into that season needing. Can you imagine another season? Evan, today I wasn't listening. I didn't hear everything. And Mike, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. I didn't hear everything of Evan today, but he was talking about how if the Mets. I was driving into the Yankee game early. If the Mets miss the playoffs this year, Evan said it's worse than 2007. It's worse than the 7 game blown in 17 games. The 7-game lead in 17 games. He said this would be worse. It'd be worse. I mean, this would be, considering everything that happened in the offseason, considering how many teams make the playoffs. I don't know if blowing 7 games with 17 left is worse than this or not, but I can tell you that you do not want to you don't want to make it feel like that year and head into the final games against Miami. Like, you just don't. You do not want to play the Marlins to end that year. You do not want to head into that series needing to win two games. I mean, listen, you need to win 1. I don't know. I'm just saying the Marlins have killed the Mets in these moments at the end of the year, dating back to that 07-08 run. I mean, this would be, for me, we said this when both teams were like right on the precipice. Obviously, the Yankees, I feel very comfortable as they are. I know he mentioned Texas being hot. I think they are. Is it 7? Is it still 7 or is it 6 games in the loss column over the Rangers? The Yankees are 6. Now it's 6. The Yankees are 6 games up in the loss column over Texas, who they have the tiebreaker over, and Cleveland, who they have the tiebreaker over. So they would need to they would blow 7 in the last 18. They would need to blow 7 games in the last 18 to miss the playoffs. The Yankees are going to the playoffs. I still think the Mets are going to the playoffs. But it would be, I don't know if it depends on how you look at it. It might be just as embarrassing or more. You can't, with the extra wild card teams, with this team, with everyone talking about how they took over the city with Juan Soto, and the Yankees are making the playoffs. So the Yankees would be in the postseason. That's happening. It might be, on the road in a wild card game, a wild card series, which would be a disaster, but they're going. So in a season where they sign Juan Soto, they take over the town, they have the better farm system, they have the better GM, they have the better manager, they have the better owner, they have the brighter future, and that's why Juan Soto chose them. If they miss the postseason, and the Yankees are playing postseason baseball, so even when it's supposed to have had this dynamic shift, the Yankees are playing playoff games and the Mets aren't, that would be as embarrassing as you could possibly get. That would be as embarrassing. I don't know if the actual collapse, you can rank it better or worse. 7 with 17 to play is really tough, especially for a team that went to the NLCS the year before and felt like they were just beginning this journey of becoming, a force inside the National League. And then plus, we also have the hindsight of knowing they freaking did nothing for the next 7 years. But you can't miss the playoffs if you're the Mets. You just can't. And I don't think they will. I truly do not. You mentioned, they have the tiebreaker over the Giants, so they would have to lose. They'd have to be 3 games worse over the next 18 games. And again, the Giants play the Dodgers 7 times. 7 and 4 in L.A. Not saying they can't win those games. The Dodgers haven't been very good, but it's not like they have a cakewalk of a schedule. They got to play the Dodgers 7 times. And the Dodgers need every bit of those games. They are right there. They could blow the division against the Padres. Stuart in Brooklyn. What's up, Stu?
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Stu. How are you?
The Doors had a song named Light My Fire. So what they do, they lit the fire, and it really blew up in their faces last night.
Yeah.
And it's going to be ridiculous with all this nonsense going on with the bullpen. Who can we trust? Weaver and Bednar and supposedly Cruz.
Yeah.
Now what?
Those are still the 3 arms.
Light the fire.
Those are still the 3 arms I trust. Cruz had a miserable night. He's been great in big spots. Like, I trust Cruz. Mm-hmm. I still do. Those are the 3 arms I trust. Last night he blew the game for them. He won the game he won 2 games for them over the course of the last week. He blew last night.
Did.
He blew last night.
Yeah, but every game now is supposed to be very important.
They are very important. But I mean, again,
the Morrison song really stood out last night.
The Doors song "Light My Fire" stood out to you last night. Made you think of it?
Oh yeah, lighting it up like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't get hung. Once it became 3 runs, I really didn't care about the next 6. I know everybody gets hung up on it. It's ugly. What's with this thing?
Once you get to 3 runs, it's very hard.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Once it was like 5-6-2, I really didn't get hung up on how it became after that. I'm different like that, I guess. I don't know. I know it got ugly, but I just felt like, okay, well, now they're going to lose the game. I really don't care if it gets that much worse.
I forgot who said it. A blowout loss is not so bad as a 1-run loss. In gut-wrenching fashion.
But it wasn't, and thank you for the call, Stu. It wasn't a blowout, though. They're tied in the 7th. That's what's frustrating about it. They're in a position to win the game. Tied in the 7th, you're supposed to feel good about that. The Tigers' bullpen's not that good. It's just not. The Yankees with those 3 arms, they're lined up. They're lined up to go Cruz, Weaver, Bednar. They're lined up with their best 3 in a tie game in the 7th inning at home. Yankees are supposed to win that game. I'm not telling you any different. Yankees are supposed to win that game. Tied 2-2 in the 7th at home, Yankees are supposed to win that game. I thought Warren pitched well, and I've talked about this before. Like, at home, if they finish either winning the division, then it becomes tricky. But I think, let's just say they're a wild card team, because right now they're 3, but really 4 games back at Toronto. That's tough to make up in 18 games. It just is. They couldn't afford to lose another game in the standings. They had to keep plugging away. To lose another game in the standings here makes it very difficult to win the division. But, like, say they're the wild card, home wild card. If they're the home wild card, with the way Warren has pitched in that building, I don't know if he's not my 3rd starter. I don't know. Because Luis Gil, like, if you told me one of them, like, of Luis Gil, Cam Schlittler, and Will Warren, if you said, well, someone's going to go out there and throw 7 scoreless or 7 one-run innings, 7 innings, 1 run, I would tell you, well, that's probably either Schlittler or Gil. That's not Will Warren. But if you told me someone was going to go out there and not get out of the 2nd, I would say the same thing. That's probably either Luis Gil or Cam Schlittler. That's not Will Warren. Like, at home, he's been pretty good, and he's been pretty steady. The other guys, I don't trust them to know where it's going yet. Luis Gil walks too many guys, and Cam Schlittler, as good as he's been, I'm just not, let's let the next 3 weeks play out, and maybe I'll feel differently. But I am definitely open if the game is at Yankee Stadium. On the road, Warren hasn't been the same pitcher. If the games are at Yankee Stadium, if they are the top wild card team, I think Will Warren might be my 3rd pitcher outside. Obviously Fried, obviously Rodon. I think it might be Will Warren. He's been really good. He pitched a hell of a game. He made one mistake, gave up a home run on a high fastball. Outside of that, he was good in this game. I also had no problem with Aaron Boone pulling him. It's 90 pitches. I want to give the reliever a clean inning. One guy gets on, I'm taking him out anyway, and it's the bottom of the order, which you would think, the bottom of the order. That's the part of the lineup that gave him troubles. The bottom of the order is who got to him. Sweeney almost hits a home run. He got robbed. Meadows hits the 2-run home run. The walk to the catcher before the home run. Like, that part of the lineup is who got him. It's the 7th inning. You're lined up for your 3 guys. Go to him. I have no problem. I have no problem with anything Boone did after he put Volpe in the lineup. I have a major problem with that, and then I have no problem with how Aaron Boone handled the game from that point on. None. He bunted. Like, I was sitting there with my guy Mitch, and he's like, he's not going to bunt him. I'm like, he's going to bunt Volpe. It makes too much sense. Volpe can't hit. He's got first and second, nobody out. He's bunting Volpe. And sure enough, he did. He made the right move. He bunted Volpe. He played a little bit of small ball. He made the right play. Like, Volpe's got to get the bunt down. Plain and simple. Volpe has to get a bunt down. And to be fair, and again, this is where I'll push back on the Yankee stuff, because that's who I am, the Yankee shill, and we'll get to the Toronto stuff. Like, the Yankees just played the Astros. Just played them. Do you remember how bad they were at bunting? First and second, they bunt right back to the pitcher out at third base. Next situation, and both bunts were terrible, by the way, terrible decisions to bunt in the first place. But they tried the Astros, who are great at fundamentals, who win the World Series, who buck the trend of this idea, you fat bum, about the idea that the postseason's a crapshoot. Nonsense. The postseason's a crapshoot? Look at the Houston Astros. Houston Astros, who play small ball, string hits together, win championships. They couldn't lay down a bunt either. Playing against the Yankees, they bunted right back to Fried. Fried has the out at third base, and so first and second becomes first and second, one out. Just gave Fried an out, and then later in the game, they pop it up into a double play. Like, if you look around baseball, a lot of teams can't lay down bunts. It is a problem throughout baseball. We don't care about baseball. All we care about is our Yankees and our Mets. I get that. But bunting has become a problem for all of Major League Baseball. But if you're Anthony Volpe, and this is where I'll get on Anthony Volpe, and I guess the coaching staff, I think that's fair. But to me, it's a personal, like, you've got to be on top of this. You're Anthony Volpe. You lead the American League in errors at shortstop. You're offensively, since beginning of July, late June, you're hitting under 200. You have done nothing offensively. You're having a miserable season. You're at the bottom of the order. You have to know at this point, I don't care if you were the star of every team you ever played on, which almost every major leaguer is. I don't care how often you've been asked to bunt throughout your life, throughout your career. You better be working every single batting practice on how to freaking bunt, because that's who you are now. You're not the 3-hitter for your high school team. You're not the 4-hitter for the Olympic team. You're not the leadoff hitter for the, Double-A Thunder, or the Somerset Patriots. They haven't been the Thunder in a while. The Somerset Patriots, that's not who you are anymore. You are now the 8th hitter who's hitting under 200. You better get your ass in that freaking batter's box and work on bunting, because you're going to be asked to if runners get in front of you, because you're a miserable hitter right now. And to look the way he did, it's just, they were pumping high fastballs, and he was bound to pop it up. Man, I saw it coming. That first day, he pulled one. I also thought he should have put the bunt down a lot earlier. You're not fooling anybody. You're not fooling anybody. Pull the bat out. Give yourself an opportunity to feel comfortable holding the bat squared towards the pitcher. Don't wait till he's in his motion. Don't wait until right before he throws it. Everyone in the building knows you're sacrificing. Sacrifice. And the first pitch was up at his eyes, and I said, they're going to throw high fastball. He's going to pop it up. I knew it. Chesky in Queens, what's up?
Yes, hi. I agree with some of the things. I could discuss the Yankees for a minute.
Sure.
Volpe, I understand the devil's advocate argument, meaning what potentially, but bottom line is, like you said, you can't wait to the playoffs because you want to at least try to give yourself some chance of getting first place, and you're just getting yourself an automatic out, and he's not playing well defensively. I know the other guy is not a hitter either in his career. But first of all, he's been playing much better for the Yankees than Volpe's been playing since he's here, and he gives you an extra dimension of stealing bases, which not just of stealing bases, it makes a tremendous difference for the whole game. You steal a base,
but he's got to get on base, and I know he's been better than Volpe. Everyone's been better than Volpe, but he's got a 600 OPS just like him. Like you make it sound like he's on base all the time. He isn't.
No. I'm saying, of course, for the career that's true, but at least since he's on the Yankees, his OPS has been a little bit better than that.
A little bit better, and I'm not arguing with you that he should be playing.
Plus, defensively,
but it's not like
he doesn't have the same issue.
That's the reason. The reason isn't offensively at all. It just isn't for me. The reason he should be playing is because if I'm going to have outs at the bottom of the order, I better at least have a shortstop that I don't hold my breath every time the ball's hit to him. That's
100%.
That's why
100%.
It's not about his offense. It's not about his base stealing because he doesn't get on base enough to make me really feel like he can steal bases. Like it's
now, I heard the other thing about the 3-0 pitch. The only pushback I would say about that is I have a question. I assume he swung at a strike, though, right? I assume he didn't get ball 4.
No, he swung at a strike.
Now, I actually always wonder. I know this is the standard thing. You take 3-0.
Yeah.
Often that might be the best pitch to hit.
No doubt.
Go right down the middle where you could smash it.
No doubt.
So, even though my first reaction also is, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
But the truth is that might have been your best pitch to hit.
Well, here's the thing.
They had a bunch of players that were 3-0 in this game and ended up striking out. I think Stanton earlier in the at-bat.
Yes.
And then I think there were other batters also that went to 3 balls, maybe not 3-0, and also got out. So that's the one thing that hit my head. Well, now, as far as the pitchers, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, as far as the pitchers, I understood what you said. I agree with you. Definitely putting Cruz in. I do think that in spite of the fact that he has the ability to strike people out, he clearly did not have it. Mm-hmm. So after 3 or at most 4 batters, you take him out. The only thing I would say, and I know that you made a very good point, the pitcher they ended up bringing in later on, not Leiter, Hill, who I know you can't bring in the other guys, and Hill, I know you said Hill against righties, but to me, they ended up bringing Hill later when the game was over.
Yeah.
Hill at least is after those big 3, somebody to have at least halfway confidence in. That's who I at least would have brought in and at that point and take out Cruz a little bit earlier. It's not a major thing.
Yeah,
I
think it's an easy thing to say because he never finds it to go, he clearly, once he shows you he doesn't have it. Like, if he locks in, we have seen Cruz put guys on, and then find the pitch that could be, and this isn't hyperbole, he has his split finger very well may be the best swing and miss pitch in all of baseball. Like, if you look at his numbers this year, his split finger might be, that pitch might be the best swing and miss pitch in all of baseball. I got the bases loaded. I need strikeouts. He's my strikeout guy. If he could just find a way.
But the question is, it's true. That's all true. But has his history been where he'll come and walk a bunch of batters, and then all of a sudden
he walked 2 batters before I let him give up a run. He gave up a hit, and then when he gives up the hit, he's throwing strikes.
I think they let him pitch to 5 batters, and then they'll get anybody out. I think it was 5.
It was 5. It was a double.
And then he walked 3 of those, I think.
Yes,
he walked 3.
Correct. It was a double walk, single walk.
So I would think after bases loaded, a double walk for sure after 4. I don't know. At a certain
but then
point,
he gives up the single, which means he threw strikes. So you're hoping now now he's throwing strikes. If I need strikeouts, he's my strikeout guy. I'm giving him a chance to find it. I'm giving him a chance to find it. We could differ on it. I get it. It's easy to say now that, it was clear he didn't have it. Maybe he finds it. He's got the best swing and miss pitch in all of baseball. If he could just figure out how to throw it for strikes, we have seen him come in. I don't know if we've seen him come in and be that wild or walk 3 guys in an inning, but we have seen him come in, put runners on, and then get out of jams with his swing and miss stuff. We absolutely have. I'm hoping that he can find it. He's been great for the last week. They went out and talked to him. Hopefully he could lock in and throw some split fingers and get some swing and misses. Once he gives up the hit and then walks another guy, they go to Leiter. Now you can go to, you're looking for the double play against lefties, or you're looking for Tim Hill against righties. Leiter has reverse splits against lefties with his off-speed stuff, and you're hoping for a ground ball for a double play or a strikeout. And you can get some strikeouts from Leiter. If you bring in Hill and they go to their right-handed hitters, then you're not getting strikeouts from Tim Hill. He's not striking out right-handed hitters. Not striking them out. That's for sure. He might get a ground ball double play. He might. But he's not striking anyone out, for sure. I know that. And you can't go to Weaver or anybody. Like, Cruz blew the game. That's it. And to your point about swinging at the 3-0 pitch, there are circumstances that I agree with you. And Trent Grisham has, been unbelievably clutch, and I get it, but 3-0 with Judge behind you. Judge has already hit a home run in the game. He's the best hitter on the planet. And if you're going to get a fastball 3-0, you're going to get the same pitch 3-1. You're right. If it's a fastball down the middle, now again, I haven't seen the replay and I was at Yankee Stadium, so I didn't see exactly where the pitch was, but I still think with Judge on deck, I got to give Judge an opportunity to hit there, and I'm going to see a 3-1 fastball as well. I got to take my chances and take a pitch there. I thought it was a mistake to swing 3-0. There are times you're right. It's going to be the best pitch in the at-bat. It could be 2 outs in the bottom of the order coming up, so I'm willing to take the chance. Not with Judge on deck. I think with Judge on deck, it's a mistake. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back after this.
It's Keith McPherson at night on the Fan, 1019 FM.
Archie Manning was going to come out and win the Heisman in week 1, Texas versus Ohio State. Don't believe that football hype. That football hype hits different. All that talk, all that speculation, none of that matters when there's 11 on 11 inside those white lines.
Listen to Keith McPherson on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now, police are stepping up patrols to make sure drivers and pedestrians obey our crosswalk laws. Why? Because every year in New York, people are injured or killed just crossing the street. So remember, pedestrians, obey traffic signals and use crosswalks. And drivers, yield to pedestrians in crosswalks. If you don't, we will educate you on the law, and you may get a ticket, because tickets get attention, and that saves lives. A message from the Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Now at Verizon, lock in our low price, plus free roaming included in Puerto Rico. Discover the best mofongo, post that perfect sunset on La Isla, and save big with Verizon while you do it. Switch and get 4 lines for just $30 per line. See? Just $30 per month with unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus calls, texts, and data in Puerto Rico included, so you can use your phone sin problema. Stop by your New York Verizon store today. For unlimited welcome in times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decalator Cohen and DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of With over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep the city clean, man. Let's get it.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The home of Yankees radio is WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 3 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shah at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Silent night for the Mets in Philly as Ranger Suarez allowed one hit over 6 scoreless, struck out a career-high 12 as the Phillies ripped the Mets 9-3.
Yeah, I thought the fastball was probably the best we've seen in the past couple of years. You know, the life, the movement, he used it front hip to finish hitters, you know, and froze a few of them there for strike 3.
Harrison Bader continues to torture the Mets. He went deep again, part of the 3-hit night. Kyle Schwarber is 50th of the year as Sean Manaea roughed up again. 4 runs in 5 innings as ERA pushing 6. Mets now 9 back in the division. Their wild card lead down to 2 on the Giants, 3 on the Reds. Fernando Cruz, Mark Leiter Jr. imploded in the 7th, allowed 9 runs between the two of them as the Tigers punished the Yankees 12-2. Bombers had a chance in the 5th, 2 on, nobody out, but Anthony Volpe popped up a bunt attempt and the Bombers came up empty.
We don't get the bunt down, and then and then a punch. Grish has a good at bat, just misses the 3-0. So, yeah, I mean, that's our chance to kind of grab the lead there and hopefully run with it. Just weren't able to get it done.
Will Warren gave up 2 over 6. Offense, though, consisted of just solo shots from Aaron Judge and Cody Bellinger. Blue Jays, Red Sox won, so the Bombers now tie with Boston, 3 games back. And the Giants got the news from Micah McFadden. Needs foot surgery, will miss significant time, however, is expected to return at some point this season. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports on WFAN, 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS at Paramount Plus.
All right, 3:05-ish. McMonigle here with you on the Fan, 1 hour down. 2 more to go as we take it till 5 o'clock and the warm-up show, 888-808-1019, talking baseball. Mostly we'll get to a little bit of the football, as really not much there on this Wednesday as we get ready for week number 2. Giants are going to start Russell Wilson. Jets are talking about just the beginning of Justin Fields. Listen, he was impressive, so we'll see. But I want to talk about the Toronto Blue Jays. I have called the Toronto Blue Jays frauds. I've made no qualms about that. I've been very open about that. I've been calling the Toronto Blue Jays frauds since 2021. I was calling the Toronto Blue Jays frauds as I was driving to Boston with Evan to watch the Yankees lose the wild card game in Fenway. I've been calling the Toronto Blue Jays frauds forever. No one's ever cared because they weren't in first place before, but I've been calling them frauds forever. And right now they have a 3-game lead with the tiebreaker as well over the Yankees in the division. And last night had a come-from-behind win. They were down, I believe, 3-1 in the 9th and came back and tied it in the 9th and won it in the 10th. A very big win for the Toronto Blue Jays, who added a game over the Yankees with the Yankee loss, obviously. And during the game, Buck Martinez, who's been a broadcaster for the Blue Jays for forever, I guess was given we'll play the audio. I guess he's told the Yankees had given up the ridiculous inning that they gave up and were going to lose the game to Detroit, and had some certain things to say about the New York Yankees. So this is the Toronto broadcast, the television via Sportsnet Canada, I think it's called, but Sportsnet out in Toronto, as the Blue Jays, I still think they're losing at this point, but it's 3-1, and they're discussing the Yankees' tough 7th inning, and Buck Martinez, longtime Blue Jays broadcaster, had this to say on the broadcast.
You know, the Yankees, they're not a good team. I don't care what their record is. They have a lot of wild pitches. They make a lot of mistakes in the field. They don't run the bases very well. If they don't hit home runs, they don't have a chance to win.
Wow. The Yankees aren't a very good team. I don't care what the record is. They don't do this well. They don't do that well. Those are bold words for a broadcaster who's been with this organization that's won exactly nothing since before the strike of 94. Haven't won a playoff game. And you heard me correct. Not a playoff series. They have not won a playoff game in the Vladimir Guerrero second-generation superstar era that has been so overdone and overblown and underachieving, you can't believe it. Not a single playoff game. 0-6 in the postseason. 0-6. And I think that's, 2 wild card series and all 3 wild card series haven't won a damn game. 0-2 in 3 wild card series. In all of them. Swept. Not a win. Not a win. Out there taking bows, knocking the New York Yankees and calling them not very good. Well, let me tell you something. And I know to the victor go the spoils, and they haven't been the victor just yet, but they are winning the division. I get it. And they have beat up on the Yankees, not recently, as the Yankees took 2 out of 3 against the Blue Jays last series. But I don't know if you've noticed, not only is that a bold statement for that franchise who's done exactly nothing, he's freaking wrong. And it's okay to say so, Yankee fans. I know we're frustrated with the team. I know we're mad. I know they give us innings like this and they make it so hard even when they win. It's so hard to even like this team even when they're winning. And I honestly do. I like Joe's McFly, and I like talking Yanks and everything, but that's how they sound sometimes. Even when they're winning, I can't get behind them. I'm so tired of that crap. There's a lot of flaws with this team. Of course there is. But if you go through what he just said, let's break down those 2 teams. Let's break them down, quite honestly. The better offense, the New York Yankees. If they don't hit home runs, whatever you want to say. In any OPS, on base percent, any stat you want to look at outside of strikeouts, the New York Yankees offense is better than the Toronto Blue Jays offense. The New York starting rotation, the Yankees starting rotation is better than the Blue Jays rotation. The Yankees bullpen, who just had an inning for the ages, is better than the Blue Jays bullpen. And yes, I just looked it up. Now, I don't know very much about base running statistics because I don't care that much, but even in the base running statistics, the Yankees are better than the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays do one thing better than the New York Yankees. One thing. They catch the ball better. They catch the ball better. There's no arguing it. It's not even close. They are a better defensive team than the New York Yankees. They are not a better offensive team. They don't run the bases better. They don't pitch better from the starting rotation, and they don't pitch better from the bullpen. But the broadcasters out there knocking the New York Yankees, please, get the hell out of here. And if you're a New York Yankee fan and your inclination was to go, well, he's got a point, Rethink what kind of fan you are. And whether or not you're an actual fan, because it's one thing for you to say it. It's one thing for Nick Turturro to say it at Costco. It's one thing for us to say it, or whoever else to say it. It's not when it's another broadcaster for no freaking reason taking shots at the New York Yankees, who have kicked the Toronto Blue Jays' ass for the last 15 years. They got a 3-game lead in September. They haven't won anything. I want to say a certain word so bad I've had to stop myself 3 times from saying it. They haven't won anything. And they're gonna knock the Yankees on their broadcast? Oh, I want the Blue Jays. I want them bad. I want Vladimir Guerrero. I want Buck Martinez. I want them all. I want George Springer. I want them all. Because there has not been a more, overdone, overblown fraud franchise as the Toronto Blue Jays. Their fans get all pissed off anytime you say anything. They're a bunch of crybabies. And the idea that broadcaster, who I respect, I always liked Buck Martinez, the idea that Buck Martinez would choose that moment to take shots at the New York Yankees when that team has done absolutely nothing since 1993 is a freaking joke. I don't care what the record is, and I know people get upset about run differential. The New York Yankees have a run differential of 130. The Blue Jays have 66. The Yankees are almost doubling them in run differential. Doubling them. You want to knock the Yankees? Look at the Blue Jays, because they ain't that good of a team either. It's a time period in history right now where you look around Major League Baseball and there's not a lot of good teams. There's not a single dominant team. I understand Milwaukee is played that way. We'll see. There isn't a dominant team. And they've played terrible defense. And I'm not even saying they're a great base running team. The basic base running things that I looked up, the Yankees are higher on the list than the Blue Jays. Who's that faster runner for the Blue Jays? Where's the base running for the Blue Jays? Kirk? The Yankees have more stolen bases. They have a better stolen base percentage. They've scored more runs on the base path. They are a better base running team. And he's knocking their base running and he's knocking their defense. We'll see. 0-6. They can't sniff a win. And I know the Yankees in their payroll, and it's so embarrassing. They haven't won since 2009. I get it. They were in the World Series last year, right? In this lousy down American League. What'd the Blue Jays do in it? A miserable down American League. Oh, they had to beat the American League Central. So embarrassing. Oh, such a cakewalk to the World Series. Where were the Blue Jays to stand in their way, Buck? Please. Such crap. Absolute crap. And honestly, if you're a Yankee fan who was like, man, I get it. You should be pissed like I am that a broadcaster of a franchise that hasn't won a freaking playoff game since 2013, this particular group is 0-6. He's taking shots mid-broadcast for no freaking reason. And I know Michael Kay said something about them in first place and their run differential. I get it. Maybe that's Buck Martinez playing tit for tat with another broadcaster. I don't care. I'm not Michael Kay. I'm not in the broadcaster wars. Let him take shots at the New York Yankees. Go ahead, because I promise you this. Promise you. See them in the playoffs. See what happens. See what happens. See what happens. Frauds. Frauds. They've been frauds. They continue to be frauds. And they know it so much they got to take shots at other teams mid-broadcast as they're losing. Now, they came back and won the game, but at the moment, Buck's like, now we're losing to the Astros. Let me just talk about how I don't think the Yankees are very good. Loser. Unbelievable. Such crap. I got to see Yankee fans on Twitter going, well, he's right. Well, he's right. Shame on you that you hate this team so much. Shame on you. They've got the best record in baseball over the last 25 games, the best. They started this gauntlet of these 12 games against playoff teams. They won 4 of the first 6, including 2 of 3 against those great Blue Jays. They're the first team, they're the first wild card team. They've got the best run differential in the American League. And all we do is cry and agree when others say bad things about us. I can't even like this team even when they're winning. Such crap. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan.
Not only have they lost, do you remember what they've done specifically in the postseason?
Well, I mean, they lost. I think they got swept by Tampa Bay.
But that was the first one. That was the COVID year.
That was the COVID year. Then did they lose to the Minnesota Twins?
So 2023, they got swept and scored 1 run in 2 games against the Minnesota Twins.
The
Yankees, what they do to the Twins, like we joke, it's a bye.
No, and not just they went 19 straight playoff games without a win until they saw the Toronto Blue Jays. They couldn't beat anyone in the playoffs, the Minnesota Twins. They see the Toronto Blue Jays, they win 2. Sweep them. The Blue Jays are frauds.
And the year in between that, I don't know if you remember, they had a home series in the wild card against the Mariners.
Yep.
And they lost game 1. Game 2, they were up 6 runs late, and they blew it. They ended up losing 10-9.
Yep. I should have looked into it because those are great, Mike. Those are tremendous. The Minnesota Twins beat them 2 straight in the wild card. They blew a 6-run lead with their life on the line in the wild card game. They lost to the Tampa Bay Rays in the wild card. They have lost every which way. They're 0-6. 0-6. And that's with this group. I know maybe George Springer wasn't there for all of them. I get it. But that's this group. That's Bichette. That's Guerrero. That's this team.
The starter for that 10-9 game, and he didn't go all the runs, obviously, but some of them, Kevin Gausman.
Gausman.
For those 2 games against Minnesota, Gausman and Barrios, still there.
Still there,
probably top 2 guys.
This team. The Yankees aren't a very good team. I don't care what their record is. Okay. Taking shots because they gave up 9 runs in an inning? Okay. Let's see what happens with your fraud Blue Jays. Robert in Manhattan. What's up, Robert?
I haven't had such laughs in a long time. You sound like Smaug the Dragon going over Middle Earth. My goodness.
There you go. I like that.
Fire
Smaug.
coming
My
out
guy
of you.
Smaug.
You must have had a good time in Sicilia eating the good food over there. You and Clan C-Mac. Well, welcome home.
Thank you. I appreciate that,
Let's talk
Robert.
about frauds, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, you are what your record is.
Mm-hmm.
They're 3 up, and suppose if they win, you know what? If they win the AL East, you won't give them any credit, will you?
The
You'll
Blue Jays?
find all kinds of excuses.
They got to win a playoff game. They got to win a playoff game before I will even consider wiping the fraud tag off.
Suppose if they win a playoff series,
Okay.
then what will you say?
Well, then I'll change my opinion.
Oh, then you'll well, okay.
Well, I'm just saying.
Let's talk about.
Well, things happen. People say things and then things change.
Well,
They're
you know
fraud.
what, C-Mac?
I've been proven to be right about them up until this point. We'll see if it changes.
Up until this point, okay,
Same
fine.
thing.
And if they win,
John Elway couldn't win a championship. And then he won. Guess what? People had to change their tune.
Listen, bad teams like the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Colorado Rockies sometimes, and this year has proven great, sweep good teams.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado has in more than one sense swept a good team. By the way, you say there are no dominant teams. I defy you. Milwaukee is 34 games above 500.
They're
a dominant team.
They're not winning the World Series.
Oh, no.
They're not. I don't even think they're coming out of the National League.
You don't think so? Who's better than they are?
The
Dodgers? My Dodgers?
Yeah, I mean, maybe 3 or 4 other playoff teams.
The Phillies? Oh, by the way, let's talk about fraud teams.
Yes.
Fraud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Mets swept the Phillies. Everybody said this year, the Mets own the Phillies. The Mets, they swept them a couple of weeks ago, and now the Phillies are returning the favor. And by Thursday night, if they're lucky, they'll be able to bring a broom out because they will have won the NL East by well over a dozen games.
Maybe. It's certainly on the table.
And
what do you mean maybe? Wait, you know the future? That's
no.
Maybe is what
you
maybe.
don't either.
No, of course. That's why I said maybe.
Maybe. Well, you don't think the Giants and Cincinnati can go on a run?
Of course they can. I don't think they're as good. I don't think they're as good as the Mets, and I don't see it happening. I don't see the Mets blowing this thing. But I mean, could it happen? Sure. I don't think Cincinnati's that good. The Giants traded away. They've been hot as hell, no doubt. They got 7 games left against the Dodgers. I don't see them catching.
Yeah, listen. The way
they got to overtake the Mets because the Mets have the tiebreaker over them. So they can't just tie the Mets. They got to beat the Mets by a game.
If the Mets. Okay, let's say the Mets make the playoffs. They're going to if they go in as a wild card. Who would be their first opponent? Do you know? Right now,
it would be probably the Phillies. Phillies and the Dodgers.
Oh,
well, I mean, they beat the Phillies last year in the postseason.
Well, they did. But that's the beauty about baseball.
It is. That's the beauty. Well, that's what I said. Maybe then you get. Yeah, I mean, the Blue Jay. What happens if the Blue Jays win a series? Then I'll change my opinion. That's how it works. Like, I don't get it. Alex Rodriguez isn't a playoff player. Alex Rodriguez will never play in the playoffs, and then he goes and wins the World Series and is dominant. People had to change their tune. Peyton Manning can't beat the Patriots. Peyton Manning can't beat the Patriots. Then he came from behind to beat the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. People had to change their tune. I hate comparing the Blue Jays to some of these great players, but I'm just saying. I have the firm belief they are frauds. If they go on and win the World Series, guess what? I'm going to have to change my opinion. But this is not new. I am not calling the Jays frauds because they swept them in a 4-game. They swept the Yankees in a 4-game series 2 months ago. I've been calling them frauds since a late September series when. I remember Vlad. This was like the beginning of Vlad talking trash against the Yankees. All three, the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Blue Jays, were battling for wild card standings and the wild card game. This was before the wild card series. It was just the wild card game in 21, and the Yankees went up to Toronto and took 2 out of 3 and secured that wild card spot with the Red Sox. And the Yankees weren't very good in 21. Since that series. And then the subsequent losing all these playoff games, I've been calling the Jays frauds since 21. Nobody's ever cared because the Jays have never been in first place over the New York Yankees. So now, when I call them frauds, suddenly it perks everyone's ear because I'm calling a first place team frauds. The reason a bad team isn't a fraud, they're just a bad team. To be a fraud, you have to make people believe. You have to be a good team, or you have to be winning some games, or you have to have some promise, or you have to have something. Otherwise, you're not a fraud. You're just a bad team. So the Blue Jays have enough. The Blue Jays have done enough over the last handful of years to make you believe or make you think they're quality or whatever. But in the end, they have absolutely spit the bit every single time. And I know the return is, well, so have the Yankees. It's not the same. I know nobody likes to hear this, and people get mad because getting to the World Series apparently doesn't mean anything anymore. And when I say it, everyone seems to get upset. They haven't won a playoff game. The Yankees were in the World Series last year. And I know then they embarrassed themselves in the 5th inning. I get it. They won the American League Championship. They were on the field in Cleveland hoisting a trophy. I know it's not the World Series trophy, but they were. The Blue Jays got swept by the Minnesota Twins. There is a difference. Peter in Tampa. What's up, Pete?
Hi, Chris. How are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
It's nice and sunny down here.
Is it nice and sunny even now?
Stop raining.
At 3:24 in the morning, it's sunny in Florida?
No, I'm just making an analogy.
I got you. I was going to say, you got breaking news there.
Buck Martinez has had a bug up his butt.
Mm-hmm.
Since 1976, when he was a catcher for the Kansas City Royals, and Chris Chambliss made him eat crow.
Okay.
So he's had a real hatred of the Yankees since then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't listen to Michael Kay because he's not on Yes anymore. but I would rather listen to Michael Kay than Buck Martinez.
Well, yeah.
And the Yankees, last year they got in the World Series, just like they did in '76, and got beat.
Yes.
They will repeat, and they will be in the series. Just have faith.
That is still very plausible for me. I know many other Yankee fans wouldn't say that. It's very plausible for me. I still think, now, it doesn't mean everything. I think the Yankees are, the idea that they're not a good team, I think the Yankees are the best team in the American League. I do. I think they have the best roster. I think they're the best team. Now, that and $1 will get you half a cup of coffee. But, you got to go out and perform, no doubt. Of course. The best team, not only does the best team not always win, the best team very rarely wins. So saying they're the best team does not mean that I'm saying they're going to win the World Series. What I'm saying is if the Yankees play well, if going into the American League playoffs and everyone plays well and all of the playoff teams play up to their ability and play good baseball and play well, then the Yankees will be in the World Series because I think when they play well, they're better than everybody. But will they play well? I don't know. And they have not. In the World Series last year, they did not. And throughout the postseason since 2009 have not. So I'm not overly confident that they will. But I do believe them to be the best team in the American League. I still believe that. I think they're the best roster. I think they have the best combination of offense and pitching and, not defense, obviously, but offense and pitching. So, I think they're the most talented team. But you got to play well to win. But, to call them a bad team and you don't care about their record, you don't care about their run differential, you just care about what exactly? That they beat them, 8 out of 12 times? Congratulations. Because when postseason comes, that and $1 will get you half a cup of coffee. That means absolutely nothing. The Yankees having the best roster means absolutely nothing, and the Toronto Blue Jays beating the Yankees 8 out of 13 times means absolutely nothing. They both mean absolutely nothing. It's a brand new season with a brand new start. And every time the Blue Jays get into that brand new season, it ends without a win. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. You guys want to talk Mets? Let's go. Let's talk Mets. Let's talk Manaea. Let's talk this offense. And let's talk whether or not the Mets can avoid the embarrassment that would be missing the playoffs. 888, and I think they will. I think avoid the disaster of missing the playoffs. They're going to the postseason. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
The home of the NFL on Westwood One is WFAN.
He looks right. Now he looks left. Now he's being chased. Runs to the 10 on the numbers. Angles to the far side, the 5, to the pylon. The dive!
It's two NFC teams on the rise as the Commanders head to Lambeau Field to take on the Packers. 8:15 tomorrow night. Thursday Night Football is on the Fan.
Touchdown!
101.9 FM and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Connecticut, if you want name brand tires at the guaranteed lowest price and the most free services, then get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunities to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Mercedes-Benz of Union, and Ray Cattina of Freehold. 3 powerhouse locations in New Jersey, 1 legendary name, Racetina. More inventory, featuring one of the East Coast's largest selections of new and pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles. More convenience with 3 state-of-the-art service centers to keep your Mercedes-Benz running like new. And of course, legendary Racetina customer service, where you always come first. Experience the power of 3 at benzfam.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, I'm here. I'm sitting down now. I got to get the dummy out the way as we put the Craig Carton dummy in my stead during the breaks as we stream live on YouTube. Go check me out. Me and Keith stream every night here on YouTube. Yeah. Just to put a bow on the Blue Jay thing, and then we'll move on. You can still call me on it, 888-808-1019. I just want to, because I've never really got into it. Like I talked about it a little bit there where I've been calling the Blue Jays fraud since 21. Like, it's not just, like, you got to remember, and the same thing with this group of Orioles, too. When the back in 21, the talk was the same thing that, Met fans wanted to tell us about the Yankees this year. The Blue Jays are better run than the Yankees. The Blue Jays farm system is better than the Yankees. The Blue Jays future is far brighter than the Yankees. Vladimir Guerrero is going to be an absolute monster. They've got all these second-generation superstars. They're about to go on this run and dominate the American League East. And none of it has come true. None of it. Then you get the Orioles. Same thing a couple years ago. The Orioles. Oh, the Orioles. I know they've been losing for all these years, but the Orioles have built this incredible farm system They have Rushman, who's done nothing since his rookie year. They have Gunnar Henderson. They have this young crop of young talent. They just got a new owner with some money. The future is so bright for the Baltimore Orioles, and the Yankees are just set in their ways, and Brian Cashman has lost what baseball's about. The game has passed them by. The Yankees are a joke, while the Orioles and the Blue Jays are the future of this division. And neither of them have won a playoff game. And now the Orioles have collapsed already. The Blue Jays 0-6, the Orioles 0-5 in the postseason. And last year, the Orioles lost to the Kansas City Royals in the playoffs. 2 games, lost them both. The Yankees go on to beat them, and you can't even take credit for beating them. Oh, they're supposed to beat the Royals. It's almost like you have to apologize for even had to play the Royals in the postseason. Well, the reason they had to play the Royals in the postseason is because the great farm system and operation that is out there in Baltimore couldn't beat them. That's why the Yankees played Kansas City, because Baltimore couldn't beat them. So I know we like to kick on the Yankees, and I know that, for the payroll and what they've done, and I know now this is now the 33rd straight year of 500 or better, and no one cares, and with this payroll, it's easy, and they haven't won a World Series since 2009, and I get it. And a lot of that, if not all of it, is fair. It's fair. But when other franchises pop up and suddenly are supposed to be this and supposed to be that, while the Yankees are just, the train that keeps on a-trucking, and keeps on, winning playoff series and getting to ALCSs and getting to a World Series. Like, in that time period since 2001, I know it's not been a championship, but, like, the Blue Jays are supposed to be, and we forget, the talking point was the Blue Jays were going to be this great thing, and they haven't done a damn thing. And the Yankees have been to 3 ALCSs and have been to a World Series, and they're supposed to apologize for that because it's not good enough. While the freaking Blue Jays, who would spend money hand over fist if anybody would take it, can't win a damn series, can't win a damn game. So, that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from for me.
And those other 3 teams, the Red Sox, because you can throw them in 2 at times, the Orioles and the Blue Jays have all had, since that time in 2021, at least one last place season.
Has at least one last place
Yankees haven't finished with a losing record.
Right. And I know nobody cares, no one's throwing parades for that, but it speaks for itself. Red Sox spend money. Red Sox are a big market team. Red Sox could have a payroll if they chose to. Red Sox make plenty of money, sell out the ballpark, have plenty of money. Why did they finish in last place? But this is more about those 2 franchises because the Red Sox have won championships and the Red Sox have been very good. I haven't called them frauds. This is about the Blue Jays team and then a little bit about the Orioles. But the Blue Jays team, everyone tell me, the future of the division runs through them. They're going to be so great forever. They've got Bichette and Biggio and they got Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and they're really building something in Toronto. Crap. Just true, man. It's just true. It's just true. And whereas the Yankee fan base crying, meanwhile they've done leaps and bounds better than these teams who've lost forever to build up through the farm system and then give you nothing. 2 years, the Orioles are this great team, can't win a playoff game, and now they've already collapsed. Adley Rutschman isn't very good. Gunnar Henderson is the one player they really have. But, the Yankees don't know how to develop their young superstars. Let's get back to the Mets as well. Tom and Freehold. What's up, Tom?
Hey, what's going on, Chris? How you been, man?
Good, buddy. I'm good. How are you?
We're good. Welcome back from Italy.
Thank you.
Zoo did a great job for you, man. Except for giving us misinformation about the Wendy Friendlies franchise, he did a very good job. Everything else was
Who was
good.
that?
He held it down. I think Zoo was telling us there was only one Friendlies left in the country.
I think that was I think it was Anthony Gallo. I don't know if Zoo did any of the shows.
Oh, was it Gallo?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right. Anyways, Buck Martinez, don't worry about him. He's about as credible as Angel Martinez. And, you know, the Yankees are a class organization. I'm a big Mets fan, okay? But Yankees are a class organization. You know what? Maybe they could use it as inspiration because I'll be honest with you, I hope the Phillies announcer says something derogatory about the Mets so they can hang it on their locker or walk around with giant signs of what he said to you because this team just doesn't seem to have any fire whatsoever this year. I've never experienced so many highs and lows. It's, you know, they're bad. Oh, no, now they're good again. It's crazy, you know. We got Vientos is now he's hitting the ball, but, you know, nobody else seems to be doing it. Pitching, what do we have as pitching? 1.5 starters. I got McLean and maybe and Peterson who have laid his bet at. It's just it's horrible. You know, the trades at the deadline. Our center fielder that they picked up at the deadline still hasn't showed up yet.
Yeah, I don't think.
I don't know.
And he's at the point where he's a bench player. You can't play.
Yeah.
You can't play Mullins.
You got to bury him on the bench.
Absolutely.
And then the best is Harrison Bader is a spark plug for the Phillies.
Yeah.
He's just doing everything right.
I know.
He's handing out bats to kids, and I mean the guy, he's become a superstar.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, listen.
Throwing the Mets up left and right. This team is embarrassing.
Yeah.
Right now.
I mean,
I don't know what do they tell them when they go into? Hopefully, there was something said after the game yesterday. I don't know. Something's got to wake them up.
Yeah, I mean, listen. Right now, the offense has gone cold. That's it, and it happens far too often, and the entire offense has gone cold. But yeah, the trade deadline, unfortunately, you know, Helsley has been god awful. Mullins has been god awful. You know, Rogers has been okay. He's been pretty good, and Soto's been all right. Like the trade deadline's been, you know, really not that good because Helsley has been just god awful, and Mullins hasn't given you anything. That's why they activated Siri last night. But to me, we talked about this yesterday. I heard Evan say the same thing. We agree. Me, Fleegs, Evan, we all agree. It's just the lineup's set now. Marte's your DH. Vientos is your third baseman. Beatty is your second baseman. McNeil is your center fielder. That's it. That's it. That's the team that needs to play, right now, every day. Marte's your DH. Vientos your third baseman. Beatty your second baseman. McNeil your center fielder. That's it. You can't play Mullins. You want to give Siri a run here if they face left-handed pitching? I guess. But, outside of that, that's your team. And they've got to get Pete Alonso had some miserable at-bats. He's got to get going. Lindor's got to get going. They have been ice cold the last 4 games. And, yeah, you're right, the rotation. Now, look, Tong has been pretty good. Sproat pitched a nice game. Obviously, what do you have? 5 1/3 no-hit innings. Obviously, McLean's been great. I don't know what a playoff rotation looks like. I guess it's. Do you really go Peterson and McLean and Tong? I don't know.
Doesn't matter when you're going to get shut out.
That's a good point. The offense has to score. Phil in Sheepshead Bay. What's up, Phil?
Hi, Chris. Good early morning.
No, good early morning, you.
Chris, Chris, I watched the game last night, and to me, it looked like a bunch of zombies. They stood at the plate. Everybody took 2 strikes. The bats didn't come off their shoulders, and they led their lifeless. And then I'm looking at the expressions on the manager's face. The guy looks like he's out in the twilight zone. So between that and the rotation, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. I'm going to be honest with you. All these teams behind them are playing ball. They're putting the ball in play. The only places the Mets are putting the ball are in their pocket. I'll leave you with that. Have a good evening.
You too, Phil. Look, the Giants have been hot. We've seen hot streaks from damn near every team in Major League Baseball this year. I don't believe they are good enough to catch the Mets. I just don't. And you got, the offense has gone cold the last 4 days. It was pretty much on fire most of the month of August. The offense needs to come back. I think they're going to be okay. I think they're going to find a way. And then once you get in, this is about survival mode. Evan said today, I know I've quoted Evan a couple times. I happened to be listening to a lot of the show because I was driving in to the Yankee game, which, by the way, I'm just thinking now, I can't wait until they put out that video of me yelling, defending the Yankees in my Yankee jersey. It's going to be everyone's going to be killing me.
I was thinking that too. Like, for people who don't know, you never wear a jersey here unless you were at the, or maybe like opening day.
Yeah.
But, like, it's only because you were at the game.
It was only because I was at the game, and I'm not smart enough to think to bring a change of clothes. I even have a Yankee shirt, like, underneath it. But I can just imagine now, my fat face up close, you just get enough of the pinstripes, and I'm yelling about how the Blue Jays are frauds and the Yankees are the best team in the American League off of last night.
I don't care about the record.
I don't care. I'm in for it. Everyone's going to be getting on me. I don't care. Enough people get on me. Who cares? But I can just tell right now, I'm sitting here in my Yankee jersey. The Yankee fanboy at it again. But I have a hard time thinking the Mets aren't going to finish this off. I don't know what happens. Evan said he put it at 75%. I'd go higher than that. I think it's...
ESPN has him at like 87.9.
Is it 87 now? It was 90.
Which seems ridiculous for a 2-game lead.
Yeah, it was 92 going into yesterday. Going into the game yesterday. It was at 92 because they talked about it. Right now, it's 87.9. Now, if you believe, I don't know if
Fangraphs has it at 87.6.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I feel. I feel about almost 90% sure that the Mets are going to figure it off.
Fangraphs has them at 0.5% for the division, which seems laughably high.
Yeah. How much for the division?
0.5%.
Yeah. Then I mean, come on. That's about right. There's a 0.5%. There's a, 1 in 200 chance that they win the division. If the season plays out 200 times, they win the division once.
Yeah, seems high.
I'm trying to look at those odds. There's only one team. I believe there's only one team right now that is currently not in a playoff spot that has a better than 10% chance of making the playoffs, and that's Texas. The Rangers are sitting outside the American League wild card, and they're at 23.4%. The next highest would be the Giants, obviously behind the Mets, at 7.7%. So, I mean, according to ESPN, the postseason's pretty much locked up. Only the Texas Rangers have a better than 10% chance at 23. Houston's down to 80. The Seattle Mariners have a higher percentage of making the playoffs than the Astros do. You see, again, I don't know how I feel about this with the Astros. They're clearly not the same Astros. And even if the Yankees beat them in the postseason, I would get satisfaction. Don't get me wrong. One, I just want to win any series. And it would be somewhat, at least I would be able to send Jose Altuve and Carlos Correa and, Alvarez home and give them that feeling that they've given us, what feels like a dozen times over the last 10 years. But it still wouldn't feel as good because they're not the same team. They're just not. And I think there is a chance they missed the playoffs. They blew this game against Toronto last night. They are not very good. But I can't fathom the Mets not finding a way to make it in the playoffs. And then once they're in, things change, man. Once you're in, you're in. And if this offense can get hot, the problem is a little bit of what the Yankees have. And this is what I'll say. Like I heard Keith say a lot about Mendoza went to the managing school of Boone. What I'll say about the Mets, and you listen to Pete's quotes after the game yesterday, they have a lot of the same feeling around the team that the Yankees do, where we're good, we'll be fine. There's a lot of that. We know we're good. We're going through it. We'll find our way through it. We're fine. Now, do they really feel that way? I don't know, but that is certainly how they project it. They project, we're good. We're just not playing well. We'll be fine. We know we're good. There's a lot of that. Yankees give it to you too. It makes you crazy when they're a half a game out of being knocked out of the postseason. A month they were playing. Speaking about the Rangers, they had that Ranger series. They lost the first 2 games of that Ranger series, awful, getting swept by the Marlins. That final game of the Ranger series, they lose that game. They're out. They're on the outside looking in at that point. And it was still, we're fine, we're good. And right now the Mets, I mean, they've lost 4 in a row. They're only 2 games up on San Francisco, and it's just like, hey, I know we're getting beat by the Phils right now, but we'll be fine. We're okay. You got a pitching staff that's pretty much young kids and a bunch of guys you don't trust. You got an offense that has been bad or at least underachieving all year outside of the month of August and is back to being as bad as it's been at any point this year. You're getting your ass kicked by your divisional opponent and to the point where the division's long gone, and you are clinging with your fingernails to hang on to the final wild card spot with the highest payroll in baseball. And still the message is, we're fine. We're good. We just got to be more consistent. Got to play better. That's what drives you nuts. Yankees do the same thing. So I don't know if that is Mendoza coming from the same school as Aaron Boone or the Yankee organization, or just, David Stearns and when you are a team with that kind of payroll and those expectations and that kind of talent, that's just kind of your mantra. Like, I don't know if that's become like the mantra of teams with high payrolls and high talent. Like, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Last year, there was a sense of urgency with the Mets because they went 11 games under 500. The Mets never had to deal with that level of failure. Even though they've been 10, 11 games under 500 from June 13th, they've never actually looked at the standings and seen themselves struggling to that level. They've never had to look themselves in the mirror and say, good God, we're 10 games under. They've been able to, they started off well, and they've been able to say, hey, we're in a playoff spot. We're in a playoff spot. We're the Mets. We're good. We're on a 7-game winning streak. Oops, we're on a 7-game losing streak. Like, they've been able to just be cruising along. And it feels like the sense of urgency that has been lacking with the New York Yankees is starting to lack with the New York Mets. But having said all of that, there's no way they don't internally feel that urgency, and I just can't believe that this team that is far more talented than the Reds and far more talented than the San Francisco Giants, there is just no way in my mind I envision the Mets falling out of a playoff spot. There's just no way. Larry in Corona. What's up, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, Chris?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm not doing too good, man. Chris, I hear you say you don't see a way that the Mets don't make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, how are we going to make the playoffs? We have no starting rotation. We have no bullpen. How are we going to get in the playoffs? I mean, technically,
because you're better than the 2 teams chasing you, and that's not a great answer, and it's not one that should instill a ton of confidence in you. It's just how I feel. I think whatever their faults, they're better than the Giants who traded away their bullpen, and I think they're better than the Cincinnati Reds. I just think they're better.
I think we're better than the Cincinnati Reds. The Giants are coming up, though.
They got 7 games left against the Dodgers, 4 in L.A. 7. How many times are they going to beat the Dodgers in 7 tries?
And the guy we traded, Drew Gilbert,
he's a maniac, huh?
And I love his personality.
Yeah.
He would have been so great in New York, and that's another
well,
issue
I mean,
that
if
I'm
you
mad
look at his
about.
numbers, he's had like a couple of big games. His numbers are just, Yeah, go ahead. Fliegelman had Gilbert's numbers earlier. So what do you?
Yeah, because I was looking at it. If you take out, he had back-to-back games where he went 7 for 9 with 2 home runs in a 2-game stretch. You take those 2 out, he's played every day for the month and a half. He's batting 143.
Okay. So outside of 2 games where he went off, did you say he hit 2 home runs in both games or 2 home runs?
2 home runs in one of the 2 games.
Oh, in one of the 2 games.
But he had a bunch of hits. In the 2 games combined, 7
for 9, 2 home runs in those 2 games. Okay. And outside of that, he's hitting 143. You see, he's been a spark for them, even with the 143. He's been a maniac in the dugout. They're choking him. They're doing all kinds of weird things. He's been an absolute, just crazy madman, which can help, and maybe it's brought some life, even though he's only hitting 143. But again, I wouldn't be so hung up on that. I trust David Stern's understanding of his players. I don't think, I know this isn't a PCA thing. I wouldn't worry about him becoming Pete Crow Armstrong, but he's helped them a little bit. He's helped them. There's no doubt. He's helped them. Even though he hasn't given them great numbers, he had a big couple games, and he's brought some exuberance and youth to the bench. But again, I don't think they're very good. I don't think they're very good. They're hot right now. I don't think they're very good. And the bullpen for the Mets, you do have Diaz, you do have Raley. I just think that Helsley did have a clean inning his last time you saw him. Like, I think they'll kind of figure that out. Reed is back from the IL. Like, I think they'll figure out a way to just get enough out of the bullpen. You have the 3 young kids who've pitched very, very well. Peterson and Clay Holmes haven't been brutally bad. They just don't go deep into the games. And the offense is capable of being a force, which we saw for almost a full month. I just can't believe they're going to fade. I just can't. Now, look, maybe they do. Maybe they do. And I'm telling you right now, it would be an epic fail. It would be a failure of the highest order. It would be one of the worst seasons in Met history. To have this talent, to have this playoff format, to have as big a lead as they had, to have a 5-game lead in the division, to have Juan Soto having the season he's having and hitting, 40 home runs and stealing 30 bases and driving in 100 runs, and just Pete Alonso's start to the year and just everything. It would be an out-and-out disaster if they don't make the playoffs. And I firmly believe they'll avoid that disaster. I firmly do. 888-808-1019. Quick break. More of your calls. We'll come back. We'll have the update. We'll say good morning, and we'll talk to you straight till 5 o'clock. You can also obviously hit us. You can listen on the Odyssey app, and you can watch us streaming live on YouTube. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. We'll be right back.
It's Boomer and Gio. Mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
Silver lining, yes. Moral victories, no. There's no way in the world that Aaron Glenn is happy. I mean, I think that when you are an offensive coordinator and you're an offensive player and you see the way that the Jets played offense, you can take away from that game that you can do this.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At City Harvest, we're on the road every day rescuing millions of pounds of nutritious food for New Yorkers in need, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
This is Alex Shulman of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always fight for you if you're injured at a construction site. If you've ever wished you've had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman & Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
You make sure his toys don't have any sharp edges. You taught her what to do when the smoke alarm goes off and to wear a helmet when she rides her bicycle. You do so much to keep your child safe. But are you using the right car seat for your child? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Protect your child's future at every stage of life. For information on the right seat for your child, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Sponsored by the New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee.
Town Fair Tire became New England's #1 discount tire dealer by giving you the absolute lowest prices guaranteed. And with over 100 stores from Connecticut to Maine, we'll beat anybody's price. Other dealers, we beat them. Warehouse clubs, we beat them. Online sites, we beat them all every day. So remember, for the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
With over 90 years of combined legal experience representing the law enforcement community, Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP, continues to strive to educate police officers of their civil rights to sue in line-of-duty accident cases. The 2025 Police Officers' Right to Sue newsletter can be viewed on policeofficersrighttosue.com and provides successful results in varying line-of-duty accident cases. These results include damages recovered from RMP accidents involving the City of New York and civilian motorists, station house defects, ricochet injuries from the range, private premises slip and falls, sidewalk slip and falls, construction defects, snow and ice cases, and injuries emanating from defective RMPs. In any LOD accident, it is important for the officer to take photographs of any defects, injuries, or damage. It is also essential to draft the line-of-duty report and detail the cause of the accident in the paperwork. Remember, there's a 90-day time limitation to file a claim against a municipality. If any law enforcement member has a question regarding a potential lawsuit, contact Decolator Cohen & DePrisco, LLP at policeofficersrighttosue.com or call 1-800-901-1529.
Looking Looking for the best waste removal on Long Island? Maggio Environmental is your partner in recycling for zero waste. From commercial recycling to full-scale construction projects, we handle it all. Lead reports, trash, and everything in between. With state-of-the-art recycling facilities and service within 24 hours, including convenient roll-off containers, we make waste removal simple, efficient, and eco-friendly. Maggio Environmental. From the ground up, we've got you covered. Call or visit MaggioEnvironmental.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 4 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit SamuelPain.com. Struggles for Sean Manaea continued, smacked around for 4 runs in 5 innings as the Phillies disposed of the Mets 9-3.
This is a guy that we're counting on. He was huge for us last year. I know this has been a struggle for him, and obviously he's frustrated too, but we're going to need this guy. We brought this guy in here to make an impact, and our job is to continue to help him.
That offense had no answers for Rangers Suarez. They mustered just 1 hit. He threw 6 scoreless. He struck out a career high 12. Kyle Schwarber's 50th homer of the season as the Phillies now own a commanding 9-game lead. Mets clinging to a 2-game lead on the Giants for the wild card, 3 on the Reds. Tigers put up a 9 spot in the 7th. They pulled away from the Yankees 12-2. Will Warren fired 6 innings of 2-run ball, but Fernando Cruz and Mark Leiter Jr. combined to allow 9 runs on 4 hits and 4 walks.
Look, we just got away from us. 5 ends up being 5 with the hit batter, free passes. We managed contact that, it's not like we got hit a lot all over the yard and some balls finding holes, but, just too many free passes.
Aaron Judge, Cody Bellinger each went deep. Meanwhile, the Blue Jays scored twice in the 9th, again in the 10th. They outlast the Astros, so Yankees now 3 games back, tied with the Red Sox. And the Giants are going to have to make do without Micah McFadden for a significant amount of time. Needs foot surgery, is expected to return, though, at some point this season. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Have something to say? Dial us 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Call his wife in 403. McMonigle here with you on the Fan on this Wednesday morning. 888-808-1019. I got you for 1 more hour till the warm-up show comes your way. And we're taking your calls on this miserable morning for us baseball fans as the Mets get beat up again by Philadelphia. They have now lost 4 games in a row. Manaea continues to throw batting practice. The manager tells us he's getting another start. Why? I have no idea. As it's clear, crystal clear, that right now, whatever's going on in his arm, the loose bodies, whatever, he is not healthy and he can't pitch through it. Doesn't change the fact that the offense can't score runs either. It was only 4 runs, to be fair. The Mets, who are still the only team in baseball who haven't won a game after trailing in the 8th inning, continue to just go through this malaise over the last 4 or 5 games with just no offense after having an incredible August. September has been a dud for them offensively. They are now 9 games back. We knew this yesterday, the day before, 3 days ago. The division's long gone, and they are holding on with their fingernails to the final wild card spot as they are 2 games up on the San Francisco Giants. And it's hard to take. And then you get to the Yankees, and they do the same thing. We kind of opened the show talking about how both teams are being stubborn with particular players who are useless. The Yankees, the 7th inning was a disaster. Yes, Fernando Cruz, who's been great, who we've been praising, who helped them win game after game against the Astros. And the Blue Jays has had a great run here since coming back from being injured. Hell, when he's been healthy, he's pitched great for the Yankees this entire season. He comes into a tie game in the 7th, 2-2. I haven't even mentioned that Judge hit a home run that eclipsed Yogi Berra for 5th all-time on the Yankee list. We didn't even get to that. We're so frustrated. Haven't even talked about it yet. But a 2-2 game in the 7th becomes, 35-2 game after the 7th as Fernando Cruz can't get anybody out. Boone goes to Leiter. He's throwing the ball all over the place, walking everybody, gives up a game, bases clearing triple. And the Yankees get spanked 12-2 in the first game of this series against Detroit. And that's not even the part that bothers me. That's not even the part that bothers me. I have no problem with how Boone handled that inning. I really don't. We've gone over that. You can call me up and tell me I'm an idiot for that at 888-808-1019. I have no problem going to Cruz. I have no problem trying to leave Cruz in because he's their strikeout guy, and that's what you need with the bases loaded. I have no problem going to Leiter once they're down against the lefties in that lineup, as opposed to going to Hill and having them pinch hit all righties for Hill. I have no problem. The inning just got away. What I have a problem with was what happened before the game even started, where they continue to throw at Anthony Volpe. Anthony Volpe, we've been saying it for a week, but it continues to be so obvious and painfully obvious that the Yankees are being stubborn right now with Anthony Volpe, who again gave you feeble at-bats in the 6th inning of this game, tied at 2. The first 2 guys get on ahead of him, a single by Jazz, a single by Wells, and Anthony Volpe is unable to lay down the bunt. The Yankees don't score a run, and it felt from that moment, you knew the Yankees were in trouble. The bullpen then has the blow-up of the 7th, and the New York Yankees drop a game as the Toronto Blue Jays win their game in comeback fashion against the Astros, and now the division lead is back up to 3-4 in real circumstances, considering the Yankees have the Blue Jays have the tiebreaker against the Yankees, and the odds of winning the American League East took a big hit last night with a miserable loss and a come-from-behind win from the Jays. We've talked a lot about the Jays and how they're still frauds, even with that lead and Buck Martinez. But ultimately, ugly night for our baseball teams, and stubbornness rules the day. Because for me, Anthony Volpe can't play anymore. And Minaya can't pitch anymore. And the Mets are literally clinging on to a 2-game lead of being out of the postseason, and the Yankees can't lose anymore if they want to buy an home field advantage and win this division. And you can't play players who are useless. And unfortunately for Sean Manaea, as great as he was last year, he's clearly not healthy and can't pitch through it. He is useless. And Anthony Volpe, despite whatever promise or hot streaks we have seen, I don't know if he'll be useless forever, but he is useless right now. He can't hit. He can't field. He can't lay down a bunt. There is literally nothing Anthony Volpe does that helps the New York Yankees in any way. And they continue to throw him out there. He got booed out of the building. I was in the building last night. If you're watching on YouTube, that's why I'm in the jersey. I was at the game last night. And what's frustrating for him is it's clearly in his head. It's clearly mental. And the manager gave him an easy win. He doesn't have to get a hit. He doesn't have to even get a sacrifice fly. He doesn't have to walk. He doesn't have to do anything other than put a ball on the ground. If he does that and moves the runners over, he gets the entire crowd's going to applaud him. Because, one, we love small ball. You know those Yankee fans, we love small ball. A bunt that moves runners over in the 6th inning, we're going to go nuts for you, Anthony. It was an easy win. And he blew it. He pops up in foul territory to the third baseman. That inning goes to crap. McMahon, who had a miserable night as well, struck out for, I think, the third time or it was second time. He ends up striking out 3 times in the game, but he strikes out. And then you get a 3-0 fastball flown out the center field from Grisham with Judge on deck. Frustrating inning leading right into one of the worst innings you've ever seen in your life. And the Yankees lose. Mets lose. It's almost like it's football Sunday again. 888-808-1019. So that's where we've been all Wednesday morning. A lot of frustration with our baseball teams, and more than just frustration, watching them beat their head against the wall. As Mendoza's already come out and said, Manaea's pitching his next time around. There's no reason. You've brought up Sproat. He pitched well. You have the 3 young kids in obviously McLean and Tong as well, and you've got Peterson and you've got Clay Holmes. There is no reason to continue to throw out what is batting practice from Sean Manaea. There's just no reason for it. And it's not that it's going to get better, and it's not that he needs to find himself. It's clearly that he's pitching with loose objects, foreign objects in his elbow. He's unable to get through it. He can't do it. The fastball doesn't have the zip. It's not like his stuff is good and he's not locating. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. And yes, a lot of it's about the offense. And yes, it's been about the offense almost all year. But you can't bench the entire team. They tried Siri. He did nothing. You know, this offense, which has been hot through August, has completely cooled off. But you are who you are. They need to come through. They need to be better. But you can't throw out starting pitchers who don't provide anything. Both the Mets and Yankees were stubborn last night, and it was in part the reason they lost. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. I got you for 50 more minutes as we take you to the warm-up show. Steve in Rockland. What's up, Steve?
Hey, Chris.
Hey.
So all those things you said are true, but, I call because talking about the Yankees' inability to develop players, and Judge, of course, crown
only
jewel
happens to be the best player in Major League Baseball and one of the greatest to ever do it, yes.
Right, crown jewel of that. But you know what? I will say this about Will Warren.
Mm-hmm.
Homegrown.
Yeah.
Homegrown Will Warren.
Yep.
He has gotten better. He has proceeded as he's gotten better as the season has gone along.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. If you look at the pitching in general. If you look at what Luis Heel is pitching to an ERA under 3. Cam Schlittler is pitching to an ERA under 3. Those are all homegrown Yankees. Will Warren leads all rookie pitchers in strikeouts. Like the right now, the development side on the pitching, those 3 guys are in the rotation. One of them for sure is getting a playoff start, even if it's in a wild card series. Like the Yankees have developed some starting pitching here. There's no doubt.
And here's another way to look at it. Here's another way to look at this.
Mm-hmm.
The Yankees lost Juan Soto, and yet they are still where they are. They are within striking distance of getting a bye, of having home field throughout the the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Even though tonight, that aspiration took a little bit of a hit tonight.
Yep.
It did.
It certainly did.
But it is still well within reach. It is still within reach.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, you lost Soto, and that guy, I just want to say, he's good. It's likely he's going to get 40 home runs.
Yep.
It's likely he's going to get 30 stolen bases.
He's already got 30 stolen.
He already has 100 runs scored.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get 100 RBIs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty, he's playing pretty well.
It's better than pretty. He's phenomenal. He's a phenomenal baseball player. He's an incredible baseball player. The issue is, and this is just fair, because I know everyone wants to go, on a down year with his numbers. There's no doubt he's having a very good statistical season. The impact on winning hasn't been as much as you would like. And it's just a fact. That's just a fact. He's had a great year. He's going to finish with those numbers you're talking about. He's going to have 40 home runs, 30 stolen bases, score 100, drive in 100. He's going to have an OPS about 940, 950. He is going to have a typical Juan Soto year on the back of a baseball card. The old, Mike and the Mad Dog would go through the years when they would try and debate whether or not someone was a Hall of Famer. A Hall of Fame year, Hall of Fame year, Hall of Fame year. This is another Hall of Fame year when you're counting up Hall of Fame years for Juan Soto. without question. But the impact on winning games for the New York Mets hasn't been as high as you would like. That's just fair. He's been bad with runners in scoring position outside of the month of August. His best, months were June and August. June, they had a losing record, I believe. I know it started on June 13th, but they weren't winning very much. And even in August, they've been an under 500 team since June 13th. With Juan Soto finding it. The best the Mets played was when Juan Soto was melancholy and struggling. That's when they won the most games. So I'm not knocking him. He's a great player. I'm not knocking him. But although the numbers are going to look the same, and this is just a fact, this is not the Yankee fanboy in the Yankee jersey, and I went to the game today, I know. This is not just the Yankee fanboy saying this. It's just a fact. Although the numbers are going to be similar between last year and this year, the impact he had on the New York Yankees was far greater than the impact he's had on the New York Mets this year. It's just a fact. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be a jerk. That's just the truth. Now, that's today. It might be a completely different story from September 10th through the postseason. Because that's how good he is. And get him to the playoffs, and he might be a stud and put the team on his back and carry them to the World Series. On the table. But as of today, September 10th, as great as Juan Soto has been, it hasn't impacted winning for the Mets as much as you would like. And right now, the offense just hasn't done enough outside of that 3-week to 4-week stretch where they were the best team with runners in scoring position. They were scoring all those runs. It was 9, 10 runs a game. Alonso was hot. Lindor was hot. Soto was incredibly hot. Vientos was reestablishing himself. Nimmo was hot. McNeil was putting the ball in play. While that was all happening and the Mets were playing good baseball for a stretch and the offense was killing it and they were sweeping the Phillies, the last 5 games or so, the offense has completely evaporated. And we can scream about Minaya because that's an easy decision. It's not so much that it's Minaya's fault they lost the game last night. It's that's an easy decision. You have other pitchers. He can't pitch anymore, plain and simple. The offense is a more complicated issue that there is no clear answer that the manager can just snap his finger and say, here, that'll fix it. You can fix Minaya getting lit up every 5th day or every 6th day. You can fix that. And that's why we scream about it, because that's a snap of the finger. He's out of the rotation, and you're better off for it. The lineup is a more complicated, convoluted issue. And they're back into the ways they've been since June 13th, outside of the month of August, with not doing a damn thing and miserable at bats. Even Mendoza was talking about it. Watch the game last night and see how many good pitches were taken by the Mets. They are in their head. They are guessing. They are looking for things. Alvarez the other night looking for a fastball, just up there hacking, hoping he gets what he's looking for. It wasn't as bad as that throughout this game, but Pete Alonso had some miserable at-bats in this game. Suarez absolutely dominated them. 12 strikeouts. The offense needs to wake up. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Chris, before I get to my Yankee point, I got to say the 3 o'clock hour was great. I wake up, turn you on, and you are just laying into the Blue Jays, and I'm rolling.
Buck Martinez has some nerve. I'll be honest with you. I know, Michael Kay said something about the Blue Jays and their run differential a few months ago. For Buck Martinez out of nowhere to just say the Yankees aren't a very good team is absolute crap. It's absolute crap.
Chris, unless Cito Gaston is in the dugout and Joe Carter's at the plate, I really, don't worry about the Blue Jays at all. Doc Halladay, God rest his soul, is not going to be on the mound, and nothing to worry about with them. What is unique to me about this Yankee season, and I've said it for years, Brian Cashman's best ability is he recognized the importance of the bullpen, and we have always had a great bullpen going into the postseason. Yeah. Now, he went and got the arms. So I do not blame Brian Cashman at all. I think he's had a brilliant last year and a half. But right now, I have faith in David Bednar, and that's it. Luke the Dreamweaver, I don't know what's wrong with him. Devin Williams did strike out Vlad Guerrero in his last time.
And nobody else could, that's for sure, yeah.
And maybe Devin Williams, the airbender is bending. The airbender, as Joe Flamingo calls it, is finally bending. But right now, I only believe in Bednar, and thank God our starting pitching has come around because we're going to need these guys to go 7. When you have to get, that 9 to 12 outs, forget about it. If they only have to get 6 outs, I believe they can do it. If they got to get the 7th inning, oh boy.
Yeah, well, I mean, get ready. They're going to have to get the 7th inning. I mean, that's just, they're going to have to in the postseason. I think that's unfair. Weaver's last 2 appearances haven't been great. I mean, it's not like he's been knocked around. I mean, he gave up a home run. He gave up a couple of hits. The last 2 haven't been great, but I still trust Weaver. I'm still not where I don't trust him. I think there are 3 guys I trust right now. I still trust Fernando Cruz. He was miserable last night. Couldn't get an out. 5 batters, 5 men on base. 2 hits and a double, a single, and 3 walks. Miserable. I still trust him. He's been that good. It's 1 outing. It sucks that it happened. It sucks that it blew that game. They should have scored more runs. And that's it. When you score more runs, you can be more aggressive as a manager. If the Yankees have a lead, you can be more aggressive to go to Weaver. You can be more aggressive to go to your top relievers. You're not going to do it tied, bases loaded, to bring in Weaver to hopefully pull a miracle to keep you down 1 or 2. They're down 2 runs when they make the move. You want to bring in Weaver, bases loaded, nobody out, already down 2 runs, hope he pulls a miracle to keep it at 2 runs? And then pitch both of those guys in a loss? But if you're up 2 runs, you can go be more aggressive and go, okay, he doesn't have it, I'll go to Weaver, and then I'll figure out the 8th and 9th. Tie game, which is their fault for not scoring more runs against Casey Mize. That's how the manager's going to handle it. That's how most managers are going to handle it. But I still trust him. I still trust Weaver. I still trust Bednar. That's it. Those are the 3 I trust. And Hill against lefties. Hill against lefties. Hill against righties, I have no faith in. Hill against lefties and those 3. Now, you're going to have to trust more than that. Because for all of our talk about Devin Williams and he can't pitch in this leverage situation, he can't pitch in that leverage situation, he can't do this, he can't do that. Have you watched Yankee playoff baseball over the last handful of years? Every inning and every spot is going to be high leverage. You're going to need Devin Williams to pitch. They don't have enough arms to just avoid Devin Williams. He's pitching in the postseason, and he's going to pitch in spots where if he doesn't come through, it's going to hurt the Yankees. That's the nature of the business. Leiter is going to pitch in spots. That's just it. There's no way to avoid it. Unless the rotation is suddenly going to go 7-8 every single start, which good luck with that. In today's day and age, good luck with that. You have 1 25-pitch inning, you're not going 7. That's it. Especially if they're going to throw either Schlittler or Hill or Warren. They have 1 25-pitch inning. They're not pitching 7 innings. They're just not. They're not. So you got to trust these guys at some point. You got to go to them. You got to be able to throw Leiter in a game and not be able to throw a strike and throw nothing but wild pitches. That can't happen. Leiter's got to be better. And yeah, the bullpen, you go into the bullpen is without question for the New York Yankees. When I think of the Yankees, their defense, specifically Volpe, which I do think will be fixed in the postseason. There's no way they're playing Volpe in the postseason. I would be shocked. They're going to play Caballero. Caballero's going to start tonight. Mark my words. Caballero starts tonight. Anthony Volpe is on the bench tonight. I don't think there's any doubt. He's being benched tonight. I don't know about if he's being benched permanently tonight, but he will not be in the lineup tonight for the New York Yankees. And come the postseason, they will play Caballero. They don't think they need to give Caballero a run. It's not like, let's give him 10 days to a week, let him get comfortable. He's comfortable as a bench player. He could play shortstop. They're going to plug him in whenever they decide to plug him in. They're going to probably play Volpe a lot between now and the postseason. But if Volpe never hits again, if Volpe is this same guy the rest of the way, he's not playing in the postseason. So that'll make me feel better about the defense. But the bullpen is the scariest part of this team. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. Think of how many games. Think of where they would be if they held on to every game they had a 3-run lead in the 8th inning or later. That's it. Doesn't have to be a 1-run game. Every 3 or 4 runs, they blew at least 5 or 6 games. They're in first place if Devin Williams gets out of situations where it's a 3-4-run lead. Every closer is going to blow some. But he blew 3-run leads, 4-run leads. And now the bullpen continues to come in and they don't just give up 2 runs, they completely fall apart. It's without question the biggest question mark of the New York Yankees, and traditionally going into the postseason hasn't been. It's been the offense. The biggest question mark heading into the postseason almost exclusively has been the offense. This year, I feel good about the offense. Doesn't mean they'll hit, but I feel good about it. It's the bullpen that scares the hell out of you. 888-808-1019. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. Quick break. Come right back. Take your calls all the way to 5 o'clock. We'll be right back.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
I look forward to breaking down that game with you, but I know we do have some NFL news to get into and talk about.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Town Fair Tire, Connecticut's largest discount tire dealer. Because we give you the guaranteed lowest price and we honor every manufacturer's rebate. We even honor all our competitors' rebates. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
This is JJ Hill of Shulman & Hill, New York's premier injury law firm. We'll always stand up for you if you're injured in a slip and fall. If you've ever wished you had a lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman & Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. Shulman & Hill, we're not just New York's law firm, we're your law firm. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Imagine a gentleman's club with over 200 gorgeous exotic dancers every week.
Hey, big boy.
From the people who make fantasies come true, Gallagher's 2000 in Long Island City is the place to be. Gallagher's 2000, a gentleman's club for today, gentlemen. Gallagher's 2000 features 2 floors, 3 stages, discounted drinks, VIP, champagne rooms, and dinner specials every night. Gallagher's 2000 offers complimentary lunch Thursdays and Fridays with any drink purchase.
Come on down, big boy.
Gallagher's 2000 is New York's largest upscale gentleman's club, and Gallagher's 2000's bachelor parties will blow you away. For their bachelor party specials, call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is located at 4319 37th Street in Long Island City, Queens, just a half a block north of Queens Boulevard. Call 718-361-1348. Gallagher's 2000 is unlike any club in New York. Come tonight for the time of your life. Gallagher's 2000.
Let your imagination run wild.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't do New York City dirty.
New York City's my heart, my soul. I would never do this place dirty because everything I want is in this city.
Why would you want to dirty somewhere that you live?
This is your home. You don't throw papers out the window, flick cigarette butts.
It's disrespectful. Dispose of it the correct way.
I would never put trash on the ground. That's why we got trash cans. Don't do New York City dirty. Trash your trash.
A message from the Sanitation Foundation.
One by one, we keep this city clean, man. Let's get it.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Injured? Don't be a whiner. Call me, Attorney Mark Miner. I'm Mark Miner, and I have over 30 years of experience handling personal injury cases. If you or a loved one has been injured in an accident, don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. You can trust that the personal injury law firm of Zalman, Schnurman, and Miner will treat you with respect and fight for your rights. Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE for a free consultation. Our goal is to transform your pain into payment. If there is no recovery, there is no fee. We handle all type of accident cases and value the opportunity to help you. The sooner you call, the better. If you are injured, call 1-800-LAW-LINE so we can discuss how to transform your pain into payment. Don't be a whiner. Call Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor at 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Zalman, Schnerman, and Minor, personal injury attorneys.
Don't whine. Call 1-800-LAW-LINE. That's 1-800-LAW-LINE.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your friends pretend they know sports. WFAN actually does. Get smarter, louder, and way more annoying at watch parties. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 4:30. McMonigle here with you on the Fan. 888-808-1019. We didn't get a chance to talk about Micah McFadden of the Giants. The initial reports were that the x-rays came back clean. Apparently not. It looks like he's got a foot injury that's going to cost him a lot of the season. Unfortunate for him. Unfortunate for the Giants, who are going to have to stop the run. But, I mean, that defense has got more problems than that. I gave you the stats yesterday, the second down numbers. The second down numbers were embarrassingly bad on Sunday. We'll get more into the football tomorrow and obviously Football Friday with all the trimmings. I had a miserable week of picks. I was on my way to being at least 2-3 until the friggin' Buffalo Bills came back. And absolutely, I mean, it's funny because, like, I'm 1-4, and I feel like the only game I got completely wrong, and I guess you could say the Giants, but I feel like, oh, man, if they score a touchdown there in the red zone, it's a different game. But I guess I got the Giants completely wrong. The only game I feel like I got completely wrong was the Dolphins. I mean, that was dead upon arrival, that one.
We should have done that Ravens pick a week earlier because they were a 1.5 underdogs originally.
I know. I'm in a pool. I'm in like a big, pool where you pick all season long, whatever, and they set the line on, I think, Tuesday, and I got them in that pool pick.
And then the Steelers, we all lost by a half.
And then the Steelers, we all lost by a half, yeah. Brutal. The only game I got right was Cleveland. Tough weekend. But, hey, it's weekend. It's week number 1. I never go heavy on week 1 anyway, so I came through rather unscathed other than off to a bad start here on the picks.
Gives us something to look forward to climbing the rest of the season. You start off 5-0. It's like, I mean, this is going to be a nightmare.
Exactly. I got only one way to go. Up. 888-808-1019. Did you have a bad week as well, or?
I was with you, the same 1-4, because we all had the same local picks, and I had the Ravens.
Yeah, and you had the Ravens.
So, like you, I thought, okay, 2-3, not that bad.
Yeah. No, I'm figuring, all right, 2-3. They're up
like when I'm getting in the car to come here, they're up multiple touchdowns.
I know. Disaster for the Ravens, incredible from Josh Allen and the Bills. Just really, what a great game that was. And then even Monday night was pretty exciting with J.J. McCarthy having that comeback. And people don't understand. I did the J.J. McCarthy thing. Evan was talking about it in the midday. In the afternoon. I beat you to it, Evan. We were talking about J.J. McCarthy and how that would have questions for the Giants on drafting him and everything. Like, I'm not saying that. Like, obviously, if Jackson Dart turns out, no one's going to care. But the point is, like, they had an opportunity to draft J.J. McCarthy. We could have been in year 2 of a quarterback. We could have been in, like. Now, I'm not saying he's going to be great or last night or Monday night proves that J.J. McCarthy is going to be some sort of stud in this league. He had a miserable first half. He was part of the reason, if not the reason, they were down 11 points or 10 points and had to come back and make that comeback, but he did. And he played extremely well. The guy's won a national championship. There was a lot of buzz around him during the draft period. And the Giants were in desperate need of a quarterback, trying to move up to get Jaden Daniels, trying to move up to get May. and had J.J. McCarthy sitting there and chose to pass on him. When you choose to pass on a starting quarterback and you are the quarterback whisperer, that quarterback, if he turns out to be a big-time player in this league, is going to be a mark against you. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. And until we see Jackson Dart, like, J.J. McCarthy played in an NFL game. J.J. McCarthy went and won and came back and threw 2 touchdown passes and ran one in and came back and won a game in the fourth quarter. We haven't seen Jackson Dart yet. Like, we have to see what Jackson Dart is. But, yeah, obviously, if Jackson Dart becomes what everybody hopes he's going to become, then no issue passing on J.J. McCarthy. But I was doing it kind of juxtaposed against everyone upset about Daniel Jones. Like, Daniel Jones was a decision already decided. We knew Daniel Jones might become a Hall of Famer with the Indianapolis Colts, for all I know. It wasn't going to happen here. It was time to move on. And so I don't look at that as like a mark against this team. 1, they didn't draft him. 2, they got the best year of his career out of him and won a road playoff game with him. 3, it's not their fault he was constantly injured, although I guess you could argue the not building an offensive line good enough is part of the reason he got injured. But, like, I don't hold that against Brian Daboll all that much. But the quarterbacks he passed on, I think that's a fair thing to hold against them, especially if one's going to, be the kind of kid who rallies and plays excellent in the fourth quarter. That was an Eli Manning type game. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. Jarvis in Harlem. What's up, Jarvis?
What's up, Chris? How are you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. I want to talk about the Yankees and, like Buck Martinez is saying like they're not a good team because he's just trying to control the Yankees and the Yankee fans and all that. It's like they haven't been a good team, man. Like you said before, they got to the World Series. They finally ended a 15-year longest drought. Haven't been to the World Series for the first time in 2009, and because they beat the Royals and the Guardians in the postseason, like that don't mean nothing. Because
you got to apologize for making it to the World Series. It's like it was some sort of the easiest path in the history of mankind to get to the World Series, and so never mind the fact that the reason they played the Kansas City Royals is because the Baltimore Orioles, who are this bastion of young talent over the last couple of years, couldn't beat them. I mean, that's otherwise they wouldn't have had to play the Royals. But yeah, look, you don't have to go back to last year. Just look at this year's team. Like the things Buck Martinez said about the New York Yankees. Do we have it again? You want to play it again? If you don't know what I'm talking about, if you're just tuning in, Buck Martinez last night, as the Yankees were having the 7th inning from hell and giving up all those runs and turning a 2-2 game into a 10-2 game or whatever it became in the 7th.
11-2.
11-2. Thank you very much. It became 11-2.
You were there.
I stopped caring about how many runs were scored. I got to be totally honest with you. I was there, though. So as they were giving up that inning, I guess the Toronto Blue Jays at the time were still losing. They came back and won against the Houston Astros. But Buck Martinez, who's a broadcaster for the Blue Jays on, what was the?
Sportsnet.
Doing the game. And I guess they mentioned that that's what the score had become, that a 2-2 game had now become an 11-2 game. And he decided to make comments about the New York Yankees mid-broadcast on the Toronto Blue Jays game. So this is what Buck Martinez, Toronto Blue Jays broadcaster, had to say about the Yankees last night.
The Yankees, they're not a good team. I don't care what their record is. They have a lot of wild pitches. They make a lot of mistakes in the field. They don't run the bases very well. If they don't hit home runs, they don't have a chance to win.
Yeah, I mean, so out of nowhere. Now, again, Michael Kay had some things to say a couple months ago at the Blue Jays. I don't know if this is a tit-for-tat kind of thing. I doubt it. But everything he said, yes, they haven't been good defensively. But to say that the Yankees, it's fair to say they're not a great team. And again, I don't think there's a great team in Major League Baseball. To say they're not a good team after they just took 2 of 3 from the Blue Jays. And the idea that everything he just said there, one, if you want to go between them and the Blue Jays, because I'm assuming he thinks the Blue Jays are a good team. If you want to go, the Yankees have a better offense than the Blue Jays. The Yankees have better starting pitching than the Blue Jays. The Yankees have a better bullpen than even after that inning, the Yankees have a better bullpen than the Blue Jays. And I just looked it up before coming on the air. The Yankees have better base running metrics. They have more stolen bases. They have a better stolen base percentage. They have the runs per game associated to base running is higher for the New York Yankees. The Yankees run the bases better than the Toronto Blue Jays. The Toronto Blue Jays do one thing better than the New York Yankees. They catch the ball better. They're a better defensive team. And I guess offensively, if this is your thing, and I know it is for many people, and I'm not saying it's not important, but they strike out less. Offensively, they strike out less, and they're a better defensive team. That's it. That's it. And for a broadcaster who's been with that team for forever, who knows they haven't done a damn thing since before the 94 strike, has a lot of nerve calling the Yankees a bad team when the group right here, the group with Gossman and Berrios and Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Springer haven't won a damn playoff game. 0 for 6. And yes, they're up 3 games in first place, and I hope he's enjoying it, and I hope the Toronto Blue Jay fans are enjoying it while it lasts, because those frauds are going down.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't make the trip to the Bronx this past weekend. What does the thing happen Saturday? You remember how many home runs the Yankees hit in that win over the Blue Jays?
I do remember. 0. They need home runs to win. Well, they beat you without hitting any. You got shut down by Luis Heel. I mean, it's ridiculous. But what bothers me most, and because I agree with everything I just said. I think it's ridiculous for a broadcaster of that team who hasn't done a damn thing in forever to take shots at other teams when the Yankees have owned them forever. This year, different story. I get it. But the idea they don't run the bases well, they do it better than the Blue Jays. They do everything else besides catch the ball better than the Toronto Blue Jays. Their run differential is almost twice as good. And I know that's not the perfect stat, but find me a better one to indicate how good a baseball team is. It's a run-scoring contest. Find me a better stat than how many runs you score versus how many runs you give up in a run-scoring competition. Find me another stat that's more integral or more, of a determinating factor of whether or not you're a good baseball team than how many runs you score versus how many runs you give up. And the Yankees do it twice as good as the Toronto Blue Jays. But that's not even what bothers me. What really set me off, and I know I'm very reactionary to this type of thing, but what really set me off was how many Yankee fans decided to retweet it and agree with it. Shame on you. Shame on you. It's one thing if I want to say it. It's one thing if you want to say it. I'll make the same joke. Why the hell not? It's one thing if Nick Totoro from Costco wants to say it. We can't have the Toronto Blue Jays saying it and agreeing with it. When did we become so self-loathing as a fan base for a team that is, I promise you, if you're a Yankee fan, they do better by you than any other team you root for. And we're out there agreeing with Buck Martinez that the Yankees stink when they have the best record in baseball the last 25 games and just beat the Blue Jays? Man, oh man. I don't know. It drove me nuts. What can I say? 888-808-1019. Let's take one call here. Jerry in Cliffside Park. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, how you doing, Chris? Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
Good. I was listening to you since you started talking about Buck Martinez in the comments.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know. I don't know where to start. I was going to go one way and then I was going to go another. But I was listening to you the other night, and I don't know if you were arguing with a caller. I might be paraphrasing, where, they were talking about, beating Toronto, which you guys did this last time around.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, who cares if we beat, the Red Sox? Even if we don't win the series, what counts is, what you do in the postseason if you get there.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. I mean, who cares about bragging rights and putting it in people's faces and stuff? People people get too hung up with that stuff, if you ask me.
It's about winning. It's about winning the division or having home field advantage. It's about putting yourself in the best position to be successful in October. That's what it's about. And then it's about performing in October. That's what it's about. It's not about we've proven it to the Blue Jays or the Red Sox that we can beat them. Like, that is so overblown and doesn't matter. I want to beat the Red Sox because I'd rather have them come to the Yankee Stadium for 3-game wild card series than go to Fenway for a 3-game wild card series. That's why I want to beat the Red Sox.
Yeah, and you want to win the division because you want the rest. You want the advantage.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that.
Yep.
And I mean, I don't know how. I mean, it just makes no sense to me. And fans continue to do it. That's like almost when people talk about World Series rematches or Super Bowl rematches when the game is completely meaningless and the World Series was played last year. I mean, come on, give me a break. But what I was going to start off by saying was, like, I wish I could share your enthusiasm, as far as the Mets go, because I'm a, long-time suffering Mets fan, I guess you could say. And I just don't, everybody talks about how long the season is. Well, guess what? The season's like down to 17 games. And I think I caught Evan on earlier, and he was saying I think they got to go 14-3 or something like that. And Hoff was on, and they were talking. He was saying I think they're going to go closer to 3-14. And I'm not usually a pessimist, but I mean, since the All-Star break, really, when they played the Little League World Series. And they seemed like they were turning the corner against the Mariners. And I don't know if it was so much as the Mets turning the corner or the Mariners start to dive. Because since then, it's like they win a series, they lose a series. And then they lose series against teams that are, I don't want to call them garbage teams. They're just teams that aren't, competitive.
Well, they lost to the Nationals. But I mean,
they lost to the Reds.
Well, the Reds are competitive. They're only a couple. They're over 500. They're 3 games behind you in the wild card. They're competitive. I agree. The Mets are better. I do agree with that. But they're not. The Reds are a competitive team led by one of the better managers in all of baseball, Terry Francona. So I wouldn't call them. They're not as good as the Mets. And you should have won the series. And now you've rolled that into Philadelphia, and you've gotten completely shut down offensively, and you've thrown a starting pitcher yesterday who's complete batting practice, and you intend to throw him again in 6 days, which doesn't make any sense to me. 888-808-1019. Quick break. We'll come back rapid fire style all the way to 5 o'clock in the warm-up show. McMonigle here with you in the overnights. We'll be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
I was a believer in Brian Dable. It's the same thing year after year after year. And then he stands up there in the post-game press conference and says the same thing. Nothing. This is not on Russell Wilson. Well, then who's it on?
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Pirie coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Accident victims, this is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. What do you think matters most when you have to hire the right lawyer? Experience? Well, I've been doing this for 35 years, and I've handled tens of thousands of cases and recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for people just like you. To me, what matters most is that I actually care. I'm going to make sure you have a say in what happens with your case. You, me, and our entire team of over 50 trained professionals are going to fight together to get you every dollar you deserve. Because for me, it's personal. Your pain has a price, and we're going to make sure the insurance company pays. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, and we'll come to you 24/7. So give me a call today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24, and ask for me, John D'Agostino. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
If you're thinking about popping the question, don't overthink it. Go where generations of New Yorkers have gone. H.L. Gross Jewelers in Garden City. These guys have been in the diamond game for over 100 years. 5 generations of helping people find the perfect engagement ring. No pressure, no games, just the best prices, real education, and one-on-one honest service you want when you're making a big decision. Don't make the ring buying experience stressful and trust H.L. Gross in Garden City. Visit online at hlgross.com.
Town Fair Tire is Connecticut's largest name brand discount tire dealer. We give you the guaranteed lowest prices on all name brand tires and honor all manufacturers' rebates. We even honor our competitors' rebates. With over 100 stores from Connecticut through New England and an inventory of over 600,000 tires, you'll always get the right tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
All right, 4:52. McMonigle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Last few minutes. Thank you guys for hanging out on the YouTube channel. The live chat still has 138 people in it. I don't know if that's good or not, but that's pretty freaking cool to me at 4 o'clock in the morning. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for all the comments, even the mean ones. I appreciate it. 888-808-1019. Talking mostly baseball today. We'll get back into more football Thursday, and then obviously Friday morning, as we will have our second football Friday of the year. Giants, Cowboys, Jets, Bills. The rest of the NFL, we have Thursday night football tomorrow night. Back in the swing of things, mainly baseball, as both of these teams have a miserable night. Yankees trying to capture the American League East. Last night was a tough night for them as the Jays came from behind and beat the Astros, and they got beat 12-2 by the Tigers. And the Mets lose the first 2 games of this 4-game set against the Philadelphia Phillies. The division's long gone, and they are clawing with their fingernails to hang on to this final wild card spot. 888-808-1019. Let's get to the calls. Brett in Long Island. What's up, Brett?
Hey, Chris. Joe Shane's 23 draft had Deontay Banks, who's a backup to Flott. The center, John Michael Smith. He's terrible. Hyatt's backing up right now to Collins. Eric Gray, he's not out there, right? Trey Hawkins isn't out there.
Nope.
Jordan Riley, who's that?
Yeah, terrible draft.
And Javarius Owens. So that, how
Terrible
this guy still has a job? And then
the next
Debo,
2 after that.
him.
The next 2 after that. The first one isn't great, but you might be defined.
Go 0 for 7,
Well, let me can I just talk for a second? Thank you.
You can't dismiss 0 for 7. Go ahead.
The first draft is bad. It's not terrible, but it's going to be defined by Evan Neal, which is you can't miss. You can't miss the 7th. You can't miss the top 10 pick. Not like this, where he's a healthy scratch. You just can't do it. And then that second year was a disaster of a draft. You're 100% right. Not a single good pick among them. And then the next 2 have been. We'll find out about this draft, but I think it's pretty damn good. And last year, I think, was an excellent draft. So he's miserable the first 2. He's been much, much better the last 2.
I didn't get my point across.
Good.
I guess I didn't even know it was a holiday. Chris, I guess I didn't get my point across. They you go 0 for 7.
Yeah, it was a terrible draft.
And that's anyway. So that's that. And then you got Dable. The knock I got on him is, to me, the first sign of losing a team. Obviously, they've won 18 games in 3 years, so average 6. Is that when neighbors started yelling at him? And of course, you see it on national TV. And then he tries to shake his hand and make up with him, and neighbors isn't having it, and then he's pouting the whole game. That's not happening with a Dan Campbell. Obviously, you go all the way back to Parcells. You got to control your team. Do you agree, Chris?
On some level, but no. I mean, we haven't seen. We haven't seen wide receivers while they're losing and struggling get upset on the sideline. Sure, we have. I don't think it necessarily
Diggs go
means
out of Buffalo.
What?
Top receiver in I saw Stephon Diggs
do it in Buffalo.
Catching 10 to 14 balls in Buffalo. Gone. Okay, I've seen top receivers.
Yeah, but in the moment it does. Yeah, but you're saying he lost the team. The coach lost the team because of it. We saw Diggs go crazy. Do you think McDermott lost the Bills?
I'm saying you moved on. I'm not saying move on.
So you want to move on from neighbors?
I said you got to get that under control.
I do. Listen, he's an emotional guy. He's an emotional guy. We have video of them having the conversation pre-draft, talking about the idea, how do you handle losing? And he said he doesn't handle it well, and Dable was all about it. I think, if you watch it too, I think he's looking down and doesn't notice it, the going for the high five until he puts his hand in his chest, but he probably doesn't. He's not interested in it.
That. I'm the only one who would defend that.
I'm not defending it.
Screaming about that.
Not everybody's screaming about it. Everyone's no.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No. Everyone on your online social media group. Okay. Everyone on your online social media group.
All the Giants fans.
The player. Yeah, I have no problem with the wide receiver showing emotion. None. I have no problem. Nor do I think. He's full performance. If they're up 35-10 and he's all pissed off because he's not getting his, then you got a problem. They didn't have a functioning offense. They're inside the red zone throwing the tackles instead of him. I have no problem with him being upset. He didn't do anything crazy. He didn't propose to the kicking net. He didn't throw anything. He didn't punch anyone in the face. He got upset, was yelling at his coach. The coach was yelling back at him. And then the Brian Dable tried to squash it, and it kind of didn't go great in that moment. But who cares? I care about the success on the field. Neighbors is going to help them be successful. That's it. It hasn't gotten to the point with Diggs where it was over and over and over and over again. That was week 1, and they were miserable. Miserable. And I don't know who you think is talking about it like it's some sort of real problem inside the Giants, because I haven't heard much of it. He came out in the postgame and talked about it and gave a really good answer in the postgame, a thoughtful answer. about how it's the emotion, and he needed to see more from the team, and he's got to be a leader, and he talked about how he's going to speak up when he feels he needs to. No problem with it. And I don't think it means that Brian Dable has lost the team. But he's got to give a better performance, and he's got to come up with a better scheme, and the offense has to look better on Sunday. That's for damn sure. And I want to see him do it with Russell Wilson. He brought in Russell Wilson. Go do it, Russell Wilson. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Fleegs on the other side. We'll see you tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Back, same bat channel, same bat time. We'll be back on the live stream as well. Thanks to everybody hanging out on YouTube. I appreciate it. Hopefully we get better results. Carlos Rodon, big start. Mets need to get a victory. Let's go. I'll catch you guys tomorrow at 2 a.m. The warm show's next. Bye-bye.
Talk Yankees and Mets all season long. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good morning at 5 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is brought to you by Moderna. Kyle Schwarber blasted his 50th homer of the year. Harrison Bader went deep again against his former club, part of a 3-hit night. Ranger Suarez suffocated the Mets with 6 scoreless innings, a 1-hit ball, and 12 Ks as the Phillies dismantled the Mets 9-3. Mets now 9 games back in the division while clinging to a 2-game lead in the wild card over the Giants, while the Reds are just 3 back.
We will. You know, we got to play better. You know, and we got to fight. You know, we're in the middle of it. You know, like there's no time to feel sorry or we got to fight.
Sean Manaea continues to struggle. 4 runs in 5 innings, now sporting an ERA of 5.76. A 2-2 game in the 7th got away from the Yankees. Fernando Cruz, Mark Leiter Jr. combining to give up 9 runs while walking 4 in the inning as the Tigers pound the Yankees 12-2.
Obviously the hit batter, another walk. So just, you know, a rough inning for us and getting in the strike zone.
Aaron Judge, a solo shot as he passed Yogi Berra for 5th place on the Yankees all-time list. Blue Jays won in extras. Red Sox won as well. So Yankees now tied with Boston, 3 games back. And Giants linebacker Micah McFadden needs foot surgery. He's going to miss significant time, but is expected to return before the end of the season. And this report is sponsored by the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm, lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. 64 degrees, cloudy skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Good morning, campers.
Alan Jerry. Don't worry, it's only an hour long, and most days it doesn't suck.
Nope, what the Mets do, and the Yankees not much better last night. Eddie Schizzeri, what is up? I know this guy is gonna, and I don't blame him. I don't know why this isn't the front page of the paper. I think he's more concerned about the Hellfire missile that can't shoot down a UFO.
Yes.
But the baseball teams sucked last night. What's up, Al?
Oh, hi there, Jerry. Yeah, that was a really cool video. There's
no, not cool.
there's congressional hearings.
I don't think it's cool at all.
On UFOs. They call them UAPs now.
Yeah.
And we got like this footage, albeit again
grainy.
I know. Well, because it's filmed from a fighter jet or whatever the heck it is over Yemen last October, Jerry.
I would like them to start using their iPhones to video these.
Yes. And they shot a missile, Hellfire missile, at an orb, one of those glowing orbs,
and
bounced right off it.
Bounced right off it and kept going.
Yeah. But you're right. Will this be in the newspaper? No.
It's in the newspaper. But that, to me, should be the front page, but they won't because they're not going to create panic.
Right. So. It's like that woman who was murdered in North Carolina on video. That's not in the newspaper. No one cares.
Yeah. It is
doesn't fit the narrative,
beyond
Jerry.
Disturbing.
Yeah, but it doesn't fit the legacy media news narrative,
unreal.
So it's not reported.
Absolutely unreal.
Unfortunately. Now, what's going on with these baseball teams, Jerry? This is why we need good football teams.
I agree.
Because what generally used to happen is when the Mets are historically not a winning franchise. Not historically.
Agreed.
The Yankees are.
Mm-hmm.
But in down years, things are not going great. When September hits, we've got one of the 2 football teams is normally good. Back in the day.
Back in the day, yes.
And we'd go, baseball season's over. Who cares? We've got football. But our football teams have been